Good morning. It's 6:01 a.m. Hope you're up and at 'em. On July 7th, it's a Tuesday morning, 2026. Of course, you listen to the Junks live on 106.7 The Fan, the Team 980, 910 The Fan in Richmond, and of course, you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. We are celebrating 30 years of the Junks, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Opportunity Lender. It is the Bish and Bick Show. You don't usually hear me at the top of the hour, but Flamac called in sick, so it's Bish and Bick.
It's weird to be sick in the summer. I mean, I don't doubt that he's sick, but it's weird, right? Normally, I don't get. If I'm going to get sick, I'm going to get sick in the change of season. Maybe in the winter. But I guess he apparently told Drab he had the shivers, he had a fever.
He was fine yesterday here.
Seemed like it. Maybe, I don't know.
Kicked in the afternoon.
Yeah, it sucks. I don't envy him. Don't like being sick. I would, he always mocks me. I recommend everybody take vitamin D. Take vitamin D.
Some calcium gummies.
Take some vitamin D.
Turmeric.
All that
Turmeric,
stuff.
whatever it's called.
Yeah.
Anti-inflammatories.
Vitamin D in particular helps you boost your immune response.
Well, we got Matt, and do we have Mike behind the glass today?
No,
it's just Matt.
What
and
is
Matt.
he doing?
He might
sick too?
He might have called out soccer.
He called out soccer.
Did he actually go out last night and watch that
I don't think so. I think we were all gearing up for a big Friday meet.
But maybe he did his own thing with his boys.
Mike likes working from home.
So that's just what it is?
That might be his new thing. I think he discovered he had all of the abilities at his fingertip.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Listen, it's great, and I like Mike. I think he's an awesome kid. He'll just disappear from the show if he works from home. That's all. I mean, it's just there is a downside to it.
Yeah.
The downside is because you become irrelevant.
Unless he comes in a couple times a week.
He's a great kid.
Yeah.
He's a great kid. I hope he takes it the right way. But if he thinks he's going to keep going to Hyde or whatever and getting hooked working from home for 2 years, it's not a thing. That's all right.
This business, you got to be Cal Ripken. You got to be the Iron Man.
Yeah, you
got to be present.
You can't work from home and get because you'd be dead. You're like
out of sight,
those wads.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Out of sight, out of mind. And it's fine. You want to sleep in a little bit. I get it. 25 years old.
For most people, it's fine who work from home. And Mike can do his job from home, but the camaraderie and the chemistry of the show needs Mike here.
Well,
that's what I say.
That's true. Everything you said is true. You're irrelevant if you're not here. Nobody even thinks of you. Now, it's not irrelevant. Sure, he has to do his job and put out the videos. He'll never come to mind if he doesn't come to work.
I got to think.
He'll
happens
never
if he
come to
comes
mind.
3 days a week?
That's
I was going to say,
that's fine. That's better.
You don't think he's going to just work remote Monday through Friday?
Well, I'm just laying the groundwork for him, just so he knows that every decision you make in life has consequences. Every decision has consequences, and I don't mind him sleeping in a little bit. He's a young kid; he wants to do his thing, and it's a little easier. I actually listen. I'll give you a great example. My daughter has the ability. She works for a major consulting firm. She doesn't have to go into work. You know what she does? She goes into work every day but one. Mm-hmm. She goes, you know why? Because you can't make the connections.
Of course.
You can't meet people. You can't.
Right. You got to show your face.
You got to be there.
That's how I got this job in the first place. Was I knew that there was going to be some turnover with the station flip, and I just started showing up. Even when I didn't have to. I wanted CK to see my face.
Exactly.
I wanted to be at the front of his brain when he was thinking about who to hire.
Right. Totally. You got to be there.
Well, Matt, did you tell him, hey, bro, you really should be in here at least 3 times a week? Did you tell him that?
I'm not his boss.
Oh, okay.
No, he could do whatever he wants.
He can do what he wants.
He can do whatever he wants.
He gets the job
and again,
done,
yeah,
I think he's a great kid. I really enjoy that kid. But he will just be dead if you don't show up. That's all.
He's definitely Rick listening right now.
Oh, he's definitely.
It upsets him. It's just common sense. Doesn't he understand that though?
Well,
does
if he was
think
here,
I would ever hold on? Does he think that Jason, me, JP Cakes, would ever reference him if he's not here.
Well, we've done 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, right now because we're
It's a
killing
thing.
it.
That's because it's a thing.
Yeah, we're doing 5 minutes right now.
Okay.
But trust
Why-
me.
why did he decide-
Trust me. In 3 weeks, let's just say he's skipped out for 3 weeks. You think his name would ever come up again? Maybe maybe some throwback to some time we were at.
He's gonna feel
cooler.
guilty. He's gonna feel guilty after you killing him for 5 minutes, and he's gonna be in here tomorrow.
Well, if he was here, he could defend himself.
He shouldn't. Yeah, exactly. He shouldn't feel guilty. He should just think about, all right, how do I want to work this? Right? Do I just want it the easy way and just, work from home in my underwear, knock out a few videos, or do I want to actually be a part of it and all the perks that come with it? That's all.
I think we've.
I would prefer him to be here, but it doesn't affect me. I prefer him to be here.
Yeah, we want him to be a
It's
part of
another person to play
It
off.
sounds
We want
like
to be
it
a part of
affects
the
you.
team.
Yeah, it's another person to play
Yeah,
off.
he's our teammate.
Right, exactly. It's another person to play off of. And he's a funny kid. He's got great energy.
He's gonna come. He'll be here tomorrow. I guarantee it.
Yeah, I'm not.
Well,
I'm
yeah,
not-
Jason. He's only wanting. He wants to work from home like a couple days a week.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is fine. But Mike, if you're angry right now, and because you feel like you're getting picked on, you are, and you can't say anything because you're not here.
Right. If you're here, boom. Yeah, mic's on.
Yeah.
You can say whatever you want.
Yeah.
If he
And,
wants
and
to,
again, he shouldn't be angry. I'm only complimenting him. He's a great kid.
It's a compliment. Yeah.
Yeah,
we
the
want
fact,
him here.
yeah,
It's a
the
great
fact that
kid.
we want you here to be participating.
Yeah, he's a great kid.
Yeah.
but he could do his remote thing Mondays and Fridays. Be here Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
That probably works.
Right?
Probably works.
It works.
Yeah.
3 days a week.
Yeah. But it's just I don't know.
Well, I am effing tired because I stayed up to watch. I didn't watch the second half of the game. I watched the first half, and I don't know anything about soccer. I mean, we got lucky with that free kick thing, but from what I saw, we got our ass kicked. We got
I don't
dominated.
think you had to know anything about soccer to know we got smoked yesterday.
I read this morning that Pulisic turned the ball over 11 times.
Every time he touched it, he pretty much turned it over.
Every time he touched it.
Or he just gave it up. He just gave it up. He
I mean,
didn't try to
I
challenge
couldn't believe
anyone.
what I was watching with him.
No, that guy, let me tell you something.
That
I know
was embarrassing.
Pulisic in particular,
And then did they take him off? Did he get hurt?
he kind of
He
got
got,
hurt,
like,
but they had to pull him anyway. He was
kicked,
so bad.
Yeah, he got kicked in the ankle
Listen.
and then could barely
Yeah.
run up and down the field.
I don't know. You guys probably have a similar thing. When I go to sleep at night, the last thing that I see or works in my subconscious, it plays in my brain. Right? I don't sleep well. Think about it a lot. All I thought about while I slept last night was Pulisic and how he ruined his legacy, about how he
was so
never
bad.
lived up to the hype, about how he peaked as a 17-year-old in a friendly.
Right.
I'm telling. I feel bad for him, but I'm also pissed at him. Shouldn't be pissed at him because he was trying his best. But
You're angry.
I was just so frustrated. He was the guy supposed to lead us. I mean, some of those guys out there were doing their thing the best that they could. But Pulisic was kind of the guy that we've been talking about for a decade now. And I'm like, where's the beef?
He just
Where
didn't show up. I mean, I didn't get it.
He didn't show up all tournament.
He didn't.
That's
he
true.
didn't show up leading up to it. We
That's
talked
true.
about it. He didn't have a goal in like his last 15
Yeah, he didn't score.
games in his club.
I don't
team
know
or
anything
whatever.
about his abilities and his reputation. Was he a scorer or was he like a passer?
Coming up, he was.
He was a scorer.
Don't ask me, but
Scored. He facilitate the whole.
yeah, I mean,
it ran through him.
they did a great piece on him. I don't know if you guys saw. Listen, I'm really pulling back the curtain here more than I want to. I haven't been feeling super patriotic lately, okay? Personally. I haven't been feeling super patriotic.
Oh, okay.
I'm very disappointed in our history and about I don't believe anything.
Oh,
okay?
so
So
don't
that's
get
it.
political on a
I'm
Tuesday.
not getting political. It has nothing. It's way beyond politics.
Oh, okay.
Right? Not feeling. I mean, the people that gave their lives for this country. I mean, you couldn't have more respect for them than all of us do.
Mm-hmm.
But not feeling super patriotic. I got the TV on yesterday for this game, and people are chanting USA from like 4 p.m. on, right?
Yeah.
On Fox. I'm getting hyped.
They were chanting
8 o'clock.
They were
I'm
chanting
feeling
USA during the
red, white, and blue, brother.
during the first game.
Yes, it was all day yesterday.
Yeah.
Had Fox on all day yesterday, all the World Cup talk, feeling like about as good as I can feel right now, patriotic-wise, and go USA. And what a letdown that was.
Man,
oh,
that
my
was
God. That was
big fart.
By the way, big fart. I think we all saw it in about 4 minutes. I just looked at it. I tweeted it maybe 8 minutes. I mean, obviously, right after the first goal, you know, well, this is going to get ugly.
I think it was 48 seconds when I knew we were in big trouble when they almost scored.
Yeah.
Oh, I know.
Yeah. He has to make the diving save, and you're like, oh, Jesus.
Yeah, the
And by
defense
way,
was
I also
poop.
remember this. And you know what? I'm second-guessing myself yesterday at the very end of our show. We went around and we picked who was going to win. I have no idea. I said, USA. Didn't want to be a downer, right? And I also had those guys after the first win or two saying, hey, can the U.S. win the World Cup? And those freaking, you know, Zlatan and all those guys, oh, yeah, they can win the World Cup.
right.
And so I had that playing in my back of my head. It was insane to pick them to potentially beat a top 10 team like Belgium. It was insane in hindsight.
We aren't even in the same stratosphere as some of those teams talent-wise.
No,
France, Spain.
No, and never will be.
Not even
never
Portugal.
Will be,
Yeah.
Never will be. But I remember watching the guys trying to prep for the World Cup a few days before, and they said it all played out yesterday, and it was all hidden because we played poopy teams.
Mm-hmm.
They said the back line and the keeper is
Yep.
where we have question marks.
Yep.
The keeper, some Ivy League kid, and I love the Ivy League. I got 2 kids going to the Ivy
What's
League.
that? The Freeze kid? Matt Freeze?
Whatever his name is,
Yeah.
okay? He untested MLS guy, but he makes the first save. You go, okay, maybe we're going to be okay. Made a mockery of playing goalie yesterday. And then the back row was embarrassing.
Well,
Embarrassing.
the first goal, that cross, all of our defenders just stood there.
Yeah.
They didn't know what to do.
didn't
I mean,
know
no
what
one
to
went
do.
after the ball.
They were bigger, stronger, faster. They
I
were
mean, the
more
one guy was
skilled.
tall. I mean, I can't remember the dude's name from Belgium, but he dominated us. But all the guys were just standing there.
Yeah, the ball hit the ground in the 18-yard box. It just bounced in the air, and they're just staring at it like they're playing 10-year-old bunch ball.
Yeah, it was. We were completely outclassed. I feel bad. I mean, the guys are trying their best. I mean,
Yeah, they're just not good enough.
Actually, I don't think they were trying their best. I think they were down early and they didn't believe in themselves. I don't even care about the talent level. You know who was way more talented? Argentina was way more talented than Cape Verde. France way more talented than Paraguay. Those teams had heart. They played their asses off. USA played Belgium, a nation of 11 million people, and they got smoked from the very beginning. They had no heart yesterday.
It was a different team out there.
I
I couldn't
I would
believe
agree
what
with
I was
most
watching.
of that.
I don't know where that's coming
But-
from, though.
I would take Cape Verde against us, but this way.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the way
I just
The
don't know
heart
where
and
it's coming.
talent.
they don't quit.
I mean, I thought some of those guys were Tillman. Is that the guy's name on the?
Tillman, yeah,
he
it was
was
great,
balling. There were some guys that were doing some things, but it just overall the quality of our touches were nowhere near. It was embarrassing.
I just didn't understand where that was coming from because they had played so well. Now, again, it kind of depends on the opponent. Obviously,
dependent.
Belgium was better, but I mean, they were playing hard and playing well for those other 4 games. Well, not the Turkey game, but we had our backups in. Mm-hmm. But in the first game, I mean, they were giving it 110%.
But
think of the effort. Think of the effort that they played with when they were down to 10 against Bosnia, and then the effort that you saw last night. I mean, just complete 180.
I think they were confused. They were overwhelmed.
They just didn't show up.
They got punched. They got punched in the gut, and then they just sat there down on the canvas.
It
I know.
literally took Pulisic's first 2 touches before I gave up on him.
I mean,
Touches, and I gave up on him.
he turned the ball over every time he touched
I
it.
went, oh my God.
Did you see
He
him
looked
after
like
the game?
he looked like such a little guy too. Meanwhile, we're seeing the guy from was it the Netherlands or whatever, the guy that's the big beast that everyone's talking about
From Norway?
Yeah, from Norway, his
Holland.
head and everything. Yeah,
Yeah.
He's all these monsters.
He's like 6'5".
You see Harry Kane and all of these guys.
Well, that guy last night for Belgium was taller than everybody we
I
had.
feel like all those guys, except for the guy they subbed in late, was massive.
Yeah.
They just dominated us, and it.
I'm bummed because I was looking forward to Friday, man. I was looking forward to Friday, 3:00, possibly, going out and watching it somewhere, playing Spain.
No, that would have been. We would have been. Dude, we could have lost that one 10-0.
I'm sure, but at least no one expected them to win that. I mean,
No,
But
but you know what?
a lot of-
Grateful.
this was-
Be grateful we didn't play Spain.
I mean, when we had Sebastian on yesterday, he said, "Yeah, it's a 50-50 shot."
I know, and so I kind of was feeling that.
Belgium should have been a friggin' 8-1 favorite
Yeah,
last night.
They
Man, I'm just bummed.
a massive duty on our whole country.
I watched the first half, and then I got up at 2, went to the potty, checked my phone. Told myself, don't check the phone, just watch second half and not know what to expect. But we were down 2-1. And I saw the score. I said, I'm going back to bed. I'm not watching that.
No,
No reason.
I stayed up the whole misery. And then all I did was kind of feel sorry for Pulisic all night.
Yeah,
you saw how he was despondent because he just literally took his leg. This is his prime. Right, he's 27 years old. This was supposed to be his
biggest
World
match of his
Cup.
career.
It's over.
Yeah,
it's over, Johnny. Legacy destroyed. That's how big these games are.
Hey, they I think it was on ESPN. They rated the players, each player's performance.
Ooh.
They gave. I mean, most of them were 2s and 3s and 4. They gave Pulisic a 2. I'd give him a 0.
Yeah.
I don't. He didn't do anything good.
Yeah.
Eric, do you want to hear him after the game, real quick?
Oh, I'm gonna feel bad for him.
Pain had to be stepped off. What were you dealing with, fighting through?
Yeah, I mean, I just twisted my ankle and just sprained my ankle. I mean, it's just frustrating to end like that, of course. But now time to rest, so hopefully it'll be okay.
Are you kidding?
That's all I said.
Not even. That's amazing.
He knows he was bad.
Well, my wife
is he blaming it on the ankle?
It sounds like it.
Yeah.
My wife was killing him too, saying he was being selfish. Should have taken himself off.
Right.
She's probably right.
Right.
Because he's limping around there for a couple minutes before.
All right. So when we come back, we'll hear some more audio.
I want to hear all
from
the audio.
Carly Lloyd.
I want to hear from people calling in. They're watching. I know they're probably despondent and don't want to talk about it. It's rare that the whole country's locked in on soccer the way that we have been. And it's just such a gut punch because a lot of us just want to say, why do we even get our hopes up?
Yeah. All right. We also have a couple guests this morning. We've got Chris Patrick, Caps GM. We'll talk to him at 7. And we'll talk some hoops, some summer league with Drew Gooden, who's actually, I believe he's in Vegas, correct? Is he in Vegas?
Yes.
Pretty sure. So we'll talk to Chris Patrick and Drew Gooden. Drew Gooden will be at 9:40. We'll talk about what to expect from AJ on Thursday night. It's the Bish and Bick Show this morning. Stay with us. Talking about Belgium beating the U.S. last night in the round of 16. Great opportunity for the U.S. to get to the quarterfinals to play Spain, who had beat Portugal 1-0 earlier in the day. But Belgium came to play. The United States didn't.
I think if they
And it
played
was-
that game 10 times, I asked Sebastian, and he said, like 3-3, and then maybe some
Yeah.
ties or whatever.
Mhm.
I think we'd lose that thing probably 8 times out of 10.
Yeah.
And the 2 would be flukes.
Didn't they lose to Belgium the last time they played them? I think they lost to them 5-2.
Sure.
Yes.
You say so. I don't know
Yeah.
the history.
But it was ugly to watch. That's what it was. It was
Yeah,
ugly.
It's just disappointing.
And I didn't think Belgium was great because I watched the entire Belgium-Senegal match, and I thought Senegal outplayed them.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought the U.S. was better than Senegal. I clearly was wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, all right. So Matt, you said you got some.
I want to hear some audio. You just
Yeah,
tell us who you got.
Some of the experts.
Yeah,
I turned it all off once it was over.
We can listen to Alexi Lawless after the game.
Yeah.
Post game first, and then Carly Lloyd. Here's Alexi first.
All right.
First off, I think congratulations have to go to this Belgium team to come into this environment and put on a show like that. And from a U.S. perspective, they picked the worst time to play their worst game. And I think Mauricio Pochettino and the players would admit that. To echo what Stu and John said, anytime this happens, and I've been through this now a lot, the question is always, well, was this a success? Look, I think that this team did win hearts and minds. I think that this team did bring people into the tent, and they should be incredibly proud for that. But also, there's a part of me that says the time for moral victories is over, and so we've left something on the table here. And that, to me, is disappointing. I also know it's going to be disappointing to the players and to Mauricio Pochettino when they look at this game. Because, again, the goals that they gave up at times were self-inflicted against a better team. But this U.S. team has beaten better teams in the past. It just didn't happen here today. So it's going to be disappointing to go out, but also in the way in which they went out, which was much more of a whimper than a roar that we had seen through this tournament.
No, seriously, the goals were like
They
bad co-ed adult soccer goals.
Yeah, they looked so easy
They gave
for
up.
Belgium.
It's almost like if you relate it to football, it's like a breakdown in defensive coverage.
Totally.
Letting some guy slip all the way behind you
Yeah.
for a touchdown.
Totally.
Yeah, I
and
mean-
then and,
Or
and
like poor tackling on
poor
on,
tackling, and then trip over your shoelaces.
They
and then
looked so
fall on
easy
your face.
for Belgium.
Yeah, well, because we just,
Most of the possessions looked easy.
we were just embarrassing.
Man, that's a bummer. All right, so let's listen to Carly Lloyd. So Carly Lloyd usually up with.
She's got to be
with-
pregnant, right? She's
She's
sitting there
pregnant,
pregnant.
yeah,
I feel
she-
bad for her, like in that heat.
I know.
That's all I could think about. Is like, I
she's
think
good
pregnant.
though. She's good.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, she's good. So this is Carly Lloyd.
No, look, it's a bit of a downer for us being out here now after this loss, but I felt like they lost the game before they even stepped out onto the pitch, and I'm not sure why, and I don't know the reasons, but just from the beginning, just chasing, tentative, scared, just not confident on the ball. And I think big-time players, you wanted some of those big-time players to step up in big moments. And I got to be honest, I was a bit disappointed with Christian Pulisic. I think whether he wants to be the star of this team or not, we didn't see enough from him in this particular game and really the whole World Cup. Little glimpses here and there, but, look, aside from this loss, I think on the brighter storyline, it's been a fantastic World Cup. This team has united the country. They have, gotten American fans to fall in love with them. And there is a bright future, but this is just a real disappointing loss to go out on.
I'm not sure about the bright future. I give her credit for calling out Pulisic. That's got to be very difficult, and I'm sure she knows him very well, and she's in that world.
Yeah.
I just think we have to move on from the Christian Pulisic era. It didn't work.
Well, the national team's lucky that the World Cup is every 4 years because you have enough time for idiots like us to
get sucked back in.
get sucked back in, and then forget about the disaster which was this game, and then we'll bite on that patriotism bone another 4 years from now and get all worked back up and forget just how disappointing the team has been.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we got extra pumped because we're hosting too.
Probably.
I mean, it was cool to see. I mean,
Probably.
all these games are in
You hear all the chants.
the premier NFL stadiums.
I mean,
and
the
chants.
country's definitely done an amazing job of
Yeah,
embracing
yeah.
the soccer, right?
So that also kind of got me pumped up.
So that's cool.
Yeah, but
I won't get as pumped up when they're playing in Spain and Italy, wherever they're playing in 4 years.
Yeah, but I will say Alexi's kind of right that you do get tired of this. Well, we're on the come. We're this up and coming team. We're getting better every year. Every year we got the players that are in our pipeline. We're going to make the leap. We're going to make the leap, and just kind of never really do.
No, we don't have the culture for it. I'm convinced of it.
Yeah, but this was supposed to be the year, I thought.
Actually, I didn't think going in it was, because I thought they had struggled. No, listen, I'm just a casual observer, but my impression of this team was they kind of outperformed what expectations were. But that was just my sort of impression of the team. I didn't expect. And then they did well against some inferior opponents, and then Zlatan and everybody started jumping on the bandwagon, and then I started getting excited. I blame them. I blame them. I blame the analysts.
When I was listening to some of these, these media members talking about, previewing the World Cup before it started, they were saying that this is the most talented team we ever had. So I kind of got pumped up there. They didn't say, they're going to win.
I didn't think that.
It's the
they did say that they could make the quarters.
yeah. These group of players have been hyped up since they were like 14, 17.
Right.
Like everyone's kept saying, "Hey, keep your eye on the 2026 team."
I didn't hear that, but I defer to you. I remember that about like the DeMarcus Beasley crew, the Kyle Beckerman crew, those guys when they were 17 years old, and they all had their run. I didn't remember that about this, other than Pulisic. Been hearing about Pulisic for freaking 10 years.
Pulisic's 11 possessions lost were the most of any player on the field. Not even close. ESPN gave him a 2 out of 10 player rating.
Yeah, I mean, I feel bad. I'm sure he's trying his best. He's not as good as those guys.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a disaster.
But we were talking about how good he was, with the ball for the last 2-3 weeks.
Maybe you were.
I mean, I guess.
He did not have a good World
The
Cup.
Balogun was the guy that was jumping out to me. Again, I remember having Sebastian in here, and I was candid. The only guy I really know, and I'm a very casual observer, is Pulisic. I don't know these other guys. And Balogun jumped out, right? He really became the star of this team. I'm sure keen observers knew, obviously. But I didn't think Pulisic was doing much at all, actually.
Yeah. I'm just talking about what his reputation was, that he was such a good dribbler and a good passer. And I guess he was considered a good scorer, but we didn't see that.
They did a
We didn't
great
see that at
piece
all.
on him. I don't know if you guys had it on in the background, but they did, like at 6 o'clock, you got to see clips of him when he was a kid and just kind of coming up and going through the system. And I was geeked up for the guy. I was excited for him to finally make his splash. Just didn't happen.
He knows he sucked last night. I mean, I know what he said. He kind of blamed it on the ankle. He knows he sucked.
Oh, of course. But
He's not going to say it.
Well, maybe he should say it. But I wonder also, Jason, if he really deep down is owning it yet. It looked like he was on the sideline when he had his head buried in his hand.
If you turn the ball over 11 times, how can you not own it?
I don't know. Some people are
He
great.
knows he didn't play well.
At deferring or not absorbing stuff.
Is his ego that big?
I don't know.
The Tillman goal was pretty cool. I mean, I know we were still getting dominated in the first
that was
half,
amazing.
but that was an amazing kick.
Amazing. Well, and did that actually that counted as a Tillman goal, right? It didn't count as an own goal, did it?
But it did go off the guy's head.
It did go off the guy's head, but I think
question.
it counts as his goal. I don't think that's an own goal but I don't know.
Oh, that's a good question.
But yeah, that was brilliant. And but
I mean,
then
just
how
looking at the
deflating-
box score. Box score says Tillman scored.
Yeah.
In 31
So
minutes.
how deflating though, the 61 seconds later to give up the other goal,
I
and
know.
that's when you knew.
I mean, it was like kicking the nuts.
Oh, it was the worst.
Yeah.
That's when you knew we have no shot at winning this game.
Correct.
I mean, you kind of thought we had no shot before that, but then you really knew we
Yeah,
had no
but
shot.
you were thinking after he scored, you're all psyched, and then you go, okay, we can
Maybe
kind
get
of
some low.
we can kind of luck box our way into 1-1 at halftime, make adjustments in the second
Steal
half,
something.
and then steal something.
No, it took our soul. It took our soul.
But it was also another easy goal allowed.
Of course.
I mean,
That's why.
What are they saying about Poach? I heard some guys this morning talking about his future and said, I don't know what kind of money he makes or if they sign contracts. I don't know how they do that. But
I don't think it was expected even after, no matter what they did, he was going to stick around. No.
Oh, so he's gone.
Most likely, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
It doesn't matter. They just put in different guys. I buy into what Sebastian said with, like, we have a touch differential issue here where we just don't get enough quality touches when it's all said and done. Like, it's just cultural. It's different. Sure, we have, elite soccer programs and everything, but it's nothing like what they're doing and the reps that guys get around the world.
Yeah, but you know what we should be good at, and traditionally we've been awesome at? Goalkeeping.
Mm-hmm.
And it was the biggest question mark coming in. Matt Freese's experience. You had Turner as the backup, 2 MLS goalies.
Mm-hmm.
Throughout U.S. history, we've had great goalies. Howard, Keller, Guzman, Friedel.
No, he looked like a clown.
He looked like a clown yesterday.
He looked like
he
a
was
clown.
like that Giants kicker who kicked the turf and didn't kick the field goal last season.
Yeah, everybody was running that.
Young Sung Koo.
Yeah, whatever. That was so embarrassing.
Well, the hesitations.
Matt Freese froze. He just locked up.
How do we not have a stud 6'4" great goalie in this country?
Well, one of our goalies, I believe, is Klinsmann's son, who's injured. Now, I don't know if he would have been our top guy.
Oh, really? I don't know. I don't know who that is.
I'm pretty sure. You're aware of him?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he would be in the mix, and he has obviously a better pedigree.
How old is he?
I don't know. He's 23, something.
Yeah,
he's a kid.
Yeah.
He just he had an injury, and I put him out of the mix.
We were always able to. That was our fallback. I don't know if it's because we grew up with hand-eye coordination in this country. We play a lot of ball sports.
Well, it's probably a little bit easier to be a great goalie than any of the other stuff.
Yeah, because you don't
have to touch the ball.
The touches, yeah. You don't get outclassed.
You just kind of be a big goon.
You just be a great athlete.
Good timing.
Good timing.
The corner stuff is very difficult. But our guy, he looked frozen on the corners. He almost killed Richards on the one play where he backed off, got him murdered. I mean, he was, after the first save, he was a disaster.
Yeah.
He was a disaster.
I should have known that it was going to be a loss when I saw some Belgian fan say, like, "Congrats, you got your best player reinstated," who, by the way, ranks 145th in the FIFA rankings.
Well, that's a great point. I actually knew we lost this is how sort of clueless I am. I didn't realize that Belgium's always like a top 10 team or something, or this one has been a top 10. As soon as they said they were a top 10 team, I went, oh, we're doomed. I thought Belgium was maybe more in our range. That's why I thought it was kind of doable.
No, they were definitely in the top 10 in the pre-World Cup odds to win.
Yeah. I didn't pay much attention. I paid attention to Argentina, Spain. That was about it. Brazil, a little bit.
All right, let's go to Ben in Silver Spring. He wanted to talk about the match last night. 800-636-1067.
I would think a lot of people would want to express some frustration, or they just want to, like Skins fans after a loss, just want to bury your head in the sand, act like it didn't happen. Yeah. I don't know. Ben, what's up?
You guys are going to give me some garbage today, but you sound like the bandwagon fans who don't know so much about the game and are falling off it.
Yep.
I don't know anything about the game, and what I saw, I don't know that they gave up as much as they got smoked by a much better team. Maybe they did.
Took their soul.
Maybe
they took everything from them.
themselves and stuff like that. But it reminds me of every year when we start the football season and we think we're going to be great again, and then we get disappointed and half the fans jump off the bandwagon.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, I'm off the bandwagon for 4 years, Ben.
I think I'm off the bandwagon forever.
And I knew you were going to say that, and I respect you for saying that.
Well, I'm off the bandwagon. I will tell you this. I don't care if you respect it or not. I could care less. I'm off the bandwagon forever. I will root for them. I'm off the bandwagon forever. This U.S. team will never accomplish anything of note in the world of soccer in our lifetimes. Now, my lifetime's short. I don't have much time left. But they will never do anything of note.
Oh, Eric, I'll make a deal with you.
They're never going to win. They're never going to win a World Cup. No chance.
No, they're not going to make semifinals.
Eric,
they probably won't make the quarters.
Probably won't make quarters.
In 4 years from now, can we please remind each other about this game?
How bad they are?
Yeah, about this game and how
relative
we get all
to the world.
How we get all of our expectations up and how we fall short and how it's just a gut punch.
Yeah, I actually had no expectations coming in until Zlatan and those guys said, yeah, they could win it. You remember that when they went around the round table and they said, you think they could win it? And then I think it was Zlatan and one other guy said, yeah. And then I was like, well, maybe these guys are experts.
I think they were just hyping them up. Do you think he truly believed that?
I don't think he
When you
truly
ca- when you
believed that
compared
they
them
were
all-
going to win, but I think he put it in his brain somehow that they could pull it off if they got a fortunate draw or something.
Right. Well, it was.
I don't think he ever thought they were the best team in the world.
It was ugly. All right, we'll be getting back into it later in the show. But when we come back, the Commanders signed another defensive back. We'll talk about that. Stay with us. All right, welcome back. We're not that far away from training camp for the Commanders.
Can I hear July 28th? Is that the date? Somewhere close to that date? That's like 3 weeks away.
Yeah, somewhere close to that.
That's crazy.
I think the rookies get there on the 24th or 25th. Vets get there at the 27th. I'm guessing practice starts. Maybe the practices do start on the 28th.
You know, you
28th or 29th.
You didn't do your bit that you normally do.
Which is?
Summer's over. After July 4th.
Oh, that's true. I didn't talk about that. Well,
Right?
it is.
I basically
I know
agree.
I know it doesn't feel like it, but it is.
I mean, some people would argue that maybe summer just started, whatever, by the calendar or whatever, but you can make the argument. It sure feels like once July 4th hits, everything just snowballs. Next thing you know, it's football, and it's over.
Right.
I mean, you still have heat, but...
I mean, it's kind of crazy. Some of the count. I know that in Loudoun County, schools go back mid-August.
Right.
I mean, it's crazy that schools go back mid-August.
Yeah.
I don't know why they don't go back right after Labor Day, but some of these counties are going back really early.
Rookies report on the 24th.
Yeah.
Veterans on the 28th.
Yeah, so maybe practices start on the 29th or 30th. So it's not that far away. Yeah. The fact that rookies get there in 17 days.
Yeah.
But the Commanders went out and signed a DB, Rasul Douglas, who was a third-round pick out of West Virginia by the Philadelphia Eagles back in 2017. He's a veteran. He's 30. He's played with a bunch of different teams. He was with Philly for 3 years, Carolina after that during COVID. Played on the practice squad with a few different teams. Went to the Packers for 3 years, Bills, and then last year he was with the Dolphins. But the Commanders signed him. Mm-hmm. And I'm reading here that basically they're just still a little concerned about Trey Amos's broken leg from last year, and he hasn't been practicing because he's not fully recovered yet. But it's going slow, so they bring in another guy for depth. Who knows? But they were also talking about how Trey Amos's numbers last year weren't that great. Now he missed 7 games, but his reception percentage allowed was 68%. Doesn't sound great. Receiving yards allowed was 325. I believe that was second highest on the team, even though he missed 7 games. The QB rating allowed when targeted on 108, and he was a bad tackler. There was only one guy worse, and I think that was Antonio Hamilton Sr. for the highest missed tackle rate.
I thought just from
I thought he made some good plays.
I thought he made some plays just from the eye test. I thought he passed my eye test. I'm sure all of those stats are valid. I'm sure they're valid. But I thought the eye test looked like we had something that we can work with.
Yeah.
But I do think it is probably more indicative of sort of his health status than they're just like down on him completely as a talent.
Yeah, that's what I believe.
That's more of my gut. Who knows? But I was a little bit surprised, and I don't think it's a great sign for him. Maybe being ready to start the season. But it's always a good thing to add depth, and it looks like they picked up a solid player. So I think all in all, you gotta. I was pleased with it. I was surprised by it, but I was pleased with it.
Are you concerned about you got new defensive coordinator, new offensive coordinator, new DC? Are you concerned about the secondary? I'm not as concerned about the secondary as maybe some people, because I believe that they added a couple guys, especially with Nick Cross coming in at strong safety.
Yeah, I like what they did with Nick. I know everybody loves the leadership of Robertson, the guy from the
Detroit.
Lions.
Yeah, Nick Robertson.
And I think his stats also, his metrics are pretty bad, but they point out that the guys that cover the team, that he was being asked to do something he really shouldn't be doing. He was covering other teams' ones.
Right.
So I think more in a role more fit for him. I think he'll be fine. I think the pass rush is going to be so good. So much improved. Let's put it this way. I don't know how good. It's going to be so much improved that I think it's going to obviously make your DBs look a little better.
Yeah, I think the DBs, there's just more depth.
And I think that's, by the way...
and you're bringing in a defensive coordinator who was a DB's coach.
Exactly.
I think they're just going to get better based on leadership and coaching.
Right. That's it. That's his thing. So I would expect the DBs... I actually am expecting defensively for the first time in a long time that this is going to be a fun team to watch, and we're not just going to sit there and just try to figure out, are we going to give up a touchdown or a field goal? What are we going to give up on this drive?
Right.
Is there going to be a touchdown or a field goal?
Last
Because
year,
we're not making a stop.
Right. Because last year you expected it, and usually it was a touchdown.
Are we going to give up 7, or are we going to maybe they'll try a field goal? Maybe we could pray they miss one.
Yeah. And of course, when they got the ball back, they were 3 and out for the most part.
Yeah. So I actually, although I am scared by the schedule, that's my reality check. So if you ever hear me getting overly carried away by some of these, acquisitions and where we kind of look on paper, just remind me that I think the schedule's pretty daunting. But
schedule's not easy, but of course it'll come down to how David Blau is going to use Jaden, whether he's going to be on the field or not, which I think he will. I think they're going to protect him a lot more. But just in terms of the defense, I do believe the defense is going to be fun to watch because they're going to get after quarterbacks. And I think they're going to cause turnovers. I think the DBs are going to be much better than they were last year. Last year, they were just bad. They weren't just bad defending the pass. They were bad tackling.
Yeah, but they've upgraded so much, especially with the front 7. I mean, you still have some guys there. You still have Payne and Kinlaw and those guys. But with Oweh, Chenal, I expect Styles to make some plays even though he's a rookie. Chason. I mean, they upgraded pretty significantly. And then if you could get a little bit of a comeback year from Frankie Louvu, find a role that fits him a little better. I don't know, man. I'm excited.
I think I could talk about this. But so Sonny Styles is in the market for a house in Ashburn. And I've got a friend who is moving to Rehoboth. They're building a house in Rehoboth, so they're selling their house here in Loudoun County in Ashburn. Got a beautiful house. Sonny Styles liked it so much he came back a second time and walked through it. But he wants a pool. So he doesn't have a pool.
But can you accommodate a pool? Does he have the yard to accommodate a pool?
Oh yeah, of course. But he doesn't. I mean, to build a pool and it's
too much hassle.
It probably is. He probably just wants to buy a house with a pool. Anyway, so I got another buddy who lives in the same neighborhood who does have a pool. Sonny walked through his house, but didn't like the house. So he liked the house.
The pool.
He loved the pool, just didn't like the house.
Yeah, but if you like the house,
I think his house.
Just build a pool.
I think the house is great. I don't know why. I'm talking about the one with the pool.
Yeah, but okay, whatever. He didn't like the house.
He didn't like it. Yeah,
I'm sure it's a great house. But if you like the house, the other house that doesn't have a pool, just put a pool in.
Apparently, his girlfriend really wants the pool.
Yeah, I bet. I mean,
so
the pools in this area are. Sometimes I feel a little silly because you can only open them for a couple months.
Yeah,
it's not like Florida,
right? I mean, 5 months.
When I see a guy with a nice pool and envious of it, how fun does that look?
Sonny Styles definitely wants a house with a pool, but I don't know if he's going to end up buying my buddy's house without the pool and build one. But my buddy was getting all jacked. He said, "Bro, Sonny Styles came back a second time." I said, "Well, hopefully he puts an offer." But he bailed. He wants a house with a pool. So anyway, so the Commanders add a guy. Training camp's going to be here in 17, 18 days. It's right around the corner, man.
Oh, it's right around the corner. But are we going to have Chris Patrick on next? Talk about teams that have upgraded.
Yeah, we'll talk about some Caps hockey with the general manager of the Washington Capitals next, Chris Patrick.
The American run is done at the World Cup. The U.S. beaten by Belgium last night, 4-1 in the round of 16. Same team that knocked the U.S. out in 2014 does it again in 2026. Belgians took the lead early in the 9th minute. U.S. struck back. Malik Tillman tied it up midway through the first half on a free kick goal, his second of the tournament. But just moments later, Belgium scored again to regain the lead for good. A goalkeeping blunder by the U.S. led to their third goal, with the fourth and final goal coming late in the match in stoppage time to seal the Americans' fate. Baseball, plenty of runs last night. Big night for the Nats. They outscored the Houston Astros 12-11. C.J. Abrams hit a 3-run homer. James Wood a grand slam to cap a 6-run fifth inning. Nats end their 2-game skid. They'll play the Astros again tonight in D.C., 6:45 first pitch here on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Welcome back to the Junks, live on 106.7 The Fan. Of course, the Team 980, 910 The Fan in Richmond, and you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network celebrating 30 years of the Junkies, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. M Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. It's Bish and Bick, hour number 2, and we're going to be joined by Caps GM Chris Patrick here in a couple minutes. But Ovi did have his presser yesterday that you could have heard here on the Fan. And I know Matt's got I didn't hear it, so I didn't know what was said. But Matt's got
some of the audio.
You've
read the quotes, I'm sure,
and something interesting about Ovi's wife and her decision.
Did you seriously consider retiring?
Me?
Yeah, you.
Well, you never know, like, because how I said, like, the last season was hard emotionally with all the trades and all those situations what happened with the team, and then how I said, I was talking to my wife, and she's like, okay, let's go one more year.
Well, actually, there's more to it, but I can say it myself. He says, let's go one more year, maybe 2 years, and then he keeps saying that, and then I'm telling you, this guy loves
his wife said that.
Yes,
yeah,
apparently he said, or he might have thrown that in,
right.
But then he alluded to the fact that every day the kids would ask, "Dad, you coming back? Dad, you coming back?" Right? So she noticed how much the kids are into it.
Right.
He obviously, if you have kids, if your kids are into it, they want to see what you do. They love it. I was struck by the video that we had last year that everybody saw, where he had the boys over and some of the guys from the team, and they're all just playing hockey in the house.
Right.
Like, this is how hockey crazy this family is.
Yes, they are.
They're freaking playing hockey in like the family room. So. Yeah, Alex is back. I think we have Chris Patrick here on, the GM from the Caps, and we have a lot of questions about all of their additions, including the big one, bringing back Ovi. Chris, how are you? Thanks for joining us.
Hey, good to be on. How's it going, guys?
What's up, man? We
well.
haven't talked to you in a while. It's good to have you back early on a Tuesday.
I have a question for him.
Okay, go ahead.
So, all these moves that you were making, last year disappointing, not to make the playoffs. Obviously, we get it. You guys are perennially there. I'm personally not too concerned. I think you guys will be back. But you make some moves, and there were two ways you could look at it. At least I thought, from the outside looking in. Right? If you're clueless, if you're clueless like me, you're going, well, are they doing all of this because they don't need Ovi? Or are they, to prove that, hey, we don't need it, we're just gonna add and whatever? Or are you doing this to attract Ovi? Were any of those mindsets sort of factoring in your brain?
No, I mean, I think the way we looked at it was these were needs we had, with or without Alex. We've been trying to add top 6 level forwards for a couple years. We took a swing on a couple guys and missed, last summer and during the season last season. And so that was definitely, a high priority for us going into the off season. If Alex comes back, we work the roster around that. If he doesn't come back, we have a different roster that we're going to work with. But these were needs one way or the other, and we were glad we were able to get a couple guys.
I know from the outside looking in, again, a lot of us thought last year was going to be it for Alex, but he led you guys in points and goals, and it kind of became obvious that the guy still wanted to play, and then he flat out said, "Hey, a great deal would be get another contract from the GM." Did you? So he kind of let the cat out of the bag as far as I was concerned months ago. Did you kind of feel like all along in the back of your mind that Alex was going to be back, or were you kind of back and forth on that?
Yeah, I was back and forth. When he said that, that's kind of the day after the season ends. There's a lot of emotions, for guys. And then as they get away, they start to reflect on things. And so I figured he'd get away. He'd reflect on the season, on his body, on his life, on his family, and kind of make a more informed decision. For me, where I started thinking, I feel like he's probably coming back is after we were able to get the Jordan Kyrou and Alex Tuck. Since we hadn't heard yet definitively from him, I felt like he's still got to be thinking about it. And we get a couple of guys like this, it's got to be pretty appealing to him. So that's when I was like, if we haven't heard that he's not coming back at this point, I feel like we got a pretty good chance that he is coming back after making those moves.
Yeah. So talk about real quick. We're going to get into the guys you guys signed, but just talk about Ovi's role this year with all these new additions. Is it going to be pretty much the same, or do you expect maybe the minutes tick down a little bit because all these other guys that you signed are obviously going to have to be out there?
Yeah, I mean, I think across the board, some of our guys might have a little bit less in terms of minutes than what they had last year. I think some guys we ran them pretty hard on a game-to-game basis just because we needed them out there. We didn't have the depth that this team has. I think this team is pretty balanced. Like all 4 of our centers can make plays. They can all defend. They're all kind of 200-foot players. So we'll be able to have, top to bottom, a pretty good group of forwards. So he'll be, all our wingers will be able to move around the lineup fairly seamlessly and be used in different situations. So I feel like his usage will be pretty similar to last year, where Carves will be looking to get him out in offensive situations, looking to get him out against other teams, 3rd and 4th lines ideally, where he can kind of try to make hay and create offense and score goals. And minutes wise, I mean, a lot of his minutes are generated off of power play, and I'm sure Carves has some ideas with the personnel we have now, and with some of our younger kids like Hudson and Ryan Leonard and Ilya Protas, how he wants to run the power plays this year. So we'll see how that plays out. Yeah,
we had Alex on the show late last week, and he's just really excited. I mean, you could tell. You're bringing him in for Buffalo. He's a veteran. You brought in Alex Tuck. You brought in Kyrou from St. Louis. So just talk about those 2 guys again. So start with Alex Tuck. What are his strengths?
Yeah, I mean, big body, 200-foot game, can score goals, can defend, can penalty kill. Just a real well-rounded player. Also, I think from a leadership and veteran standpoint, top notch in both those qualities as well. Just a good team guy, a good leader. A big north-south offensive and defensive guy on the wing is nice piece to have.
Yeah. All right, talk about Kyrou, who you brought in from St. Louis.
And how difficult was it to move Connor?
Yeah, that was hard. We've been talking on Jordan for a while with St. Louis. They made it clear early in last season that they were open for business on some of their higher end guys, and with any team when we're talking trades, we're trying to add to our current roster. So that means you're talking picks and prospects, and and we have a really good group of prospects right now. And so every team immediately goes to the Ryan Leonards and the Cole Hudsons, and we just can't do that for a trade. So it took a while to get to a point where we got them off those names. And Connor was just a name that was, he's a really good player. He could be a 60 to 70 point guy next year. And you have contract control with him. So he's a really nice piece for a team to get in a trade. So I knew if we included him, it might be able to get them off some of those bigger name prospects. And so, yeah, it was tough to see him go. And, I think he's going to do really well there. But, Jordan is kind of a piece we've been missing in our top six, I think, over the last couple of seasons. Just kind of a higher skilled guy, can make a lot of plays, can make plays off the rush. He has some speed in his game. He's kind of he's a quick strike type guy. He'll kind of lay in the weeds, and then all of a sudden he'll have the puck and get around a D-man and make a play or get a shot on net. He's good on the entries on the power play, which we've had issues with over the last couple of seasons. So he brings kind of more of that higher skill level to our top six, and more of an offensive type guy.
How's that work when you make some of these trades? You trade a prospect, you trade a guy like McMichael. Like you say, he could be a 70-point guy. Don't you deep down? I mean, you want him to succeed. You like him. He's going to love the family, all that. But don't you kind of don't really want him to go out there and just ball out and have a career year? Or you know what I mean? I'm saying this somewhat tongue in cheek, but you don't want to have any regrets either. I don't know.
No, I know. It's hard. I mean, I think at the end of the day, for me, I'd rather the trade works out for both teams, than try to win a trade. I just think it's a harder way to do business. We have to live with the fact that Mikey could go out and have a great year, and that could happen, and that's kind of the risk of doing business and making trades like this. But no, I always, you get a relationship with these guys, especially Connor, because when I was more involved with the Hershey stuff before I became general manager, I mean, Connor and the Hendricks, who we also traded, they won a Calder Cup with us in Hershey, and so I have a long relationship with them. So you have a personal relationship, and you want to see them do well, no matter what happens.
So, as a GM, and you and BMAC, and talking about how frustrating last season was, not making the playoffs. And I'm sure it was certainly frustrating for fans. But with all these guys that you brought in, you brought in 6 or 7 guys, and you just kind of gave us the background on most of them. How good do you feel about this roster right now?
Yeah, I feel good. I think, like I said, we addressed a lot of the issues we were looking to address. And a guy like Boone Jenner brings, a bottom 6, two-way player, a former captain from another team, which to bring that kind of leadership is huge. And Vinny Desharnais brings some size to the back end. So, one of the issues we got into last year is when some of the injuries came, we had a lot harder time scoring goals and staying in games. So by having this kind of depth, hopefully we stay healthy, but if we're not healthy, hopefully we have enough depth to manage through some injuries and continue to pile up points in the standings.
So talk about some of these other guys. You mentioned Jenner, but you brought in Josh Dunn, you brought in Johnny Brodzinski, you brought in Justin Hull. I don't know much about these other names, but you just kind of adding to the depth of the roster. Can you talk about some of those other guys you brought in?
Yeah, exactly that. Helps our organizational depth. In Hershey right now, we have a lot of young players. They're going to be good players, but when you couple that with having some young players on the NHL group and Leonard, Hudson, Protas, sort of, you just want to be careful how many young guys you're throwing into the NHL lineup at one time. Just because, there's still a learning curve there, even though they're all fantastic players. There's still a learning curve there. There's still mistakes that'll be made. So adding guys like that, these are experienced guys. These are all guys that have played in the NHL. And, it just gives you other options, other elements that you can put in there that what you're going to get. Carbs will know, okay, I'm putting Justin Hull in the lineup. I know what he's going to give me over 10 to 15 minutes tonight. And, Again, with injuries and the way these seasons play out, the more better players you can have in your system, the better.
So where I should know this, but I don't. Where are you in terms of like cap room and that kind of stuff, or other moves and some flexibility you might want to make, between now and the start of the season, and then once the season gets going?
Yeah, we're pretty much
strapped. You're strapped.
Yeah. The credit card's full. The statement's coming and I got to pay it, but
I got to relate.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, these are the kind of moves for now, and then we'll get to camp and see. If there's anything, if we're doing anything, we're probably sending a body out to create space. But for now, I think we're probably a pretty good spot for heading into the season.
How does that work, in the off season when you're talking to Ted and you're talking to Brian and about, adding to the roster? Does Ted come in and say, look, we need to make the playoffs. We need to win another Stanley Cup. Whatever you need, you got it. Is that how the conversation kind of goes?
Well, it's been more, we've always just kind of operated on the assumption that we can go right to the cap, and it's been that way for a long time. And so unless Ted comes and says, hey, this is our internal budget this year, we just kind of operate under that assumption. And, we have some calls with Ted. We had some calls with him, every off season we do, but we have some calls with him kind of heading into the draft, just how the draft's looking and what the plans are for the off season. And we kind of ran through a lot of these scenarios and where these guys are and what they might get in free agency. And unless he has a really adverse reaction to any of the ideas, we kind of just plow ahead and move forward and go from there. I mean, Ted's really good. I think he's been around long enough to know, and I think he trusts us enough that he lets us do our thing and trusts that we'll make the right decisions for the organization.
Well, you can't accuse him of not spending. I look up on Puckpedia. They have 0.9% left in the total cap space. Okay.
Well, he also gave Trae Young $200 million.
Yeah, forget about that. Yeah, what they've even done with the Wizards. But listen, Chris, it's been great having you. I'd love to get you on more throughout the season. Always. We've said this for the last few years, but I really believe it's true. You guys have done an unbelievable job. It's very difficult. You didn't have to tank. You've threaded the needle, right, between keeping the old guys, maybe transitioning a couple out every year, and still bringing in new talent, new young players. It's really been phenomenal to watch. Even though you didn't make the playoffs last year, as far as you guys have that equity.
It's going to be a different year.
As far as I'm concerned. And, the way you're doing it is very impressive from afar.
Well, I really appreciate that, and that's kind of been the goal here. I think we got, a really good group of players. Tom Wilson, Jacob Chikrin, Pierre-Luc Dubois, Logan Thompson. I mean, this is a good core group of players that we have for several years. So if we get the right pieces around them, I think it's a competitive team, and like you guys know, you get in the playoffs and you roll the dice and see what happens, but you got to get there first. So hopefully, this is a team that can do that for the next several years.
Remind us when the opening day of camp is. What's the date?
Oh man, I have to actually look. I think it's right around the second week of September.
Okay, so it'll be here before you know it.
I'm sure we'll be there.
Yeah. And if you blink, you'll miss it. It's a quick camp now. It's basically a couple of weeks, 4 exhibition games, and then we're off and running. And so,
wow.
So it's a quick one. Yeah.
Very exciting. Well, thank you again, Chris. We appreciate it. Always a pleasure having you on.
Yeah, man.
Thanks, guys. It's good talking to you.
Thank you, man.
Yeah.
Chris Patrick, GM of Caps.
If you're a Caps fan, you got to feel like you're in great hands. Right?
Oh, yeah.
You got to feel like you're in great hands.
Well, I mean, just based on who they brought in, I think it's 7 guys, maybe 8.
Yeah.
They're not messing around this year.
Nope. They got looks like on paper, it looks like they got a great squad.
That's what I mean. Yeah. But with all the guys they had coming back, especially the young guys, man, it's going to be, I think it's going to be a fun year. So hopefully they get off to a great start, and we'll have Chris Patrick on as much as we can during the season. All right. Got to get back into the World Cup, right? It was a bummer last night.
Want to hear from people. How frustrated are you?
Yeah, did you watch it? How you feeling about it? 800-636-1067. I was just looking forward to Friday at 3 against Spain. I mean, that would have been awesome.
No, it would have been a disaster.
That's fine,
thankful
but you know what?
We're not playing
that would have been all gravy. That would have been gravy. If we would have lost 5-0, that's fine. At least we got to the quarters.
What a big gross.
But last night, I mean, that was kind of embarrassing. I was very disappointed. Were you disappointed? 800-636-1067. Give us a call.
All right, guys. EB here for FanDuel. On the biggest stage in the world, FanDuel is changing the game. That's right, people. Pay attention. Because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. Well, not anymore. With FanDuel's Super Sub, if your player subbed out, your bet stays in. I wish they would have subbed out Pulisic a lot earlier yesterday. If Spain subs out Yamal, why would they? I don't know. You still get his points when the sub comes in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on, even with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. Get a little extra insurance. All you have to do, visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now. That's FanDuel.com/local. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. Present in D.C. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Last night it sucked for a couple different reasons. First of all, it's Monday night. All right, Mondays.
Didn't want to stay up?
Mondays suck.
Yeah, but 8 o'clock start wasn't bad.
I know for you,
that's like
it's not bad. For me, it's especially on a Monday. It's
but I think
bad.
for most normal people, 8 o'clock is within
normal
the realm
people.
of
It is.
reason.
I'm just talking about the fact that it's a Monday night.
Yeah,
I hate Mondays. All right, but then of course, what happened on the field, on the pitch, with Belgium destroying the United States 4-1.
Well, we had so much enthusiasm built up as the tournament progressed. I personally didn't have huge expectations. I know I talked about this earlier. I talked about it several times leading up to all this. I didn't really even know many of these guys other than Pulisic.
True.
But they got off to such a hot start, and then
I was buying in.
Yeah, I mean I bought into they were playing a different style, that they're a more attacking style. They weren't just sort of just backing it in and then trying to counter and steal a couple goals. They were playing aggressive. I think they got a legit coach. I mean, it didn't work out, but I think that Pochettino was a good hire. And so I bought in. Hey, man, they're taking it to them. They've got some guys here that maybe they can make a run. And then after they won a game or two, and you have guys like Zlatan and all these other analysts going, I remember distinctly, they went around the table and they said, can they win? Can the U.S. win this World Cup? And a couple guys were hemming and hawing, but a couple of them said, yeah. Now, I don't think they meant they were the favorites, but if everything broke their way, maybe they could steal something. Certainly surprise you and make a little run. And it seemed like the draw was kind of in their favor. This Belgium matchup, in hindsight, looked overwhelming, but you thought, well, maybe that's a team you can knock off. We had Sebastian on yesterday, and he thought it was a 50-50 shot.
I was just buying in based on what all the so-called experts were saying. Everyone in the media saying, man, this win over Paraguay, when we destroyed them 4-1.
Yeah.
And then
kind of like a game changer.
Then shut out Australia. Now, we played the backups against Turkey, so I didn't put a lot into that. But then beating Bosnia in the first round, or I guess, I don't know if you call it the first round, but round of 32, 2-0. I was just buying in.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I mean, that's just the way I looked at it. And then all these experts were saying it's the most talent we've ever had. Now, they did question the goaltender, the goalkeeper. They said it's a first-year coach. But I was just kind of buying in. And then we had Sebastian Salazar on yesterday. He goes, you know what? It's a 50-50 shot. I mean, Belgium's good, but we're better than a lot of people expected. So I was just buying into all of that hype. Plus, we're playing here.
Yeah.
We're playing in Seattle.
Yeah, and I was kind of getting caught up in the last few hours. I mean, fans were obviously geeked up. I know I had Fox on sort of all day, and I was hearing throughout the day as I'm walking around the house, USA, USA. I'm getting fired up. I go downstairs, watch the game. I'm going to watch it on the 4K. We're going all out here for this one.
Right.
And then, as Drabby mentioned, to immediately be forced to make a miraculous save in like the first minute. And then give up the first goal like 8 minutes in. It was, and Pulisic turning it over the first 2 times he touched it. It became pretty obvious to even the most casual observer that we were being overwhelmed.
Yeah.
That it was going to take a miracle to pull that off last night.
And even if you're just a casual soccer fan or don't know anything about soccer, you just watch it and know that.
Yeah, exactly.
If you're a sports
you don't have
fan,
to be an expert at all.
If you notice that one of your best players, every time he's kicking the ball, he kicks it to the other team, all right, that's bad. And it happened 11 times.
Yeah.
All right, 11.
It took me 2 touches to realize Pulisic wasn't going to really be super helpful.
And I don't understand what was going. I understand he had the injury before these matches started, but was that just a mental thing? Did he just have a mental block last night?
I don't know. I
mean, he's been playing international soccer for how many years?
I know, but this is the biggest stage. And they made a point of saying it during the game, too, and I thought it was a relevant statement that Belgium is used to playing big games like this, right? They play big games like this all the time. For most of our squad, that was the biggest game of their lives.
Right.
And it looked like it.
Right. So they're just dialed in on a matchup like that.
Yeah, and they're just going to take advantage. There's no substituting experience, and I thought they were bigger, stronger, faster on the whole.
Do you guys put anything into that? The Balogun overturned red card fired them up.
Fired them up more. I mean,
they said that afterwards.
I know, and I heard them say that before, and that gave me a little pause. But then I thought about it.
But I mean, are they going to give less effort if Balogun is not on the field.
Exactly.
Well, yeah,
So
but if
that's
you
what-
feel like you got screwed over in the force and it's you against the world,
Yeah.
literally,
Yeah.
maybe
it might lock you the F in because we were not locked in last night. We had zero intensity.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering
yeah, but
why.
we weren't as good too.
We were not as good. They had 6 shots on goals in the first 10 minutes. We had none.
Yeah.
We were not as good, but they wanted it more
But we
from
all-
the very
But
first
I think
minute.
they would have anyway. I don't think they would have given less effort
but-
just because.
But
of
we
the Ballard
destroyed
stuff.
Paraguay, and Paraguay almost beat France.
Yeah.
Couldn't you
I
make-
think we were better. I think we were better than people are saying. I think last night was just one of those.
Do you think it was an anomaly?
Professional teams they just don't show up.
I think they exposed how inexperienced our goalie was, and they said going in that our back line was suspect, and it all
But
played
that
out.
first goal, I don't put it on him because our 3 defenders just stood there and they let the ball just bounce.
Understood. But there were some
I mean,
other
most
times
guys-
where
most
he
guys
didn't
gonna give
give
up that.
goals where he looked like a clown.
No, I agree.
Couldn't you make the argument that it was the U.S. against the world because everyone hated the fact that you're able to make a phone call to FIFA and get your best player back.
Yes,
and everyone hates you because you're able to wield your influence.
Yeah, the entire World Cup hated
But,
us.
but again, I still think if they played that game 10 times, it would be a miracle to win 2 of them against that team.
Maybe.
That's
Yeah.
how big the talent discrepancy appeared
I mean,
to
they
be.
were clearly much better. But I'm just wondering why Pulisic played so poorly.
Because he's not that good.
Is that what it is?
Yes.
Why was he getting hyped up before the World Cup?
I don't know. They've made a point.
He's been hyped up for 10 years.
Yeah, why? I don't get it.
He's always
He
injured.
peaked at a friendly after the prom. He went to prom, had a goal in a friendly at 17, and everyone ran with that.
Were they?
That's when he peaked.
Should he have not been on the roster?
No, he should have been on the
of course,
roster,
he's a
but
good
he
player.
Not a starter.
by the
I don't know.
end of his
I don't know.
Chelsea run, whatever it was, a few years ago, he was just kind of he is what he is. He was no longer Captain America, this nickname that he was going to get us over the hump. He's
Right.
just he's not that guy.
He's not that guy. All right.
He's just not that guy.
I'll trust you on that.
He looked like a scrawny shrimp compared to all these other
He
guys.
did. He did.
I mean, you could say, well,
yeah,
Messi's
but
not big,
a lot of these guys are small and
I
just
know,
quick
but-
and just great.
To me, they all looked bigger.
He was
stronger,
giving the
faster.
ball to the other team every time he touched it.
I know he was a disaster.
Especially if idiots like us can notice the difference within the first 2 minutes of the game.
Yeah.
That's when you know it's.
I agree. All right, so you have some audio, right? I asked Valdez to draft.
Yeah, we're gonna take
we
calls
played
here in a
some
second.
Carly. Yeah, want to hear from you. 800-636-1067. Maybe you're just a diehard soccer guy, U.S. guy, and you think, you know what? It's just one of those games like Jason's throwing out there potentially. If we played them tomorrow, it would be totally different. It just went sideways on them. Or you think, you know what? That was a reality check. But we played Carly Lloyd audio earlier. I was impressed with her analysis. She really called out Pulisic. Lallis tried to put a little bow tie on it a little bit, say they made some advances and you should be proud. I don't know. I'm pretty depressed. This is Hercules Gomez, right? Talking about the performance after the game.
Can't drive forward. He took the legs out of the U.S. men's national team. And once they struck first, which was a staple of the U.S. men's national team, to strike in those first 10 minutes, it really knocked the wind out of the U.S. men's national team. And you saw just terrible individual performances from big players at the worst possible moment. Serginho Dest was the worst player on the field, and Mauricio Pochettino took him out at halftime. A player who was constantly losing the ball, who may have been at fault for one, if not 2 goals. The ball he lets bounce, the first goal. The second goal that Trossard torches him. And then Tim Ream, one of the more reliable ball-playing backs, is not a defending center back. And I know that sounds silly to say, but he's there because he does certain things with the ball at his foot. Gets dunked on by De Ketelaere. Gets posterized. And you're in the hole. You're behind the 8 ball before the game even has a chance to get going. And then other players don't show up. Christian Pulisic comes off injured. You give up silly goals. The first time that Matt Freese gets tested in this World Cup is minute 1. The second time is him playing out of the back, gets his pocket picked, and Tim Ream can't bail him out, and it's the 3rd goal. It was one error after another that snowballed and sent the U.S. men's national team to a psyche that they could never overcome.
That play right there with the goalie, I don't know what he did, kicked the ground or missed the ball, whatever the hell he did, and then Ream couldn't sort of gather himself, just looked like a big dumb idiot. That was humiliating. That's about as low as you could feel as an American. We're tripping all over ourselves. I mean, come on.
And
I think Mike Marr could have protected the
Hey.
goal a little better.
You're talking about Mike Myers, not here.
Yeah.
Hey, Matt, could you play Carly Lloyd? I know we played it earlier. Play Carly Lloyd one more time because she was talking about Pulisic and who were kind of
She called him out. I'm proud of her for calling him out.
Yeah.
No, look, it's a bit of a downer for us being out here now after this loss, but I felt like they lost the game before they even stepped out onto the pitch, and I'm not sure why, and I don't know the reasons, but just from the beginning, just chasing, tentative, scared, just not confident on the ball. And I think big-time players, you wanted some of those big-time players to step up in big moments. And I got to be honest, I was a bit disappointed with Christian Pulisic. I think whether he wants to be the star of this team or not, we didn't see enough from him in this particular game and really the whole World Cup. Little glimpses here and there, but, look, aside from this loss, I think on the brighter storyline, it's been a fantastic World Cup. This team has united the country. They have, gotten American fans to fall in love with them. And there is a bright future, but this is just a real disappointing loss to go out on.
Yeah.
I agree.
So Belgium's now going to play Spain on July 10th. You've got Norway playing England on the 11th. You got France playing Morocco, and of course, you've got two more matches
Are you
today.
less interested now because the U.S. is out? You got
I was
a lot
really
of guys that are
looking.
punched out.
I was really hoping to watch it on Friday at 3:00. That would have been really cool.
I had said.
I mean, I'm still going to wager on these matches. I'm going to bet on Argentina. I got Argentina in a bunch of different parlays for tonight. I don't know what to do on Swiss and Colombia. I'll have to text Sebastian, but I'm still going to bet on these games. I'm not looking forward to watching them like I was before.
I was surprised how disappointed I was in the U.S. because I wasn't super emotionally invested going in. I honestly wasn't, but I got caught up in it, yesterday and watching it. And I was pained by the performance. I still can't wait to see Messi. I can't wait to see Spain play again and Yamal and those guys. The superstars still capture my attention.
Yeah.
So I'll still be locked in.
Yeah. I'm still going to watch most of them. I'm not sure how much I'll be focused on them like I was before, but I do need Argentina today at 12. I like the fact that it's a 12 o'clock start.
All right, let's bang out some of these calls. We'll do it when we come back. We got Eric, we got Johnny, we got Michael, we got others that want to chime in. How disappointed are you? Or are you taking a positive from it, the way the country sort of embraced soccer and the way, we kind of put a little scare into people in the first couple rounds? Maybe you're overall encouraged. I'm not, but we want to hear from you. 800-636-1067. Don't go anywhere.
Belgium beats the U.S. 4-1 last night. It was ugly. It was ugly from the start. It was ugly 8 minutes into the game. Of course, the U.S. was able to tie it, but momentum was really never on their side.
Well, they tied it for about 61 seconds.
Yeah, exactly.
And then you knew it was over.
Yeah, so we're taking your calls. So you feeling like we are? It was just a bummer. I mean, I was into it. I don't watch soccer other than certainly the World Cup or the Olympics, but I was into it this year, mostly because of all the hype that this team was getting and the fact that we were hosting. That was pretty cool. I mean, just watching all these matches at all these NFL stadiums, it's packed. It wasn't an empty seat in any of these stadiums. It's nuts.
No, people were feeling it. I mean, the country's done a great job of embracing it and supporting it. I'm excited about that. Let's go to Michael in Alexandria. Michael, what's up, buddy?
Hey, good morning, fellas. How y'all doing today?
Doing great. How are you?
Doing good. So, yeah, I think, it was definitely disappointing to see how the results of last night turned out. In reality, though, it does show the difference in talent in the European market compared to the U.S. market. Even though we do have some players that play over there, it's still just the majority of the U.S. team just couldn't do anything with Belgium. It was great to see the crowd and the hype that we all had this, probably because we were hosting the tournament. And if we were the tournament somewhere else, I don't know if the hype would be the same. But also, I do want to say, I don't know what's up with Pulisic. I do know that he's a bum and he's overrated. I appreciate him for all he's done for the country, but yeah, he's just been overrated for a while now. Appreciate y'all, fellas.
He's a bum. I appreciate what you've done, but you're a bum.
I mean, I kind of feel that way. Yeah. I feel bad for him. I'm sure he's trying, and I'm sure he wasn't 100%. That's probably part of the reason why, he didn't look nearly.
You probably would have appreciated it more if he came out last night post game and said, "I sucked tonight."
Yeah, his response. Can you play that again, Valdez? Can you find it? You don't have to have it this second. But Pulisic's response after the game, it was, but it wasn't as sort of like gut punchy as I would expect it to be.
Right.
Frankly, I'll be honest with you. I knew I figured they probably wouldn't because he's been kind of the face of the team. But I would have benched him at halftime.
Yeah.
Based on performance, he would have been pulled.
I know you were in a lot of pain, had to be subbed off. What were you dealing with, fighting through?
Yeah, I mean, I just twisted my ankle and just sprained my ankle. I mean, it's just frustrating to end like that, of course. But now time to rest, so hopefully it'll be okay.
Not going to be okay for the American soccer, buddy.
No. It's the last World Cup match he'll play in.
What was the answer before you sprained the ankle?
Yeah, he was asked about the pain, so that's all he talked about. I wish he would have said, "Man, I
wish he would have said,
blew it tonight."
Yeah, I wish I could have done more. I'm unhappy with my performance.
Yep. All right, 800-636-1067.
All right, let's go to Johnny in Fredericksburg. Johnny, what's up, man? You're all with the Junkies.
Hey guys, thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
So I'm going to be a little rude here. I don't know if this offends people.
Don't curse.
That was the worst.
All right, go
I'm
ahead.
not going to curse. It was the worst pathetic performance I've ever seen any country exit in the World Cup in the history of my life, and I'm like 34 years old.
All right.
Like
it was
you're
embarrassing,
gonna have
wasn't
the
it?
president of the. I mean, just a play on the field, the lead up to it. You're gonna have the president on of the pretty much of the United States calling a favor to FIFA to have this guy's red card turn. The guy doesn't perform in the game. Like it's embarrassing. It's completely embarrassing. Like you guys, I feel like America has made a mockery of soccer, and like the soccer gods have punished them with this kind of game. Like I don't know how to explain it other than that, but that's just my personal belief on everything. Like.
All right, thank you, Johnny. Appreciate it. The part that,
Can't argue with you.
The goal that they gave up with the goalie misplayed it, and then a defender couldn't even get in front of it. I mean, that was just comically embarrassing.
Is that the second one or the third one?
Yeah, I think it was the third one.
Third one. Right.
I think it was the third one.
Yeah.
It was so embarrassing.
I'm not saying they weren't trying, but I'm
sure they were trying.
But it's just almost it almost looked like a lack of effort or just like a lack of
concentration.
Maybe? I think that's a lack of conviction.
Lack of resolve. Or
you know how sometimes when you're playing anything, you don't have it. You're not going to win this one. Do you know how that? I mean, that happens.
Yeah, that happens sometimes.
You get to do it. You go. You know what? We're just not good enough.
Yeah, but I think one of the staples of this country is you kind of pick yourself up and you try hard.
I
right?
agree.
Yeah, they just didn't even
I
bounce
thought some
back.
of those guys were again. The guy Tillman that was running the left side up and down, I thought he was balling. I actually thought Balogun made some attempts. Like, I thought he wasn't horrible. I don't know. Let's go to Steve in Kensington. Steve, what's up, buddy? You're all the Junkies.
Well, good morning, boys. You know what? The great experiment is over. I've had it with soccer. You know, the future's bright. How is the future bright when we've got millions of kids playing in all these clubs and we get beat by a country that's as big as Ohio? 12 million people beat our country. Mm-hmm. As a buddy of mine said last night, we had 2 shots on goal. Let Europe have the sport. It's over. You know what we can rally behind and where development actually worked and we won? Hockey. That showed that, you know, a sport that wasn't ours to begin with, if we develop kids, if we do it the right way, we can compete and win, both men and women. So enough with this narrative of the future's bright. If that's the best that we can do as a country and lose to a country that has almost as many people as the state of Ohio, the experiment's over. Enough. Turn the page. Let Europe have it. Great for all the companies that made a lot of money, you know, with everybody coming over here. That's awesome. Great. Have fun. But enough with this narrative that the future is bright for U.S. soccer. No, it isn't.
Yeah, that sentiment.
Bickle agrees with you.
I certainly agree.
I feel like we've been saying that for a long time, and I think Steve has a very good point about how I actually think U.S. hockey maybe buoyed the World Cup a little bit. Like maybe
you thought it was possible.
It was possible. They did it. Like, yeah, because U.S. doesn't dominate a sport like hockey, and they went and they beat Canada in the final.
Yeah,
like that's kind of So I think maybe felt resonated a little more that you're hosting the World Cup, so maybe you have a little bit of that puncher's chance like they did.
We've always been closer, though, in hockey than we are in soccer, right? I mean, hell, we won the big win in 1980 over the Russians. Mm-hmm. It's kind of like, I've been thinking about it, you know, it's on a much, much smaller scale, but like, say, you know, in the lacrosse world, if you're from Kansas or something, you're not going to be some lacrosse star from Kansas. You got to be from Long Island. You got to be from Baltimore. You got to be from, you know, maybe Texas. I mean, but you know what I'm saying? There's certain hotbed areas.
Sure.
In soccer, culturally, you know, just as a country, it's just not going to happen.
I know.
It's just not going to happen.
And I don't understand with
for
all
the men.
I don't get it with all the people we have in this country.
It's not about the people. It's the culture.
Especially with all the internationals.
Listen, you could be a great athlete in Kansas in lacrosse, but you're not playing against the best competition. You're not getting the reps that they're getting on Long Island since they were 1 year old, you know, walking around with their sticks or whatever. It's a rough analogy, but work with me. In soccer, we're just not going to get the quality touches and the number of touches against elite competition that they do around the rest of the world. We're just not. It's not ever going to happen.
Because it's just not, the sport just isn't popular enough here.
Not big enough
for the youth.
Yes, it's big, but we don't have the training and we don't have our kids. Sure, we all spend money on travel sports. Believe me, I spend as much as anyone, but especially in soccer, they're not getting the kind of training and they're not getting the kind of hours and they're not going against the kind of competition that's happening naturally around the world.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
It's just disappointing. Let's take one more call before we go to break.
All right. Let's go to Juan in Fairfax. Juan, what's up, buddy?
What's going on, guys? This should be ashamed of themselves. They should be ashamed of themselves. They put on a show like this for the world to see, and you're going up against good players, but you're supposed to have that dog in you. But you'll never see the basketball team or the hockey team put on a show like they did last night. They should be ashamed of themselves.
Well, they were outclassed.
They should be ashamed.
It was just obvious they were outclassed.
They were outclassed, but if you got to put work in, you gotta have that dog in you. Where's that dog? You didn't have that dog because
had a couple guys
play like a whip.
Yeah, we didn't see it. We didn't
Thank
see it
you,
last
Juan.
night.
Thank you. I appreciate the sentiment. I don't know, 800-636-1067. If you want to chime in, we still can. I find it fascinating. This was supposed to be our moment, right? This is supposed to be our moment. You had the the 48 teams and 32 or whatever it was were advancing, and the draw might be somewhat favorable, might have a shot, and to just go out the way they did, man, I think most people are humiliated this morning, in my opinion.
It was ugly. Just imagine how the players feel. I don't know. Maybe Pulisic doesn't feel that
seem
way.
to care that much. You think he's going to rehab his ankle and go back to being silly?
But they can hear what everybody's saying. So it was just, as a fan, man, it was just hard to watch, especially on a Monday night. Thank God I didn't watch second half and stay up and lose another hour and a half of sleep. 800-636-1067. When we come back, I do want to talk about the Nats and what happened last night. Another 12 runs scored against the Astros. And this team has a freaking legit superstar at the top of the order. We'll talk about that.
This update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? Great run at the World Cup ends in disappointment last night for the U.S. Buried by Belgium 4-1. Ousted in the round of 16 at the World Cup. Belgians took the lead early. U.S. struck back to even things up midway through the first half, but then just moments later, Belgium scored again to regain the lead for good. The U.S. still with only one quarterfinal appearance in the modern World Cup. That was back in 2002. Huge night of offense for the Nationals, who outscored the Houston Astros 12-11. James Wood hit a grand slam, his second of the season. C.J. Abrams adds a 3-run shot. Nats snap a 2-game skid. WNBA Mystics beaten by the Golden State Valkyries 62-49. Tennis, Coco Gauff and Jessica Pegula meet in the quarterfinals today at Wimbledon. From the Crump Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Welcome back. Hour number 3. It's Bish and Bick here from the Junkies, live on 106.7 The Fan, Team 980, 910 The Fan in Richmond. And you can watch us, of course, every morning on the Monumental Sports Network, celebrating 30 years of the Junkies, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender.
All right, before we move on to the Nats, let's just bang up this call with Rob. He actually has a different viewpoint, Jason.
Okay. All right.
He actually thinks the U.S. has a bright future. Rob, what's up, man? Wanted to give you an opportunity to plead your case.
Yeah, my guy, look, I'm going to tell you, I'll give a little background on myself. So me and my guys, we got a sports group. We got a couple of guys in the NFL and the NBA. But look, myself personally, I'm from the same area as everybody from Southeast, but I know about the Locksport GOAT, man. My guy, my idea, my honest to truth idea, and this is how I look at it. We got a lot of money invested in NIL. I'm going to take this money myself first. I'm an American, just like you guys. And I don't like losing. We're going to take this youth sport thing, just like we do AAU basketball. We're going to hit all these urban areas. We're going to hit all the towns. And we're going to start a circuit just like AAU for soccer. Because I don't like losing. I don't care if it's soccer, if it's badminton or whatever. We won't compete against the world. But it starts with the youth, and it starts a little bit earlier. So we're going to take that top. Now you see it's the top shooting guard, the top tight end, and that will be our soccer team. It might not be in our lifetime when we see it change, but it's going to change. I'm going to do it personally. Take my time and my effort.
I'm just not buying it.
Sure this don't happen again.
I'm just not buying it. I actually don't think it's that our athletes are trash.
No,
I don't
the
think
athletes
that at
are
all.
great.
They're phenomenal athletes on the whole.
Is it the coaching?
I think it's again, Jason. I think we had great coaching this go around.
No, I'm talking about at the youth level.
I think it's all of that, but mostly it's not enough touches from an early age versus elite competition combined with great coaching. Like, it's their life in Brazil. It's their life in Argentina. It's their life in these other countries. It's just completely different here. Okay,
Yep.
we have way too many distractions. We have way too many things going on. Way too many other sports where kids can find their niche. We just don't get the quality touches.
But Jason, you know how the South and SEC college football just reigns supreme, and people breathe it and eat it every single day.
Yep.
My guess is that's what
soccer's like in other parts of the world.
In Belgium.
Yes, it's just
and
different.
for the entire country, not just a region.
It's just
like it is for
different.
us.
And again, I really think my lacrosse example is great. You could be a phenomenal athletic kid in like Idaho, okay, which is like equivalent to living in the United States, and you're not going to get the touches. You're not going to get the experience. You're not going to be running around with a stick in your hand from age 6 months like they do on Long Island, like they do in Baltimore.
Unless you move to another part of the country, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's why our guys, our best ones, they have to go outside the country to get trained. to come back and be on the national team. Or we steal somebody from another country because for some weird rule, they're eligible.
Now, we got dominated last night, embarrassed, but we are better than we were, 30 years ago?
I don't know if you say so. Maybe.
I mean, aren't we?
I don't know. I remember teams going further.
I mean, we had an opportunity.
Teams go further. But maybe you're right.
I understand, right. But maybe I'm just as a country, I would think that soccer is better now, and
maybe marginally.
A lot of it, you're pulling guys in from other parts of the world too, and they're just American citizens. But I would think we're better now than we were.
I would say maybe on
25,
the margins,
30 years
maybe
ago.
on the margins, but I don't think dramatically different.
Yeah, well, you're probably right. All right, so the Nats.
I'll be honest with you. I didn't see the Nats debacle at the end.
Yeah, that's because
they almost
Cole
did it
Henry,
again.
He came in and gave up 4 runs. And look, Michaelis started, and he got shelled early. He gave up five or 6 runs in the first 3 innings.
Yeah, I think he gave up 7 total.
7 total.
And Zuckerman reported, I believe he's the first Nat in history to give up 7 runs and get the dub.
Get a dub?
Yeah.
Makes sense. Usually if you give up 6 runs in the first 3 innings, you're out. But they didn't want to go to the pen that early. They kept him in there. He pitched 6 innings. He settled down a little bit.
They kind of had to, right? Because the day before, didn't they only go 2 1/3?
Yeah, because Cavalli, the heat got to Cavalli. They had to go to the bullpen early.
Yeah.
So Michaelis does get the win, but it's the offense that really it just stands out. This team's offense is the best top to bottom statistically in the league.
Well, it's 100% the reason why they're still remotely in this and keeping it interesting.
Yep. And James Wood hit the grand slam in the bottom of the 5th. He just crushed a high fastball, basically to dead center. His 24th of the year. He's got 60 RBIs. Guy's leadoff. He hit 31 home runs last year. Mm-hmm. He's already got 24.
Well, how about what Abrams did to start the game off, right?
Abrams has 19. He's up there in the top 5 in the league in RBIs. But James Wood, in particular, 3 runs scored, 4 RBIs. He walked 3 times. His on-base percentage is basically .400. He's going to put up stupid numbers this year compared to last year. Last year he had 31 and 94, I believe.
Yeah.
He's going to be close to. I mean, if he's on pace for mid-40s.
Yeah, and I kind of mocked JP last year when he said he could hit 50. I mocked him a few months ago, but you know what? He could.
Yeah, I mean he's just on fire.
if he stays hot, he could.
And he's leading off.
Yeah,
and he's doing a lot of damage in the first inning.
Yeah,
I'd love to see his numbers in the first inning of some of these games because he does a lot of. Now, last night he hit the grand slam in the 5th, but he's hit some home runs in the first inning. He gets on base for guys like Garcia and Meade and Abrams.
Mm-hmm.
Meade and Abrams last night, 6 hits, 6 RBIs, both hit homers. Nunez at the bottom of the order, 3 hits, hitting .243. I mean, it's just offensively, it's just so impressive to watch. If the pitching was 10% better, man, they'd be in a much better spot. They're 2.5 back in the wild card, but it's just fun to watch this lineup do what they do pretty much every night.
Again, I'm taking this all as it's gravy, but, as Taboni has said, as others have said in comment, you never know when you're going to be in the mix, so you want to take advantage of it.
Right.
But I don't think anybody expected them to be where they are right now. So, I'm not going to murder them if it doesn't work out. It's been a joy and a pleasure to watch, but, they sent Cole Henry down immediately after that.
Yeah.
This is just happening
Didn't they
so
send him
often.
down? Maybe he got hurt earlier in the year, but he was sent down. Maybe that was for rehab. But
this is happening so often now. You can see, just as a casual observer, you can see the sheer terror on on Butera's face and these other guys as it gets tense there in the 7th, 8th, 9th innings.
Yep.
I mean, it's it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy almost too. I mean, they don't have the horses, but you could just see them melt down time after time after time.
Yep.
They just know it's coming. Just yesterday, they were lucky enough that they scored. That's the problem. You're not going to score 12 runs every game. As great as they are, they're not going to score 12 runs every game. But that's what the pitching's so bad, that's what it almost needs.
I know you're watching these games, you feel like, a 5, 6, 7 run lead just isn't safe.
It's never safe with these guys.
For 95% of the league, it should be safe. But it's not for them.
Yeah.
Now, it's, last night, props to them because, they came back from a 4-1 deficit. Actually, they were down 6-1. They were down 5. They scored 5 in the bottom of the third. And then they took the big lead in the fifth. But, man, just to let teams back in it and to now, look, they won the game. But on the positive, I want to stick to the positive. The Dodgers have 491 runs scored.
Mm-hmm.
All right, think about that payroll. 491. Nats have more. Atlanta's got 437. Think about that payroll. Mm-hmm. Matt Olson hit 2 more home runs last night for the Braves. The Nats have more. The Phillies have 403 runs scored. Think about that payroll. The Nats have more by 94 runs. The Yankees have been dying lately because Judge has been out, but the Yankees, think about that payroll, got 432 runs scored. The Nats have about 60 more. I mean, I could go down the list. The list. The Cubs, think about that payroll, 455 runs scored. The Nats have 42 more runs scored. I mean, some of these teams that have these superstars in their lineup, the Nats have considerably more runs scored, and it's because I think people have to realize James Wood is approaching, if he's not already, a superstar level.
Well, they got so many guys that are playing super high level.
I'm not even mentioning Abrams. Abrams, I know he's got his issues defensively, but offensively, I mean, he's starting for the National League at shortstop for a reason.
No, he's been dynamite. I mean, what Garcia's done. Look, if you look at the lineup, I think largely, other than like Meade, it's largely the same guys they had last year. But it's different staff.
Yep.
It's different front office guys. It's different approach.
It's different prep. Yep.
It's different prep. It's different, technological advantages or whatever that they have. And these guys are thriving. And they're not household names, half of them.
No. Well, James Wood and Abrams are.
Those
but
guys
for the most part,
are.
yeah. But Meade's come out of nowhere. I mean.
Yeah, I mean.
Garcia has pretty much come out of nowhere, even though he's been on the roster.
Everybody's known that Garcia could hit, but I don't think they thought it would be at this level.
Yeah, I mean, you didn't think he was going to hit 30 homers, and that's what he's probably going to hit, if not more.
Yeah.
But
I'm frankly surprised that they haven't pulled the trigger, and I'm not suggesting you give up your stud prospects, but I am surprised that they haven't been able to, and I'm not saying to come in and get Chapman necessarily, or some stud closer. Yeah. Just bring in some veteran arms. You don't have to give up the world for that kind of thing.
I think they will.
I'm just really surprised they haven't done it yet. I know that they say they got to get closer, that teams aren't willing, and I'm sure they know better than me. But I'm surprised that they haven't tried to tweak it a little more than they have.
Right now, the Nats have 3 of the top 10 in Major League Baseball in RBIs when you factor in Garcia, Abrams, and Wood.
Mm-hmm.
In runs scored, right now, they've got the number 1 guy in the league in runs scored in James Wood. I mean, think about this, people. He's got 19 more runs scored than Yordan Alvarez, and Alvarez is a freaking superstar. All right, Alvarez is having an MVP year. If Houston wins their division, goes to the playoff, he's probably going to win the MVP in the American League. Certainly one of the favorites. But Wood has 19 more runs scored than him.
Mm-hmm. I wonder.
That's stupid.
Yeah.
What's he on pace for in terms of runs? 140? Some stupid number. 135, 140 runs scored? Probably on pace for that.
Yeah.
But some of the names that are, that he's above it's just impressive what Wood is doing, and he has turned into a different player. I mean, last year you could see it, why they really made out in the Soto deal, acquiring Wood and Abrams, but Wood is putting up stupid numbers this year compared to last year.
I need to look. I should know the answer to this. I'm assuming he has he cut down on his strikeout ratio at all? It doesn't look like it's too much.
He's still up. He's
still got 125 strikeouts already.
He's still near the top in strikeouts. I don't know where he is in terms of the rank. I'm guessing he's probably top 5. But I don't think he's striking out as much as he was.
It might be down a little bit
in the first month.
I mean, last year he had 221.
Right.
So I don't think he'll approach that. But
James Wood, and look, I know I'm talking about Woody because, I've been friends with his dad for years. I'm just a big fan of the family. His sisters were ballers too, really good athletes, D1 hoopsters. But I'm just talking about his numbers, and I don't want to shy away from what Garcia and Abrams and these other guys are doing. But James Wood is putting up stupid, dumb numbers, and if this team was more in the hunt for a division title, he would be talked about as an MVP.
Mm-hmm. Well,
He's
also
putting
would
up
be talked
MVP
about more
numbers.
if he was a little more flamboyant. I don't know if that's the right word, but you know what I mean. He's just so chill.
Yep.
And he's not going to be a guy that makes it about him.
No.
You know what I mean?
But it
He's
should
just
be
a chill dude.
But it should be about numbers and production.
It should be, but the guys that strut, the guys with the bat flips, the guys that they can bring a little more attention to themselves, a little more swagger.
I mean, when
that
he's
way.
rounding the bases last night after the grand slam, and he's pointing to the stands, he's pointing to the fans up there. So he does a little bit of it. And maybe that's just not the way he's wired. But maybe
Definitely
he's
not wired that way.
Maybe he's just getting more comfortable of kind of showing his emotion. But man, he is just impressive. And at the end of the year, he's going to be in that mid-40 range in homers. The RBI totals for a leadoff hitter is going to be easily over 100. And then his run numbers, I mean, he's on pace for, like I said, he's got to be on pace for close to 135, 140 runs.
It looks like he's going to have about 25 or more stolen bases if he keeps up this pace too.
He had one last night. Yeah. So very impressive for what they did last night. Let's just hope that they can continue this until the All-Star break. And I do believe that Taboni is going to make some he's going to acquire a couple arms.
I think he has to.
He
I guess he's just going to wait as long as he can to get the best deal he can. I'm surprised they haven't pulled the trigger yet. But I mean,
the triggers that they're pulling are the guys that they're just kind of signing off the waiver wire or just pulling up from the minors. But I think they're going to make a trade or two and acquire some guys.
Dude, there might be guys literally serving ice cream at Baskin Robbins that could be better than some of these guys.
Because they know that they are in the mix. Offensively, this is no fluke. I mean, they're going to put up these numbers the rest of the year.
Yeah, as long as they stay healthy, they're going to be in the hunt.
As long as they stay out there in the lineup, you're right. And I just think that and Taboni knows that. Yeah. If they just get some help in the bullpen and maybe another starter, they're going to be in the mix for a wild card. And for this team to be a wild card team or just in the hunt after what happened last year,
but you can't expect them to do anything serious until they address that, because you could damn near see the panic on the players and the coaches' faces in the later innings.
I know.
You can see it.
Yeah, I mean, they don't feel comfortable scoring 7 or 8 runs. It's almost like they got to be in the double digits.
Yeah.
But anyway, James Wood, a bomb night. The entire lineup had a bomb night last night. And let's hope it continues against Houston. And, of course, the Yankees are coming to town this weekend before the All-Star break. So when we come back, you want to get back into the Caps? We had Chris Patrick on earlier.
Sure.
And I just think, I don't know anything about these players and what their production was at these other teams, but just based on the hype, they've acquired 6 or 7 guys and made this team a lot better.
Here's where you need perspective. You need like the Neil Greenbergs of the world, and I know if Neil's up, he's listening. You need guys that are really locked into the Caps to give us some perspective, because on the outside looking in, it looks like on paper as good a roster as we've had in recent years.
Looks really good.
Yeah.
With the combination of the vets and the young guys and the guys they brought in. If you want to chime in on the Caps, and how excited are you? And how do you feel about Ovi coming back too? 800-636-1067. But Chris Patrick did an unbelievable job in free agency and bringing in these big names, especially Alex Tuck and Jordan Kyrou. 800-636-1067. How pumped are you for the Caps and their roster this year? Because I am. Stay with us.
All right, so I want to get into the Caps here in a moment. So chime in, especially if you're like a Caps expert. Kind of, I need perspective on how good this roster is going in, because certainly on paper it looks pretty darn good. But before we get into that, I wanted to touch on, and Valdez, I want to give you an opportunity to chime in on this too. The U.S. Adaptive Open that's happening at Woodmont. I was driving by there yesterday. I saw all the USGA signs. And it was pretty cool. And then I started seeing some updates on the Golf Channel. And I was talking to our buddy Randy over at Golfdom about it. Mm-hmm. These guys, we've always known whenever we've done events with like some of the military guys, these guys that play softball or whatever, and they might be amputees or whatever, and they hit 500-foot, softball home runs or whatever. Mm-hmm. And in golf, it's kind of the same way. These guys are monsters. There's a guy out there with one arm, Jason, that is so phenomenal. He's got it's his what's his name? His left arm.
I want to YouTube him.
I don't know. You just have to look. Just type in one arm. I mean, that's embarrassing. I mean, the only way I would say is one arm golfer at U.S. Adaptive Open. Right. I'm sure there's several of them, but the one guy in particular, he's just got his left arm, and he's literally hitting his clubs as far as I do. And I'm just an average guy, but his compression, the things he's able to do with literally one arm. These other guys that have all of these various, real disabilities, the numbers they're able to shoot. That guy Chazzy, who a lot of people know from the Internet Invitational, who I'm not being facetious. What do you think he is? 4 feet tall or something? I don't know what he. I don't know what he is.
Yeah. He's a little person.
Okay, he's a little person, whatever the correct term is for him. I mean, he's out there. He shot like 69 or something. What these guys are able to do is mind blowing, and some of them have like multiple sclerosis. I mean, there's all kinds of issues that they can have that kind of qualify them for this event. It's truly inspirational.
Isn't this local?
Yeah, it's at Woodmont.
At Woodmont.
It's at Woodmont.
And then doesn't look like the crowd, like it's a competitive open. It's like the U.S. Senior Open, real U.S. Open, Women's Open Championship, but it's for handicapped, and you get to see good golf, and the crowds really aren't as large as a U.S. Open.
Oh, no. Mm-hmm.
Well, but you get to go see good competitive golf.
Yeah, I mean, see it and be amazed.
The kid's name's Tommy Morrissey. I think he's 15 years old.
Yeah,
you got to see his swing. He's got a beautiful swing.
It's unbelievable, and he's
piping the ball with one arm.
Yeah, with one arm. It's like his.
Yeah, I'm watching the highlights on YouTube.
It's his left arm too, and it's unbelievable what he's able to do. I don't know why I wanted to bring it up. It's just that when I was talking to Randy, our buddy over at Golfdom, was like, I have relatively pretty good faculties or whatever. Right. I'm happy if I shoot 85 or better.
Right.
These guys are out there, 4 feet tall, one arm, whatever. They shoot 69, 70.
Isn't that crazy?
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, it really is.
It's unbelievable what they're able to do. And it's super impressive. It's super inspiring. And I'm so glad that they have these kinds of events where they can highlight their abilities. And especially these guys that are heroes that are out there, that have had these war injuries. It's just unbelievable.
Yeah, they should get more props for this.
They should get more attention. Many props.
And by the way, Woodmont's not some easy golf track.
Woodmont's
hard. I know.
Yeah, I mean, it's legit.
The greens are butt fast. Multiple tiers.
A lot of these people,
the bunkers run off all the time.
Yeah, it's very difficult. I mean, a lot of these players all have like lower limb amputees, multiple limb amputees.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's super inspiring. So anyway, just wanted to highlight that. If you have a moment, maybe you Google or YouTube maybe some of the highlights, and you can also be blown away. You can also be depressed and go, well, I sort of have all of my faculties. I can't do half of what these guys can do. But it's just incredible, and I'm glad they're getting the attention that they are.
Yeah.
All right.
Watching the highlights on YouTube, it's awesome. Tommy Morrissey is the kid you were talking about.
He's the kid, and literally he hits his 8-iron about where I hit my 8-iron. And I got 2 arms. He's got 1.
Now, what happened with him?
I don't know, but he ultimately shot. I don't know what he ultimately shot. I just saw a highlight.
No, I mean,
package
what's
of
his
him.
what's his
Oh, I don't know, like how he got that
physical
way.
ailments,
I don't know. I don't know. Because he's got half of a right arm, so maybe I was assuming maybe it was cancer or something. They had to cut it off. I have no idea. Can you be born?
I mean, they were
with half?
talking
Maybe
about
you
it
can
on
be
the
born
Golf
with half.
Channel.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
they have to be.
Very cool.
All right, so the Caps have made a bunch of moves. We had Chris Patrick on earlier. I've been super impressed with their front office, especially these last few years, even though they didn't make the playoffs last year. As far as I'm concerned, they've built a lot of equity with what they've done, the way they've been able to thread the needle with blending in the new guys and kind of still keeping the old guys and then maybe transitioning them off. One guy that we didn't know for sure whether or not he would transition off was Ovi. They did ink him to another 1-year deal. He seems super excited to be back. And it sure sounded like when we had Patrick on that they made these moves hoping that Ovi would want to come back and play with these guys. How good is this roster? Have they set Ovi up for a situation where he can walk off with a cup? Could that skate off with a cup?
Wouldn't that be cool?
Do they have that kind of roster?
I mean, I don't know. Like when we talked to Tariq El-Bashir a couple of days ago, he said, look, the names on paper are really, really good.
Mm-hmm.
Now they got to go out and prove it, because they got to go mesh, and they haven't played with these guys before. So it's going to be a short camp. I don't know if that hurts this team, especially when you have 7 new guys in free agency, but the expectations are there.
All right, want to hear from you Caps geeks, you hockey experts. What do you think? How good is this roster? Put it in perspective. It certainly looks better on paper than last year's.
And
if you ask me.
And last year, Ovi didn't want the attention of, this is possibly my last game here, wherever he was playing. He signed a 1-year deal. I mean, I don't know if he's going to sign another 1-year deal next year, but you kind of have to assume this might be the last year.
I would think it is.
So
he's leaving the door open.
I know.
He's definitely leaving the door open.
But is every game going to be, especially when he's on the road, is it going to be kind of like this is a send off? How's that going to work? Because he doesn't like that attention.
Here's how I'm guessing it's going to work. If he gets off to a decent start and he's putting up points, kind of like at the rate he was last year, I don't think you can assume he's going to walk away.
That's true.
I don't think you can assume that. All right, let's go to Chris in Upper Marlboro. Chris, what's up, buddy? What do you think?
Yeah. Hey, Eric, I agree with you. I think if they win the cup, he comes back again. But, yeah, as a longtime season ticket holder, this is as excited as I am for – see, the thing is it never felt like D.C. was like a destination that guys wanted to go to, right? Like there would be big free agents, and they'd always choose somewhere else.
Yeah.
And – now we're actually getting, I mean, I know Tuck's a little bit older, but, I mean, think about this team. Tuck 6'4", Wilson 6'5", the Protas brothers are 6'6", the new defenseman is 6'7". Like, this is going to be a really hard team to play against. Now, what you have to remember is that of all of the 4 major sports, hockey takes the most luck to win the championship. So they could or they could not. You know what I mean? They could have a great season. They've won President's Cups and lost in the first round to the 8th seed, right? So, like, hockey is just like that.
Yeah.
But I got to tell you, as a fan, I am as excited as I have been in a long time. And is this the most exciting winter sports season in the history of D.C., knowing what the Wizards have done, the anticipation of that? Is Ted Leonsis the best owner in sports right now? Like, should he buy the Nationals?
Well, he's interested. He's definitely interested.
He had his druthers. Let's go to
but he brings up a good point. I mean, it's with a city that had 4 teams not make the playoffs. I mean, a lot of people are talking about these teams.
No, I know. They
for what they've done in the offseason.
I think DC's
which is crazy.
I think we're kind of on the come up.
I think
we are. But all 4 of these, I'm pretty bullish about all 4 of these teams.
I mean, you got to feel good about what the Caps have done. You felt good about DeBonsa with the Wiz and the offseason additions and the trades they made. Commanders with new coordinators, but with Sonny Styles being drafted and all the guys they signed.
Well, still having and presumably a healthy Jaden, who I still think is a superstar. I think, I don't think we're going to have any parades here in the next year or so, but I think they're putting themselves in position to contend for some. I certainly think they're all heading in the right direction.
And then we just talked about the Nats with the numbers they're putting up.
Let's go to Chris in Lorton. Chris, what's up, buddy?
What's up, boys? How are you?
Doing great.
That's good. Must be a prerequisite to have season tickets to the Caps to be named Chris, since Chris Central Marlboro has the same thing.
Yeah.
However, so in terms of forward depth, this is the most deep that we've ever had. We usually are picking up redemption songs in terms of like a Pierre-Luc Dubois, who was considered a locker room cancer, Jacob Chychrun, who had a bad year in Ottawa, so we got him, Logan Thompson, who had a bad year in Vegas and was stuck behind another goalie. But now we're being able to bring in these superstars with Tuck and Kyrou, people who can pick up the pace here and then also skate super fast on the rush, something we haven't been able to do because, let's be honest, Ovi, for as great as he is, isn't fast anymore. So the fact that we can add some speed to this and breakouts, super excited for it. And then you add a guy like Boone Jenner, who's been the captain of Columbus for the last 5-6 years. Again, we're becoming a destination rather than a place where guys go who are almost like an island of misfit toys for a while. We were picking up all those guys. So really excited for the season to come up. And, I don't want it to get cold, but I'm ready for hockey season already.
What was Pierre-Luc Dubois' issue that made him a cancer? I was unaware of his reputation.
They considered him a locker room cancer. He was in Columbus for a bit, then he went up and played in Canada, and then he came over to LA, and he just didn't have a good year. Didn't produce, and people said that he was a locker room cancer. Again, people come to DC and always do well, and part of that is the culture that Ovi has built, being able to really be yourself. And he's a larger than life character. However, he's one of the guys. Like he's not not a LeBron who is kind of doing all that other stuff on the side.
How do you expect him to perform this year? Kind of similar to last year, or was last year an outlier sort of relative to his age?
I wouldn't say it was an outlier. I mean, you can never count Ovi out to score 30 or more goals. I think what Carbs has said recently, he's not going to use them as much as he did. We were rolling 3 lines rather than 4. So I think the fact that he's going to be able to not be on the ice as much, be a little bit more rested, I actually think he's going to have a better year than last year.
All right.
Wow. Well, if he has a better year than last year, I'll tell you what, he's coming back the next year.
Yeah, you might be right.
There's no way.
Because I didn't think he was coming back.
There's no way he has 35-plus goals or whatever, and if not lead the team in points, be right around the top, and walk away. There's no way.
But apparently, and Chris, you would know more than me, but apparently they have all kinds of guys who can score now with the guys that they brought in.
They have multiple 30-goal scorers.
Yeah.
So the fact that it's not all going to be on Ovi to score goals this year is great. Obviously, Tom Wilson's playing amazing. Alexi Protas. And then you add in the young guys with Leonard, Hudson, and Ilya Protas. I mean, it's really looking up.
Right. All right. Thank you, Chris. Appreciate you, buddy.
All right.
All
800,
right, boys. Take it easy.
800-636-1067 is the number. It's the Bish and Bick Show. We're the Junkies on 1067 The Fan.
All right, guys, EB here for FanDuel. Pay attention. On the biggest stage in the world, FanDuel is changing the game. Because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. You're better. Well, not anymore. With FanDuel's Super Sub, if your player's subbed out, your bet stays in. You get that extra insurance. Wish they would have subbed out Pulisic earlier yesterday. I would have subbed him out at halftime. But that's the great thing. If they sub out your star, you still get the points. Your bet is still alive if they're able to score. So if your player leaves the match, your bet continues on even with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. All you have to do, this is critical, but it's simple. FanDuel.com/local to get started now. That's FanDuel.com/local. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. Present in D.C. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER. So yesterday, Jason, go to my Twitter if you care.
Was it EB Junkies?
Yeah. Yesterday, as I guess I noticed it the day before in the evening. I don't know, what was yesterday, Monday? I guess I noticed it Sunday evening, and I didn't think much of it. And then yesterday, after I got out of PT, I'm working on my elbow. I noticed how just outrageous it was.
Mm-hmm.
I might believe in aliens. You got to go halfway down, scroll halfway down, and see whatever monster pooped on my car. Did you see the picture that I posted?
I don't see it yet.
I didn't know if I was like, is it a pterodactyl? Is it a bald? What on earth? It is the largest. Don't they say that like a bird pooping on you is like good luck or something? That felt like the worst luck in history. And it happened sometime, I think Sunday evening, and it was just parked in my driveway. And I don't know what people were saying that looks like geese. Like a goose poop, I guess.
Right.
I don't have any geese. There's no geese in my neighborhood.
I've seen goose poop on golf courses. It's not okay. It's solid.
All right. How come I don't see it?
Okay, just go down. I tweeted it yesterday, 19 hours ago. Okay, go to EB Junkies.
All right.
I want you to look at this picture. 12,000 people viewed it, allegedly. I want you to look at this picture, and you tell me what you think that is. I don't have any... Yeah, when I see the goose poop on a golf course, it's pretty distinctive, right? It's like a little poop. Like, it just, you know what it is.
Right.
That looks like a massive alien dropped a... Somebody said it was Chaz from the Adaptive Open that did it. It looks like a person.
Why couldn't it have been a dog?
I don't know. You tell me. If that white part, doesn't that look distinctive to a bird? The white part.
Yeah. Why is it smeared on your window too?
Because I use my windshield wipers to try to get it off, and that part of my windshield is not good, like the wiper. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So of course I immediately then after I do my stuff yesterday, I go to the car wash and I go through, and it still only gets 90%. There's still 10% of it still on my hood. That stuff is caked on
gross.
there. Like, what is that? That is, I don't think you understand how enormous that is.
It's probably like goose diarrhea.
But there's no geese. I haven't been to the golf course.
Fly. What do you mean? They fly over all the time.
So you think a goose flew
Or
over?
a
I've
goose
never
or
seen a
some
goose.
sort of water bird. I don't know.
I don't know. Listen, I'm not into animals.
You could make the argument that it could be a Chipotle bowl. And that's sour cream.
Yeah, but I
mean, that's how messy.
That's how messy it looks. It is massive. So hold on. You're gonna make fun of me, and I'm used to it. All I know about geese are like kind of what Valdez says. You see them walking around maybe the golf course or something and dropping a duty. I don't really know. Like,
never seen them fly.
Not really. I've never really noticed them flying.
I see them everywhere. They're not just in golf courses. They'll be crossing roads.
Okay, but I haven't really seen any in my neighborhood. Now, I'm not looking up at the sky. I'm not a bird watcher. I have no idea what kind of birds are in my neighborhood. So you're telling me it's possible that there are geese flying in Kensington?
Yes.
I've never... How high up are they?
Because geese can be in park. You have a park near your house?
Of course.
Yeah, they're in parks. I mean, they could be anywhere.
How high do geese fly? Like, did you guys are noticing geese?
I don't know how high they get, but
I mean,
not real high.
As high as the Washington Monument or something?
No, they don't go that high.
Lower than that?
Yeah, they're not like in the clouds.
Yeah.
I
don't know, 20, 30 feet?
I don't think I've... So put it this way. I've never noticed a goose flying around in my neighborhood.
Well, that's probably because
I've never noticed it.
I think they can go much higher than you think.
So they're maybe up there and you don't realize it.
Yeah, they probably do.
And by the way, that looks like two poops. That doesn't look like just one. Or it was, it's kind of like a...
Looks like Chepe and you in the stall next to each other.
Right. Maybe it's one dropping kind of with a pause.
I don't know, but the geese migrate, right? That's what they're known for.
So
of course they're flying all over the place, all the time, and they're flying.
I don't pay attention to geese migration patterns. I have no idea what they do. So where do they go? South? What do they do?
Ooh, they go south in the winter. They're I don't know. They're moving around all the time. They don't just hang out in one spot in Kensington forever.
I've never seen one in Kensington.
Well, I don't know.
Well, they're there. They're definitely there.
So you're convinced that's a goose? Like you're buying the goose
Well, I know it's not a pterodactyl.
I know I've looked up and I see geese flying in a V when I look up because I hear them going as they're going by.
I think I saw.
I mean, it could be another big bird. I mean, it could be like a vulture or a big crow, big black crow.
That's what I'm wondering. If it's something like that,
it could be another type of bird that's just big.
Vultures
are just as big as geese.
You guys know me. I'm not into animals. They don't really tickle me. Don't really care.
Right.
My wife and I go for a walk after dinner. That's kind of our bit, right? We go for a walk after dinner. Pretty sure, Valdez, and you're going to mock me because I'm sure it's very popular. Pretty sure I saw an Oriole bird. That's very possible, right?
Yeah, I would think.
In Kensington?
I'm sure
Why
you've
not?
seen an Oriole.
Yeah.
And a cardinal and a blue jay. You've seen them all. Robin.
I don't really pay attention, but I definitely saw an Oriole. Silly orange beak. I mean, it looked just like the Oriole hat.
Then that's probably an Oriole.
It's probably an Oriole, right?
Well, speaking of animals, and Drabby put this on the outline, and I didn't hear about the story, and then I Googled it and saw the video. I don't know where this happened, Matt, but there's a UPS driver who pulls, he's on the other side of the street, walks up through a guy's driveway, and he's about to put a big package on a doorstep. And this, it looks like a pit bull. It could be a black lab. I don't know. It could be a mutt. But there's a dog running at the UPS driver.
Okay.
He looks like he's going to attack him.
And what does he do?
Well, the UPS driver throws the package right at the dog and almost kills him. He basically knocks him out. Now the dog ends up running away and he doesn't attack the UPS driver.
So are you mad at the UPS driver?
No.
Yeah.
I'm mad at the owner of the house who's got this dog off leash who's attacking the UPS driver.
Right.
I mean, what else is the UPS driver supposed to do? He's got to defend himself. And then apparently the owner is there in the yard and the UPS driver sees him and the UPS driver takes off his hat and his glasses and he wants to fight him. I'm wondering if I hope that UPS driver didn't get fired. He probably did. Because he doesn't realize he's on camera.
Instigated the fight? The UPS driver, or did the dog owner get pissed?
The dog owner's pissed and comes over to him, but
says,
the
"Hey,
UPS driver puts up his fists and says, "All right, you want to fight?"
Yeah.
But I don't know. The video is only 30 seconds long, so I don't know what happened after the 30 seconds.
If you watch the video and then, Jason, you should hear the audio. There's cursing. Maybe I can try and pull it. It sounds like the UPS driver's been waiting for that moment his entire
Maybe he had
life.
a history with that particular house.
Well, I don't doubt it. That dog probably taunts him all the time.
Yeah, but I don't have a problem with him defending himself, throwing something at a dog that's attacking him.
Yeah. If
I
it's
don't
a
have a
vicious
problem.
dog.
I don't have a problem with that.
No, if it's a little poodle or something.
No, this looks like a pit.
Yeah. If it looks like a dog that could hurt you and he's going at you aggressively, I think all bets are off. I think you could kick the dog.
Now he probably should have just walked away. But he's obviously pissed off, so you're probably right. He probably has a history with this particular dog.
This UPS driver's got big time anger issues. You can tell.
I know. But I don't blame him for doing that.
No, you can defend throwing, protecting yourself against a dog.
Yeah.
I don't know what kind of dog. It doesn't look like a pit bull to me. Maybe a lab, but who knows? Whatever. Okay.
Something. Yeah, but he's coming at him.
He clocks the dog.
Yep.
But then as soon as he does, the homeowner from across his yard says, "What are you doing?" And the UPS driver immediately takes off his hat and his sunglasses and
he's
puts his
pissed.
fist up.
Yeah.
And the homeowner is like 30 feet away.
I get it. All right.
So
Okay.
he's got,
He probably
got anger issues. He's got anger.
He
he's got
does.
anger
I'm
issues
just
a little
saying, and I didn't hear the audio.
But you can understand
I'm just
being
saying,
fed up too. If you're,
Well,
if you're
don't be,
deli-
I mean,
Yeah, what
you're
if he is?
UPS, you signed up for to go into people's yards. Of course,
he
there's
didn't sign
dogs
up
in
to
there.
get
No. He should
attacked by
not be.
dogs.
No, a dog should not be chasing after him every time he drops a package off.
Well, we don't know if it's every time. I don't know what happened.
Well, I assume that this probably happened before. It's probably happened before.
I think maybe they're. I mean, look.
UPS drivers have the same routes. He's probably dropped 1 million packages at this guy's house.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, I don't have
know.
a problem with him defending himself, hitting the dog with the package.
I will say this, just as a side note, that I won't say for what company, but we did have a driver that had anger issues. We
Right.
had a driver that was that literally looked like that person wanted to light your house on fire every time they came to the house.
Right.
And I give my wife credit. She won the driver over with kindness.
Oh yeah.
Over time, and now we have pleasant exchanges with a person that Otherwise,
that hated
looks
you
angry.
before.
It has nothing to do with us.
Yeah, yeah.
There's just an angry person
Right.
that doesn't like making deliveries 1,000,000 times a day.
Yeah.
Right? Into the same houses over and over and over again. But we killed that driver, mostly my wife, with kindness, have now won this driver over and have pleasant, smiling exchanges.
My dog will, when we put our dog on our leash in the front yard, and we always have her on the leash, she barks at every delivery driver. So Amazon, UPS, whoever. She's probably not going to attack them. She just protects the yard. So now to the point where the Amazon, if our dog's in the front yard, our Amazon driver will come up and honk. So they'll honk to get us to come out of the house to come get the package or take the dog out of the yard.
Yeah.
That's how, I mean, all the drivers know what my dog does and how she reacts.
Right. But
I would never let my dog, I would never have my dog off the leash, especially when there's an Amazon driver pulling up.
Right.
Like this idiot.
Right.
I mean, I guess the UPS driver could have put the package out on the street or right at the back of his truck in the driveway, but I don't think he's supposed to do that. I think UPS drivers have to drop it off on the step, and don't they usually take pictures of it?
I think so.
Yeah. I don't have a problem with it, Matt. You do. I don't.
All right, when we come back, I'm gonna entertain you. I'm gonna tell you what's going on in the world of Hollywood and entertainment. Don't go anywhere.
It was such a disappointing way for such a great ride to end for the Americans at the World Cup. U.S. buried by Belgium last night, 4-1, bounced in the round of 16. Same team that knocked the U.S. out in 2014 does it again in 2026. U.S. denied their first quarterfinal appearance in 24 years, and with the loss, all the host nations have now been eliminated. Baseball, it was a slugfest last night in D.C. Nationals outscore the Houston Astros 12-11. C.J. Abrams, 3-run homer to highlight a 5-run third, and then James Wood adds a grand slam during a 6-run fifth inning. Nasim Nunez had 3 hits and his major league leading 33rd stolen base. Nats end a 2-game skid. They'll play the Astros again tonight in D.C., 6:45 p.m. here on The Fan. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Final hour on the Junks, live on 106.7 The Fan. Happy Tuesday to you. Of course, you can also listen to us on Team 980, 910 The Fan in Richmond. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network every day. Celebrating 30 years of the Junkies, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com. Learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. I think in this hour, at the very end of the show, we're going to talk to Drew Gooden.
I'm excited.
Who's been out in Vegas kind of covering the summer leagues. And I know that Peterson played Boozer last night.
Yeah, he's had like 2 big games, at least scoring-wise.
Yes, he had 25 last night against Boozer. Boozer had like 18. And
he makes scoring look so easy. He's going to be a star. I don't think there's any question about it. And we have to prepare ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
I don't necessarily think, and maybe in the summer league it'll be different, but I don't think necessarily that DeBonsa is going to be asked to carry as much of a scoring load as Peterson's going to be. And so you can't just immediately go, oh, we botched it.
Right.
Okay? I think DeBonsa is going to be a stud.
I think they're all going to be really good.
A stud.
Yep.
Both those guys. But it's going to be hard to keep up with the scoring of Peterson, I think. But DeBonsa's going to do a lot of
so
things.
he's had 28 and 25 in his first 2 summer league games.
And your boy Acuff's scoring too, but he takes a million shots. I don't know if you saw that.
I didn't see his box score, but he didn't shoot well?
I think it was like 9 for 28 or something.
Okay, that's not usually him. He has a better shooting percentage than that.
But yeah, I can't wait to talk to Drew about it. And I believe it's Thursday night, right? Or is it Thursday afternoon? At some
I think
point?
It's Thursday night at 9.
Thursday night at 9.
That's 8 or 9.
Like, honestly, that's kind of like must-see TV if you're a Wizards fan.
Yeah.
I know it means nothing. We talked about it yesterday.
But DeBonsa's been seeing what Peterson's doing. You know DeBonsa's going to want to go out there and say,
I think he's going to want to make a statement.
Look at me.
He's going to want to make a statement.
Yeah.
And I think he will.
Hey, real quick before we get to the EP, Matt Cahill, you came in during the break and you said, hey, did you see what was going on in at the data centers last night? And I said, well, I didn't know what he was talking about. Apparently there was a town meeting in Leesburg about because the data centers, the construction of these data centers is a big topic especially in Ashburn.
Oh yeah,
because there's so many
big time backlash.
Yeah, but
everywhere.
They're also backers because the property taxes have gone down almost 30%.
So that's the bone they throw you.
Yes, and there's less homes out there, so the home values are going up because there's less. The builders can't come in and just build a billion homes where people can just buy homes at reasonable price. So the home prices are going up.
Okay.
For people who have let's say they've owned a home for 20 years.
Have they said? I have no idea. I'm sure they say it's fine. I have no idea. Just throwing it out there. Have they said it's okay to live right next to a data center, or is that not great?
I mean, I wouldn't want to.
Is that like
I wouldn't want to.
Next to an electric thing.
You mean is it healthy?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't.
All of
I wouldn't want
the
to.
rays or whatever.
Like you're doing the 49ers electric substation bit.
Yeah. I'm asking. I have no idea.
Common sense says it's probably not that healthy for you, but I don't know. You'd have to ask a doctor. I have no idea.
Okay, that's not a talking point.
But I told you about that story that there's a development called the Regency, which is in Ashburn. It's right next to multiple data centers, and another company wants to build a data center on that property, and they offered $4 million per acre. So if you owned an acre, if your house is on an acre, they're going to give you $4 million cash.
Yeah.
And I believe there was only 2 families that said no.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know why they said no. Maybe they're older. They just don't want to move. I don't know
Just
why
don't
they
wanna
wouldn't
deal
take the
with
$4
it.
million.
Maybe they're just
But
against
that's the kind of money that these companies are throwing around for data centers. But I was telling Drab that I was coming to work this morning on Loudoun County Parkway, and if you know where I'm talking about, it's between the toll road and Wax Pool. So it's between the Dulles Toll Road and where the commander's training camp is. And I get there and I see this big sign that says "Make U-turn." So it was right next to it where a data center is being constructed. And I don't think it was a car accident because I didn't see fire engines or I didn't see ambulance. There was no lights on. It was just cops, and they were telling everybody turn around. And it was a big stretch of street that was blocked off both ways.
So what do you think?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Your question is, what was going on?
What was going on right in front of that data center?
So here was the issue last night. They had a town hall meeting in Loudoun County. It was filled to capacity. The lobby was filled with people, angry residents.
People are not happy about these things.
Well, I think the latest thing is that they ruled that Dominion can build these new high voltage transmission lines in the neighborhoods throughout Loudoun County. Around existing homes, and these things are apparently as tall, you've seen them, as tall as the Statue of Liberty, they say.
They're huge.
And so they're just going to keep putting them up and up to kind of uphold all the new data centers for the demand of the electricity that's going into there. So obviously a lot of people are very, very angry.
Apparently the power grid is getting stretched very thin.
Yeah, that's another thing too.
Yeah,
It seems like a disaster.
there are people on both sides because the people are pissed about those issues, but then the other ones are, like I said, are saving money because the taxes are going down and their home values are going up.
Yeah.
So it kind of depends on where you live.
Yeah.
If someone came in, if a data center came in and said, "I'll give you $4 million for your house," I mean, there's no brainer.
I think most people do that. Some people do have principles, though, and they would turn it down. And that might be those 2 people.
Clearly, these 2 families don't want to do it. This was months ago. I don't know what the update is on that particular situation, but I don't think that they've come to an agreement.
Here's my biggest problem as someone who lives there. Ashburn has no soul at all. Like there's literally, it's just data centers. That's what you're known for.
That's true.
That's where you live. You live in between warehouses.
That is true.
And it's ugly. And you know, they keeps homes from being built, but you have no culture at all. There's nothing cute about it. It's just you live in between warehouses.
It's very ugly.
Yeah.
And there's tons of construction. There's so many construction trucks up and down Wax Pool every single day.
Yeah. See, I'm not in Ashburn a lot. I'm out in that Chantilly area. I'm out where, what's that area where you are, Drabby?
Aldi, South Riding.
Aldi. I'm out in that area a lot. I'm on the toll road, so I see the ones that are on the toll road, but I don't see, like, I'm not on Wax Pool.
All those areas are getting taken over too, though, by the data centers.
I mean, you see them everywhere on the toll road, but
yeah.
I
thought there was a limit that the count or the state or the county put on how many data centers could be built. I don't think it's unlimited. I don't think they can just completely tear up.
I think they already have over 300, don't they? In just Ashburn alone?
I think it's 200. Hold on. Data center have become the Loudoun County epicenter, which has about 200 of them. There's 200. But they're spreading out. It's not just Loudoun County. It's all over, it's going into other counties too in Virginia.
All right, I'm going to ask a basic question. Forgive me, but I'm not afraid to. I'm not afraid to expose my ignorance. We need these data centers because everything's digital and everything has to be backed up. Is that why? Is that why we need all these data centers? Because everything in the world that we do is digital. All the artificial intelligence that's coming out there, all of this needs to be powered. All of this needs to be backed up. Is that why?
It's a big country. I don't understand why it all has to be here.
Well, it's not all here because they're putting them everywhere.
I mean, they are,
put like a 10-mile one in Utah.
Yeah, but they should be in every state then. Like they don't need 300 in Ashburn.
Virginia is
I know it's
data
been the
center
epicenter.
capital.
It's been the beginning of it, but I think it's the cancer has spread now throughout the country. But I think the cancer originated, it appears, in Ashburn. I think that's where cancer first showed up. Was Ashburn for 2 decades now.
Yeah, I don't know why. I mean, I guess it was cheaper to build in that county. I don't know if the prices have gone up for companies to build their data centers, but I think it was just so, and it was close to DC. And I think the price of water was, the cost of water for these data centers was cheaper for them. So I don't know if that's the main reason, but it's when you drive through Ashburn, especially Waxpool, it's really ugly.
This story on NBC4 says that 70% of all the daily internet traffic is going through Loudoun County's data centers.
Correct.
Yeah. I don't know. Doesn't seem like there's any end in sight.
And it seems like the infrastructure and zoning for these were laxed in the beginning. So these data centers had the same zoning laws as like other commercial real estate places.
Mm-hmm.
So it was a little easier to build them in Loudoun County to start.
Well, I would just assume now that everything's so corrupt that they just change the laws or ignore the laws and just do whatever they want. I would assume. I kind of would assume that's what they do.
I'm sure that's what the meeting was about.
I think the laws mean nothing. They're just going to do whatever they want. The people that do stuff, they don't care about laws. They just do whatever they do.
Yeah.
Or they change them. Or they bribe somebody.
It's,
I don't know. Some people want to chime in.
It's frustrating.
If Drab pulls it up.
It's frustrating. I just hope that my sales price of my house doesn't go down because people don't want to live in Ashburn.
But I would just say this, as far as Ashburn goes, I think it's for me, it was just kind of known as where the Redskins used to train. For years and years.
Well,
data centers has become huge.
Well, I think the first perception of Ashburn before the data center boom was suburbia.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it was also it was suburbia, but it was uncharted suburbia. I mean, there wasn't a lot out there, right? The buildup in Ashburn over the last 20 years has been insane.
Huge.
Insane.
It's the fastest growing county in the country.
Yeah. But I'm not sure.
It has been for a while.
Don't take this the wrong way. I'm not sure there was ever really hope for Ashburn to have a soul. It was just like a random suburb in the middle of kind of nowhere-ish, adjacent to DC, right? It's hard for suburbs to have souls like that.
The reason people started buying out there is because the price of land and homes was so much cheaper than it was closer to the city. So that's
understood. Yeah.
But now people are moving from Ashburn or from Reston, even further west, out to Winchester.
Mm-hmm.
They're getting the F out.
Mm-hmm. And are they still commuting to DC? I guess you don't have to go to work anymore. So
you would be shocked at how many people commute from
Winchester.
And Winchester's not Loudoun County, but from that county east to DC or to Tyson's or wherever they work.
Mm-hmm. All right, do you want me to bang out some of these calls? I know people have strong opinions on the data center.
Sure, we can do that.
Yeah, I just want to give Drab
we can bounce
second.
the EP to the next segment.
We'll do the EP, and of course we have Drew Gooden coming on at 9:45. Super excited to talk about the Bonsa and the guys that they have there. I mean, these second-year guys, they're going to be playing in Summer League too. They're going to put these young boys out there.
Jason, do you think the price of your home, even though I guess the supply of homes, it would be limited with the data center growth?
Yeah.
Do you think your home price would go up if you had one of those eyesore power structures right next to it? You look out the window and
no, I think I'm lucky in my neighborhood. They're not going to build one, but if I was right next to a data center, no, I think it would decrease. That's just my opinion. You'd have to talk to a real estate agent about it and what the trends are saying. But I think I would certainly not want to. If I was going to live next to a data center, I wouldn't want to pay a lot of money.
I mean, I know people don't even like it just when they would put a cell phone tower, next to their stuff. All right, let's go to Raymond. Raymond, what's up, man? You're on with the Junkies.
Hey guys. I know this is a sports show, but I do deliveries, and I've done deliveries for Bechtel, the largest construction company in America and whatnot. I learned about cell phones and cell phone towers and all this kind of stuff.
Right.
Just hanging out with those guys.
Yeah.
These data centers they're not what they're saying they are, because what's going to happen is they're going to roll out 6G. With 6G, you can go look this up. You can roll out Terminator armies. You can roll out drone armies with 6G, okay? And with the data center, what they want to do is they want to cross-reference every data point in your life.
Yeah.
Your financials, your movements.
Yeah, I know. I don't doubt any of that. I don't doubt any of that.
Yeah.
Hopefully we'll be dead.
I don't trust any of it.
I'm just hoping to be dead by then.
Yeah.
Well, we can. It's not like we have to accept it.
Yeah.
There's 400 million people in the country.
Well,
and the Second Amendment still works. Like last time I checked.
I'm not sure.
I'm
not sure. I've lost faith.
I don't think I've ever been asked, living in Loudoun County, do you approve data centers? I've never been asked that. I can't vote against it.
Don't ask me because I'm in a dark place. Don't ask me.
You said that.
Because I think everything's bad and we have very little control. Let's go to Joe in Manassas. Joe, what's up? You're on with the Junks.
Hey, what's up, Junks? Love the show as always.
Yeah, Joe,
Thanks,
what's up?
man.
I would first want to start off by saying, I think a lot has to do with the seismic activity, like earthquakes in this area. There's no chance for that, so that's a huge thing.
Okay.
The power, they're eating a lot of the power up, big time, like you guys say.
Mm-hmm.
They only employ those huge buildings are twice the size of a giant Walmart. Employ 6 people. You know what I mean? That's the thing too. They don't really employ anyone.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They're calling everyone contractors, and they do use a lot of water and power. So, I just don't understand, why our area has to have them all right here, just bunched together. I know they're moving out to Frederick County as well.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of, fighting back and forth. But, I do a lot of work on those things. And to be honest, it's just a giant, big waste of space. I know we need to save the data and all that, but it just seems like this area is just a beautiful area. And to put all those things in this area doesn't make much sense, guys. But, hey, y'all have a great day.
Thank you, Joe. Appreciate it.
They put them there originally because the cost of the land was cheaper and the cost of water was cheaper. The cost of electricity was cheaper. That's why they were doing it. You should see how big the one data center, Travis, you've probably seen it in Loudoun County Parkway, how tall it is. They used to be, and by the way, they're much
It used
bigger.
to be maybe
they're much bigger
10
than
stories or 8 stories.
They're much
or
bigger
something.
than 2 times the size of Walmart's. They're 20 times the size of Walmart's.
Mm-hmm.
But now they're getting taller. I mean, the one that they're building now, I can't imagine what the square footage is.
Yeah.
I mean, it's massive.
Yeah. All right.
But it's a big deal over there.
All right. It is what it is. When we come back, promise we will get into the entertainment page. And then at 9:45, we have Drew Gooden from Vegas to talk about the Wizards Summer League. Don't go anywhere.
All right, we're going to flip-flop the next two segments. We were going to do the EP, but we're going to move that back because we want to talk to our good friend Drew Gooden. He's out in Vegas covering the Summer League. Of course, Drew Gooden was a baller, played at Kansas, drafted by the Grizz, played a bunch of years in the league, and he's been out there focusing on Summer League, and he joins us now on the Rude Guest Hotline.
Drew, what's up, buddy?
Drew.
I'm doing good. I'm still on East Coast time, though, fellas, so it's still almost, 10 o'clock my time.
Yeah,
I hear ya. All right, good. That's good. I mean, your body's not going to sleep until noon out there. That's awesome. All right, so let's talk about AJ here for a second. We were just kind of talking about the last segment since Peterson's put up a couple, good games here in the Summer League, 28 and 25. I feel like AJ is seeing that, and in his first Summer League game, he's going to say, "Hey, look at me."
He's going to want to make a statement.
I think he's going to put up some numbers. What are your thoughts on his first game?
Well, listen. Throughout the years, watching from the outside, and then being part of the draft as a player myself, going number 2 does something to you because the guys that go 2, 3, they feel like they should have went 1. Okay. So it gives you a little chip on your shoulder. And I think right now with DP, what we're seeing that chip with Darren Peterson. He wanted to go number 1. I mean, those guys have been competing against each other since grade school at a lot of different stages. So I think DP is playing with a little chip on his shoulder, and you're seeing it, and he's playing great.
And I also would say, as I said to Jason in last break, that I wouldn't get too carried away if, for whatever reason, AJ doesn't go off. I remember Alex in his first game, or remember he went like 1 for 11 or something. It was something kind of putrid. And everyone, it's Summer League. It doesn't really matter. But
people are watching.
They're watching, and we'll make impressions, right or wrong. But I wouldn't read too much into it. Are they going to be? I remember with Alex. Would they play him maybe one game, that 1 for 11 game or whatever, then he came back, had a good game, and then it kind of like shut him down? Do you expect the similar kind of thing with AJ, or are they going to pretty much throw him to the Wolves and let him get after it?
I think you got to throw him to the Wolves and let him get after it. I mean, he's a number 1 pick for a reason. He's a competitive guy. And I was saying if I was number 1 and, I saw a guy that I was going at it with to get this spot is actually having success in Summer League. I'm treating those Summer League games like NBA games, like regular season games. It becomes a competitive thing, And I think with AJ, he has that competitive spirit. He has that knack. So I don't expect nothing less from him.
Yeah, and these guys all know each other, especially the young guys. It's not like Alex who's coming over from France. You know what I mean? Like, they all know each other. He's been balling with these guys for years. I thought it was also important to note that there was a camera that showed at one point AJ walking by DP, and there was like a quick fist bump, but it looked like almost like he wasn't paying attention to him. I don't think that's true. They were kind of acting like there was some... I'm sure there's rivalry, but there's definite respect. AJ was asked in one of his interviews before the draft, who's going to still be relevant 10 years from now? First guy I mentioned was Darren Peterson. First guy I mentioned, right? Which I thought was important, and it was respectful.
Yeah. Let me ask you this, Drew. I mean, were you with the guy, before the draft, were you an AJ guy, or were you, since you're a Jayhawk, were you a DP guy?
I'm going to be a little biased.
Okay. All right.
I'm a Jayhawk. Love Darren Peterson. Love AJ. Love Caleb Wilson. Love Acuff. I'm just a fan of the game. It's amazing how the draft is so predictable nowadays. 1 through 7 is kind of like was the mock draft, and I think it kind of this year it is what it is, and we kind of predicted and saw that draft order. And when you kind of look at the makeup of the team, I mean, you couldn't go wrong with DP or AJ. I think with both of those guys, they're going to come in and they're going to kind of command a certain type of attention than other rookies.
Right.
I think with DP, I mean, he's running point guard right now with Utah.
Mm-hmm.
He's playing phenomenal, but I mean, I don't know how that works here in DC with Trey after getting an extension. You know, with AJ, I feel like he's a plug and play guy. You could put him anywhere on the floor right now between the position shooting guard, small forward, power forward, maybe small ball center. He's going to fit in. So, I mean, he's a plug-and-play guy right away. I think you couldn't go wrong with either or. Both these guys are phenoms. They're savants. But I like what you said earlier. The popcorn is not really popping right now. That summer league popcorn, that's more like, you know what I mean? That's not the real popcorn. As I would say, that like you got preseason, you got summer league. Then when opening night comes, that popcorn smells a little different.
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of take these summer league games. I don't try to look too much into them because that's not that. I always say it's not the real popcorn popping, but it gives you a small sample size. It kind of allows you to scout these guys at a different level versus from the college and high school level. It gives you a sample size, but I would take it with a grain of salt. You can't feed too much in the summer league, but it is a little measuring stick. It is a little barometer there.
It's your first taste. It's your first taste of the popcorn.
Yeah, your little first taste. Exactly. I remember my first game in a summer league. I played against a guy named Mark Madsen. Played the Los Angeles Lakers, and he locked my you-know-what up that first game. And I was like, you know what? The NBA is going to be tough. But guess what? My next game, I had like 26 points. The next game, 25 points. I played against a real NBA dog in that first NBA debut, and he was going at me. So it was a different I say it was a different time back then than it is now. I mean, like the other day, Acuff, he shot, 29 shots, and everybody in the world knew it.
Yeah.
That wasn't going on during my summer league, man. You know, we had, like, Tony Gonzalez was trying to he was playing with the Miami Heat at the time, and Dennis Rodman was, like, 45 years old trying to get back in the league. Like, summer league was a lot different when I was playing than it is now. You know what I mean? So I think there is it's a lot of hype around summer league. People read a lot into it, but take it sometimes with a grain of salt because the popcorn ain't really popping yet.
All right, so which of these young guys besides AJ, which of these second and third year guys are you kind of most excited to see? We all know about their jump season. I think that's what they call it, right? Their off season, their jump season, where you get a jump start on everything, and the guys are working hard. They have so many young players to be excited about. Who are you sort of excited to see take that next leap, and maybe we get a peek of it in summer league?
Well, I think the guys that I think is going to take the next jump, I don't think they're going to be playing summer league.
Is Trey going to be playing? Is Will Riley going to be playing?
Will Riley is for sure is one of those guys on my list. Trey is definitely probably going to play a handful of games. I don't think he'll be playing every game, but I think the guys that play that wing position, Bilal, Will, Keyshawn, it's gonna be a competitive training camp, fellas. This is it's gonna be some bump coming to training camp because there's a lot of those guys that play similar positions, and being the number one pick like AJ, and kind of want to make your mark in the sand early on. And then you got veteran guys like Bilal who's like, hold on, wait up, young fella. I've been here for some time. Let me show you how this goes. Keyshawn George, Will Riley. I mean, Will Riley, how he finished the season last year, you expect for him to have that same kind of jump season as Keyshawn. So it's going to be interesting.
Yeah.
It's going to be really interesting. It's going to be competitive. It's a lot of talent on this roster this season, and I'm looking forward to it.
Drew, do you think that Will is going to trade AD?
Oh.
What's your gut say?
Well, our gut says we have DeAndre Ayton, right?
Yeah.
Is that the backup to the backup? I mean, I think when you make a play like that for first of all, we always say the more the merrier. I mean, how deep are we right now? It's amazing how deep we are at the center position. I mean, this is unbelievable. I don't even know the last time we've been probably this deep at the power forward center positions since I've been in the last 13 seasons.
Right.
I mean, you got AD, you got Alex Sarr, who I think is going to continue to get better. You got Ayton now. You have Tristan, who I think is a rarely super underrated basketball player in this league. Just need more and more time, reps, opportunities before people know who he is. And then even Felix Akpara. I mean, I like him as another grabby big. I mean, you have a plethora of bigs right now. Juju Reeves did a great job last season. I mean, I hope I'm not even leaving anybody out, but we have a lot of bigs that's going to be competitive. It's going to be I'm looking forward for training camp. I'm telling you, it is going to be live. It's going to be fun.
Mm-hmm.
And I think these guys are going to come out like gangbusters. I tell you what, preseason, I think these guys will come out with a competitive spirit, and it's going to be tough. It's not going to be easy training camp.
Yeah, well, we can't wait.
Yeah.
Super excited for it.
All right, well,
high expectations.
Enjoy the game out there on Thursday, man. Appreciate you calling.
Absolutely. Are we gonna? You guys coming out or what? We gonna get something remotely from you guys, or you guys gonna be staying in DC holding it down?
We'll hold it down in DC.
Yeah,
but
we don't like to go to airports.
Once training camp comes around, I think you're gonna see us.
Yeah, you'll see us then.
I think you'll see us.
Okay, all right.
All right, thank you,
the
Drew.
Wise are tuning in.
Yeah, that's right. Have fun, man.
Thank you, buddy.
Okay, appreciate y'all.
All right, appreciate you. Thank you, pal.
Drew Gooden.
Yeah.
Good dude.
Yeah,
All
real
right,
good
well,
dude.
he's high on everybody.
I'll
He's
tell
high
you
on
right
everybody.
now, I don't know if we said it publicly yet, but especially JP was kind of downplaying it. I think the Ayton signing was huge, just as what a depth piece. And if they want to move Anthony, they can. That would change my perspective a little bit.
Correct.
But the way they currently are right now, I'd be stunned if they don't make the playoffs. I'd be actually stunned.
I would too.
The way they're currently constructed.
I think they're minimum 25 games better.
I mean, it's just a totally
25
different team.
wins better than this past year.
I don't even know how to
So
put
that's 42 wins.
I don't even know how to put a number on it when they didn't even try to win games last year.
True. All right, when we come back, it's the EP. We'll close out the show with the EP with Mr. Bickle.
All right, guys, behind every strong team is a setup that helps them perform. That's where PVI Office Furniture stands apart. At PVI, businesses find new and used office furniture solutions for every budget, from one chair to a complete office. Their expert furniture consultants help you choose what works for your space, your team, and the way you do business. Then PVI's own team handles fast delivery and professional installation from start to finish. That's the PVI difference. Real selection, real service, and a massive Frederick showroom where you could see it all in person. Visit PVIPVI.com or come experience the PVI difference today.
All right, let's close out the show with the EP, Mr. Bickle.
All right, entertainment page, of course, driven by BMW Fairfax, DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner for the ultimate buying experience and your ultimate driving machine. Get over to BMW Fairfax. Ask for my girl Miriam. She's the general manager. Or you check out their entire selection of certified pre-owned and brand new vehicles right there on their website, bmwfairfax.com. Might need an executive cleaning over there after that. Somebody said it might be a blue heron. Might have dropped a duty.
All right.
On my car.
I'll go with that.
It's a big mystery.
Sure it wasn't a brown herring?
It sure looked like one. Jason, this story is just for you. Your buddy, Dale Savage, unfortunately has passed away. You know who Dale Savage is?
Dale Savage.
Dale Savage.
Give me a hint.
He is a male sex industry worker.
There's a porn
known
star?
for
He's a
his
porn
gay
star?
pornography.
Oh.
Passed away at the age of 62, marking
How'd he die?
string of deaths in the male porn industry. Dale Savage, handsome guy, was a former firefighter. At 50, he turned to the sex industry to make some money. He's a good-looking guy. Did his thing. He was known for being the muscle daddy. He got into the industry at 50.
Died of a stroke.
Died of a stroke at the age of 62.
Wow. You just never know.
I guess his partner in his film company just announced it. There's apparently been a string of deaths. I know this was hit you hard, Jason, in that industry. Lane Rogers, better known by his stage name, as you know, Blake Mitchell, died in a motorcycle crash
I know
at the
all
age
these
of
guys.
31. Right. Then Seth Peterson died in his home in March at the age of 28. They think that was a drug overdose. There was another guy I'm sure you're familiar with, Colton Ford. He passed away in May at the age of 62. So I don't know what's going on over in that industry, but tragedy striking, and it's terrible to see it. You don't want to see any of that. Colton Ford. I mean, there's a bunch of dudes.
Died May 19th last year.
And some of these guys are pretty young, including the gay industry's biggest star, Tim Kruger, whose real name was Marcel Bond. He died at the age of 44. All they're saying is simple accident at his home. I don't know what that is, but he passed away. So pour some out for the male industry there. I'm sure they can be easily replaced, though, Valdez. Never really a shortage, I don't think.
He died at age 44.
Drab submitting his resume as we speak.
Exactly. Paige Spearnack's in the news.
Why?
And Valdez has a conspiracy theory. Now, I like Paige. I think she's she talks about it. She has a lot of anxiety issues, but she's put herself out there in the influencer world and really was kind of the OG, the original golf influencer.
Mm-hmm.
She's been doing it for about 10 years now, man. Long time. She had a lot of controversy at the Internet Invitational. She was accused of cheating. She takes this criticism hard. I feel bad for her because you can tell she's very insecure about a lot of this stuff. But she's made millions. She's a superstar. And apparently now they've always speculated, but they're speculating again that she might have gotten some new tiggles.
Ooh.
And Valdez is all over it. He has a theory. Go ahead, Valdez. I'll let you explain your theory.
As a Paige super fan,
Which I am too.
there's been a lot of discussion between myself and my friend group.
On your group chat?
Yeah. Sending pictures back and forth.
Yeah.
That Paige has put out a couple of new bikini pics, Jason. A couple new cleavage pics. She has a very tiny, itsy bitsy bikini for the July 4th and whatever she's promoting.
She's always very good at putting out themed content.
And in that picture, they just look different.
I think they look the same.
They look enhanced, and I think this is just me spitballing a theory, is that she used the bullying from the Internet Invitational to go consult with her doctor, have her surgery done, and have the recovery done, and now she's back on the scene with
brand newbies,
brand Nubians.
Really?
I have to say, this is where I part ways with.
Is that
Valdez.
the first time she's had those?
They've speculated before.
She's had like enormous tatas for a long time.
Yeah.
That's why I don't see the difference.
But everyone's been on the all natty train for a while. But I'm starting to get off.
Oh, okay.
More ways than one.
So, anyway, I'm sure she'll deny it. I don't know why. I mean, if you do it, you do it. Who cares? She's always claimed that they're all natural.
I know, all natty.
She's always claimed that.
But just the expert eye just is noticing the slight little difference.
I'll trust you.
Right.
I'll take your word for
Show
it.
Jason the picture. Look at these things.
I saw the picture. I just.
Well, I mean, she's always. I mean, you can see there's videos of her for years now where she's hitting golf balls in these little tight outfits, and she has to swing around her boobs. They're so enormous.
I don't know.
I just don't know. But it's a great conspiracy.
Hey, real quick, we're going to give away 2 tickets to the R&B tour starring Usher and Chris Brown, which is Friday, July 10th. Hello, that's in 3 days. At Northwest Stadium. For tickets and more event info, visit thefandc.com, courtesy of Live Nations. We're going to give a pair of tickets to the 10th caller right now, 800-636-1067.
By the way, last but not least, I know we got to run here. Toby and B. Mitch are coming up.
Yep.
The Oasis.
September 11th. It hits
September
theaters.
11th. That's the Oasis doc, and I know you're a huge Oasis fan.
Oh, that'll be awesome.
Yeah.
All right, 2-man show. Hopefully get JP back tomorrow. B. Mitch and Toby coming up next.
Well, the World Cup was a lot of fun until last night. The round of 16, the Americans bounced easily by Belgium, losing 4-1 last night in Seattle, eliminated in the round of 16. Belgians took the lead early. U.S. struck back. Malik Tillman tied things up on a free kick goal, his second of the tournament midway through the first, but then just moments later, just over a minute later, Belgium scored again to regain the lead for good. Goalkeeping blunder led to a third goal by Belgium. They scored the final one late in the match. In stoppage time, U.S. denied their first quarterfinal appearance in 24 years. Big night in baseball, though. Nationals outslugged the Houston Astros 12-11. James Wood hit a grand slam. C.J. Abrams, a 3-run shot. Nats end their 2-game skid. They'll play the Astros again tonight here in D.C., 6:45 p.m. first pitch on the Fan. 2.5 back now in the wild card race. Tennis, Coco Gauff and Jessica Pegula are tied up right now 1 set apiece in their quarterfinal, which is underway this morning at Wimbledon. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
With the mic in my hand.
Welcome in. It is B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer sitting in for JP today alongside Brian Mitchell.
What up?
B. Mitch, it is we were just talking before the show. Somehow I'm walking around with a sprained ankle, which I have no idea how I did. And then I'm sitting across from a former professional athlete who's biking 17 miles this morning. I couldn't feel more pathetic on a Tuesday.
Sometimes I think what happens is, you have the mindset, you sprain your ankle, and you just say, I'm going to keep moving. But you say you walk 5 miles after that.
Yeah.
So you could have done something that was not that serious, but the 5 miles on top of it could have made it a little bit worse, or, just got a little sore. Just got to get through it, man. You got to find out to go home, try a little contrast, and get a little massage on it. It's going to hurt a little bit. Well, Ryan can give you a massage. He like to give massages. I mean,
we'll arrange that in the break.
Hold on. Quick question. A mimosa, a massage.
Hold on, quick question. You rode 17 miles this morning?
Yeah, on the Peloton.
Bro, what time did you wake up?
I get up every morning right around 5:30, 4:45.
All right,
I'm on the Peloton or the treadmill by 6-something.
Sheesh. And then you beat Virginia traffic in the DC?
Then I come here. But this is every morning, Jeff. So it's like I do it so often now that when I first started January, it was December, and me and Scotty, the wild card Scotty, Scotty started getting up with me, and I said we're gonna do it every day, but take off a day or two a week. I started this stuff in December, and I'm still going at it. And I'm telling you, getting on it now is way different. But it ignites my day, and because I know if I go through a whole day and then go home, I'm not going to want to do it.
That's nice. B-Mitch, riding bikes since the 1400s.
No, I mean, that's incredible. I can't do that. So more credit to you, B-Mitch, for being able to do that. Speaking of not being able to do stuff, United States men's national team.
And I watched it. I watched that last night.
What a disappointment.
Listen, man. Sometimes I know we get excited about when we are playing the rest of the world. We sometimes get so excited when we see something good that we don't acknowledge what's not good. I came in here last week, and Brian and I were talking. I say, our goalies suck.
Mm-hmm.
And he started talking about how all of them had issues. And I just felt that they were constantly out of position. I watched the goalie from, that just lost to, they lost to Mexico, didn't they?
Yeah.
No, they lost to Messi and them.
Okay, yeah.
What's the little island?
Cape Verde.
Cape Verde. That goalie was magnificent.
Oh, yeah.
Ours, for some reason, we try to make the extreme play sometimes when it's unnecessary. And it gets us out of position. I watched the game before, not the one last night, but the one before. Last night, we know what happened. But the one before, I watched him come way out past his line trying to catch a ball. He missed the ball. And luckily, the other guys were back to get the ball out because he was always out of position. And I felt once we get to this level we were at now and playing the better teams, they're going to make you pay for it.
Yeah, that was a tough loss to watch last night. If you'd like to hop in, feel free, 800-636-1067. It was one of those things, B. Mitch, where you saw they never felt like they got into the game. The coach acknowledged that afterwards, and it was something that I don't know if the moment was too big, if it was just a step up in competition. I mean, we already knew that the defense
They lost 5-2 to them before.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? We were favored. We got what's called to come back and play yesterday, and I think everyone felt, but you know what? That didn't just automatically mean you're going to win.
No.
You got to still play as well as you were playing. They seemed out of sorts. They seemed out of sync, you know? And I think the whole thing, everybody was just, the whole narrative yesterday was just that they were, luckily we got somebody to make this happen. No, you still got to play the damn game, and they did not play the game.
No, they did not. And it was something, too, where step up in competition, and they just weren't ready for it. And the tough part about this, B. Mitch, is this was a fun run. It was fun to watch this team play, but they came into the tournament ranked 17th. They bow out in the round of 16. So I don't know that you would call it a disappointing tournament. They kind of got to where they're supposed to be, but they also didn't do anything. They beat the teams they should beat, and they lost the teams they should lose to. And this team, for being heralded as, all right, this is the golden generation. This is a real chance here playing in the United States in the 2026 World Cup. And they just, they played. We're going to remember some moments, but they didn't get over the top. They didn't take that next step.
They've improved, and now they got to continue improving. I think they have a good nucleus right there, and they got to keep growing with that. Because, and start looking around the world. Look at some of the teams around the world and look at their teams and tell me all those people from their country. Hell no, they're not from their country. So we have to understand too. We got to get out of the mindset of, they were born and raised. Hell with that. If they moved here and they got the right type of stuff, they were here. Start using them too. Because I was looking at the Japan game, and I'm like, I know that brother's not Japanese.
Well, and the goalie?
Yeah.
Well, and
a few other people, they had more than one.
He would have had eligibility, the goalie for Japan, to play here.
Yes.
And you know how much, the crazy part is.
He had his daddy is from Ghana, his mom from Japan, he was born in the United States.
Yeah.
He's in essence, he's a United States citizen.
I mean, Flo Balogun.
Yeah.
Best player for the U.S. in this tournament. He was only born here because of I'm sure you've heard the story now. His mom was so pregnant that they're like, we're not letting you get on the flight back home.
Yeah.
And he was born here.
Yeah.
So that's why he's eligible to play here. But it's just crazy
I'll just say this. Flo Balogun. We don't improve. Watch and see who he be playing with the next time.
Mm-hmm.
Just saying. You know, you got to find a way to get the best of the best because that's what the other countries are doing that too.
Yeah.
You know, don't be fooled. Like France, all those dudes are not born in France. They're from different places too. Mbappe is not all French.
Yeah.
Mbappe got a lot of African in him. Okay? So you got to start looking at this stuff and understand that this team needs to be made up of the best athletes that have the ability to play as an American. The best athlete. Not just because you think they're the best one have to play.
Yeah, and it was just disappointing watching the guys up front to not have the same sort of quality that they had all tournament long. But it was something, whether it was the nerves getting to them or playing with a little bit more pressure because the team they're playing against is a little bit better. You know, they try to make a pass, and the same pass that they'd made in the first couple of games that would be right on target is now way off. Or this little ticky-tack, give and go type stuff just wouldn't be there. And it just was too much. But it felt like they weren't prepared for the moment. They weren't ready for it. It's disappointing because this team looked like it was going to be different.
I look at it like this. You've been out to Commanders practice and you've seen practice where the guys are in the shells and they have the little yellow jerseys on.
Yeah.
And they're told how to do, and the offense goes down the field, look good. Defense does the same thing against the other offense that's just giving them a look. Then when you go into a preseason game, the other team is not willing to be a participant, and they do something different. So what happened previously when they were playing games and doing those little give and goes and touch passes, the other team's defense was sitting back. Belgium last night attacked them, which means just like when you go into no huddle, 2 minute, you're attacking a defense where you make them uncomfortable. They can't just sit. They got to start now reacting to what you're doing. Belgium started doing stuff that the United States now was out of sorts. They felt like normally nobody normally comes at that. They started to mess them up a little bit. They got a little disoriented. That's basically what happened. So if they moving forward, I would say try to play more aggressive teams, or even in practice play with a more of an aggressive style thing to make yourself be ready for that again. Because everybody not gonna just sit back and allow you to do what you want to do. This is not the Globetrotters against the the people that they play against.
Yeah, the Washington Generals.
The Generals. Yeah, this is not the Globetrotters. It's not a script.
Yeah, no.
This is something where you gotta go right when somebody make a mistake. Like I always talk about when people when they out there getting ready for practice. Oh man, he's healthy, he's ready to go. No, everything that he's doing, he knows when he's gonna cut. When you get into a real game, you got to cut at a moment's notice. It makes a world of difference. And last night, I think they weren't prepared for the aggressiveness that they got.
No, and I mean, this is disappointing because I've seen this U.S. men's national team play before. I've seen this one more often than I've seen the one that played for the first couple of games where they looked dominant, they looked in control, they looked like the one setting the tempo, and then they played a better team and they weren't up to task. And it was disappointing because to me, growing up, watching different U.S. teams, I preferred supporting the women's national team because they generally were going to come through.
Yeah.
They've been able to actually win something. The men's national team does not.
I agree.
I thought it was interesting, B-Mitch, afterwards, Carly Lloyd was on the coverage for Fox, and she kind of called out the efforts of the U.S. and said that it was disappointing, and also talked about Pulisic. Here was Carly Lloyd.
No, look, it's a bit of a downer for us being out here now after this loss, but I felt like they lost the game before they even stepped out onto the pitch, and I'm not sure why, and I don't know the reasons, but just from the beginning, just chasing, tentative, scared, just not confident on the ball. And I think big-time players, you wanted some of those big-time players to step up in big moments. And I got to be honest, I was a bit disappointed with Christian Pulisic. I think whether he wants to be the star of this team or not, we didn't see enough from him in this particular game and really the whole World Cup. Little glimpses here and there, but, look, aside from this loss, I think on the brighter storyline, it's been a fantastic World Cup. This team has united the country. They have, gotten American fans to fall in love with them. And there is a bright future, but this is just a real disappointing loss to go out on.
Yeah, 100% on point.
She's on point.
And the tough part is, I don't disagree with her that it feels like it's a bright future, but I heard that 4 years ago. I heard that 8 years ago. I heard that 12 years ago. Like, are we just going to keep doing that?
But I look at this team, like, there seemed to be a little bit more talent than previous years. Like,
definitely.
Overall talent. And I believe they have to make sure they improve. That goalie position is as important as anything. And then you got to start strengthening and having other people to come along the way. You can't just be happy that, oh, man, they can't. No. You want to be the best of the best.
Mm-hmm.
Like when the team goes to the Super Bowl and they lose, they're not happy that they made it there. They want to go back and try winning again. And they have to improve upon it. I believe that they're better, but you got to have your stars got to step up all the time.
Well, and that's what's so funny is you look at the top of the FIFA World Cup right now, and the teams that are at the top and the goal scorers that are at the top, they're all the top players in the world. Yeah. And it's almost like a weird year in that, like, the best players that you can think of, name anybody, they're at the top. Mbappe, Messi, Haaland,
Messi is how
Kane.
Messi's old.
Yeah, Messi's
and he's
old.
Still scoring like he's young.
But that's all the top players. Yeah. Those are all the guys that are still in it, and those are the guys that are leading the way. And for the U.S., for Christian Pulisic, I think you see the talent when he's on the field.
Yeah.
Problem is he's been injured.
Yeah.
And then in this tournament, and especially yesterday, he was a net negative almost because the times he would get the ball, he would lose it. And that can't happen for your star player in a big game like that.
True. I mean, big time players got to show up in big time moments, and didn't show up yesterday.
I'm curious did you run into people in your career? Because it feels like this is the case for Pulisic. You heard Carly Lloyd mention it in that clip. You heard I saw a clip from Zlatan talking about it as well, saying, he's known as Captain America, even if he doesn't want to embrace it. Have you run into people in your career where they're supposed to be the guy, they're the most talented guy on the team, but they're not willing to embrace it, and in turn, they don't show up in those big moments? Because that's been Pulisic's kind of legacy here with the U.S.
I have seen many, many people in many, many sports that are crowned before they deserve to be crowned. Yes, he has talent, but what has he really done to be crowned Captain America? Nothing.
Yeah.
Okay? He's done some good stuff at certain moments, but he's done nothing to be crowned that. We see it happen every year in the team. Somebody get picked before the season starts. We've already crowned them. But let somebody do something first. It's like my grandson who's 2 years old. Every time he does something, I said, "What I say, Bryce?" He said, "Be patient." Okay? If a 2-year-old could pick it up by be patient, let something happen. Why on earth are we as adults constantly, instead of being patient, we want to rush people to a certain level that they are not qualified to have just yet?
Yeah.
It's okay to wait 2 years, maybe 3, for that person to get there, and then you can garner them all the attention you want. But when a guy hasn't done it yet and still trying to find his way, why put the added pressure? Because Captain America, no, he shouldn't be. If you got Batman and Robin, he's Robin right now. He ain't Batman. So, Flo is as good as him, or probably better.
Yeah.
But they want to call him Captain America. Let him earn it first.
Yeah, and that's been the tough part for Pulisic, is you can see the talent every time he steps out on the field. You watch him play for the various clubs in Europe that he's played for, and there's talent there. Mm-hmm. But too often for the United States, it has been a disappointment overall for what he's been able to do.
Either he's banged up or he's not making the play.
Yeah.
Like, we've seen guys forever look the part. Like, we go play golf with Ryan. Beautiful, beautiful swing. Sucks. Can't make the ball go straight consistently to save his life. But his swing, when he's doing it, if you had to put everything based off his swing, you go, ooh, that dude could play till he hits the ball. The thing about it, we look at a guy that moves around like he's supposed to. Mm-hmm. He has everything that you're supposed to have to be that guy. But the playmaking ability in the tough moments.
Yeah.
But the ability to stay healthy all the time. So all that stuff has to be intertwined to become big dog. And you can have everything, be as talented as you want to be. If you're not there consistently, why the hell am I calling you captain or anything? You got to learn that. We have to just, in this country, we blame athletes for everything. But I think it's us that put them in a certain standard or put them on a pedestal before they even deserve to be there. And that should be on us instead of them. Let them grow a little bit. As my grandson say, be patient.
Well, I saw something that was interesting, B-Mitch, that's on MLB Network, and this is sort of tied in here. But Joey Votto was asked if clutch is a gene, or if you have that, if that's a skill, being clutch. And I don't know if it is or not necessarily, but I can tell you this. There are some people that can stand up to the big moments and mentally handle it, and there are some of those that shrink on a consistent basis. And, part of the reason that I'm so sold on Jaden was watching him in clutch moments in his rookie season.
Yeah.
You don't just get that in everybody.
It just happens.
But there are too many guys, like Pulisic is one of them, unfortunately, that I've seen him in big moments plenty of times now, and he has not stepped up to those big moments throughout his career.
What I've always said is when you're on any field of play and you're thinking about how to do something, you already lost. You just have to do it. And if you practice in a way to where it's instinctive all the time, or you find guys when the big game is coming up, just like the media hypes it up, you know what they start saying? Oh, man, it's big moment, big game, we got. Nah, dog, just do what you've been doing. Relax and go out there and make some plays. But when people say the moment is too big for somebody, too much thinking starts to happen. Most guys, when you ask, guys after they make a big play, what were you thinking in that moment? Nothing.
Yeah.
Most guys will tell you, I wasn't thinking. I just made the play. I did what I did every day in practice. If you are thinking, you are not making the play. Believe me. If that one little thought will get somebody else that's going to come in and make the play stop you. So.
United States is out of the World Cup as they fell to Belgium last night 4-1. If you want to hop in, 800-636-1067. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley on The Fan.
Let's start with some tennis, and a thriller just finished up a moment ago in London. Coco Gauff knocks off Jessica Pegula in 3 sets in their quarterfinal at Wimbledon. Pegula won the first set. Gauff bounced back to take the next 2. Just finished things off 6-3 in the third and final set. She is into the Wimbledon semifinals for the first time in her career. World Cup, it ended quite badly for the Americans, kind of outclassed by Belgium last night, losing their round of 16 matchup 4-1 in Seattle. The Americans being out means all the host nations in the World Cup have now been eliminated. Baseball, Nats offense just keeps scoring runs. Slugfest last night at Nats Park, played right into their hands. James Wood hit a grand slam. C.J. Abrams, a 3-run shot. Nationals outscored the Houston Astros 12-11. 6:45 again tonight against Houston. First pitch here on the Fan. Also, another Nats note, pitcher Cade Cavalli's suspension for his role in the brawl in Boston has been reduced from 7 to 5 games. He began serving that suspension on Monday. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Toby Altizer sitting in for JP today. Want to remind you that Rude is the official show sponsor of B. Mitch and Finley. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and enjoy budget-friendly financing options with low monthly payments. Keep your cool and your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at Rude.com. Remember, if it ain't Rude,
it ain't right.
The United States did not look very good last night against Belgium as they fell 4-1, and all the host nations are now out of the World Cup. What did you take away from last night's loss? 800-636-1067. Let's get out to Shane in Fairfax. Shane, what's going on?
What's up, B. Mitch? What's up, Toby, sixth man of the radio? How y'all doing this morning?
We good, brother.
Hey, look, here's the thing. We're nowhere close. It just showed. I've been here. I'm 49, and every World Cup I've here, we're almost there. Well, we're not almost there. We're nowhere near almost there. It just showed you last night. We got took to school. And like you kept saying, Captain America, yeah, he's Captain America at the end of the scene when he's like, I need to get some life. That's the Captain America he is right now. It's called availability. If you're not available, then how can you be considered Captain America when you can't even be on the field and you can't even make the plays? We look horrible. Let's call it what it is. We are nowhere near with the elite countries right now with the World Cup of soccer in this country. We're just not going to keep up, and we're not going to compete until we, like you said, B. Mitch, we get other people from other countries that say they're from the United States, if you will. But we're nowhere close. Nowhere to close.
Appreciate the phone call, Shane. Yeah, I think the tough part for this one, B. Mitch, is it was a fun run, and you really like this team, but they kind of bow out in the same spot that they've been plenty of times before. And so it's not as if they took a major step forward, even though it feels like there's positive momentum. You kind of got to go out in the field and show me. Like, as much as, we put so much pressure on other athletes around this country when they perform with the Stars and Stripes. You think about the U.S. basketball team or either, Winter or Summer Olympics and the pressure you throw on athletes. We can't just soften up because it's men's soccer and, well, they're going to... They lost to Belgium. They didn't lose to France. They didn't lose to Spain. They lost to Belgium. It's not to say Belgium's not good, but Belgium is right in the same weight class, according to the odds and everything.
You remember when we all of a sudden lost basketball in the Olympics?
Yeah.
We lost our minds. And they said this ain't going to happen again. And yes, the rest of the world has gotten better, but the United States say they got better too. And all the top-notch people say, you know what, to hell with my pride, to hell with me saying, I'm not going to do that. They all came out to play. You got to start the scrutiny and the choices even better. And I know people always get upset when someone wants to say something about a guy that was supposed to play. Hey, certain level of athletes, you are expected to do more than others. Mm-hmm. And if you don't reach it, you're going to be criticized. And criticizing is not hating. Okay? So let's understand, when you have a higher expectation and you don't reach it, people are going to say something about it.
800-636-1067. Ron is in Vienna. Ron, what's going on?
Hey, guys. How are you?
What's happening, man?
Good conversation. Look, I followed Pulisic's career since he left and played at Borussia Dortmund and on through his entire career. And first of all, the reason he's Captain America is that he actually was made captain in the lead up to the last World Cup in Qatar. And let's be honest here. I mean, he has high expectations because he's arguably the greatest American footballer or soccer player we've produced. Don't forget, he won the Champions League under Thomas Tuchel, who's now coaching England, and scored an instrumental semifinal goal against Real Madrid against who? Courtois, who was in the game last night. He also had several key contributions and goals in the lead up to the World Cup in Qatar. And his problem is he can't stay healthy. He's a slightly built guy. He gets hurt a lot. Just look at his career even now at AC Milan. He was hurt. He's been hurt so many times. He just can't get on the field and really raise to the expectations, I think, that are expected of him. But, it was sad because none of these guys really showed up last night.
Yeah.
And I agree with your other caller. We're not there yet. I mean, in 2002 in Korea, when we played in the World Cup then, we made it to the quarterfinals where we were 1-0 loss to Germany from going to the semis. So, but, look at England. It's 60 years. They haven't, they've been disappointing for a long time.
Appreciate the phone call, Ron. I mean, look, Germany got knocked out before the United States. They lost to Paraguay. So it's not to say that, they're
pissed off too.
They got to where they're supposed to be.
And the people are pissed.
Yeah.
And the thing about it is, I don't care about England. I don't care about Germany. I care about the United States getting better and being consistently better. And that's the problem when we don't get to where we think we can. Because before the losing last night, we all thought they can go a long distance. We thought they were going to do it. This is the team now. I don't hear about what happened to the other countries. I don't care about the other countries. That's like making excuses.
Yeah.
We're now changing the topic. We're talking about somebody else instead of focusing on what we were talking about. We're talking about this team being better in big-time moments, and they aren't. And whether you are making the right play or not being available, that's still not making the play in a big-time moment, right?
Yeah, and I would say that this is par for the course to get to the round of 16 and lose.
Yeah.
It's not as if I would label this tournament, the way they went out was disappointing, but I wouldn't label the tournament a disappointment. You also can't herald it as some great accomplishment. They were supposed to get here.
Yeah.
The team that the teams that they got past were Australia, Paraguay, which, again, Paraguay ousted Germany, so it's not like it's nothing, but it's still Paraguay, and Bosnia.
Mm-hmm.
That's great. If you want to show me you're a different team, beat Belgium. Or at least show up. And they didn't do that.
But like I said, again, last time we played Belgium, they beat us 5-2.
Yeah.
We were favored. Why? I don't know.
So this is interesting from Zlatan. So I guess on FIFA's website, they have little bios of every star around the different teams and just little quotes from people around soccer about those people.
Mm-hmm.
Here was Zlatan Ibrahimovic on Christian Pulisic. He said, he's known for being Captain America, but he doesn't like to be called Captain America. He doesn't see himself like a superhero. He's keeping a low profile and his feet on the ground, but that's not the case. You are Captain America. I don't care what you say. You are. If that's more pressure on you, I don't care. It's his own fault. If you weren't so good, we wouldn't ask anything from you. And that's the thing right there.
When you show, see, this is like during football season, what I always say, once you show me what you can do, I expect it.
Yes.
If you never show me, I can't expect you to do something you've never shown me. But once you show me something once, I expect you to be able to get to it again. And if you don't want that pressure, don't do it. Don't show me how good you can be. And the problem is right now, Pulisic has shown how good he can be. He has shown the talent he has. And then you get mad because people expect you to be there? If you don't want to be it, leave the sport, go somewhere else.
Yeah.
Like so many people like, man, I don't like being the public guy. Well, don't play a sport then. Don't become good. Because if you're in a sport and you're good, you become anything great, people are going to want to have a part of you. If you don't want to deal with that, it's a part of the thing. So if he doesn't want that pressure, don't be that guy.
Anna's in Sterling.
You can just go off in the sunset.
Anna, what's going on?
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
I just wanted to comment. I thought Carly Lloyd's comment after the game that we lost before we even stepped on the pitch was absolutely 100% perfect because they had nothing. That had to be the worst game I've ever seen. Like, literally. There was no energy, no nothing. And Pulisic, who thinks he's, all this, whatever, is like, buddy, put up or shut up. He did nothing the entire tournament, did absolutely nothing to prove himself to anybody other than as just being injured constantly. But anyhow, too much outside noise. The reversal of the red card, I still think, played a lot. That fed right into Belgium. But again, I've been watching soccer for many, many years, and that had to be like watching a Division II team play. It was pathetic.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate
Anna.
your call.
I mean, certainly that third goal they gave up was very amateur. It just the whole effort yesterday. The fact that you didn't come out with some enthusiasm. I mean, look at how Mexico played at the Azteca. They lost the game. But you can't tell me that the intensity Mexico played with is anything close to what the United States show. Like, U.S. didn't match any of that in Seattle, which was a good crowd, but they were taken out of it immediately, and it didn't play like they were the home team.
The reversal of the red card woke Belgium up. It made us seem complacent. Point hands down.
Yeah, 100%.
So if you got to get to the point where whether that had happened or not, your level has to be here. And too many times in sports, the psychological aspect of sports is what ruins a lot of people because people go up and down with the moment. If you're always here, you have to worry about it. If you always play at a certain level, who cares if you're playing against the best team or the worst team? If you play the worst team, you kick their ass by how many goals, how many points you want. And if it's the best team, they come in and they realize, oh, hell, I'm in for a fight. You might squeeze by them at one point. But if you go up and down for your talent, for your competition, that's why some people stay average for a long time.
What'd you make of Pochettino with this? Because to me, it's difficult when if I prepare my players and I'd like their strategy throughout the World Cup, but they just can't show up with the intensity and they're not mentally prepared for the moment. I don't know how much a coach can do about that. They can help them out in some ways. Like, I think that maybe there were some things that he could have done a little bit differently, but
the way a coach can do, and I don't go to soccer practices, but I've been to football practice, I've seen basketball. It's the intensity that you do in practice. A lot of times, some coaches get to the point where, we're going to slow everything down. We're going to make it a little less physical so we can really think about this thing. That's cool. But when you get in that game, and that other team is physical as hell and your team has never experienced nothing like that, are they going to be up for it or are they going to get confused? So you got to find a level to try and, to go out there and what's the word I'm looking for, do exactly what's happening in the game in practice. I know it won't be the same intensity, but it got to be damn close.
Yeah, replicate as much as possible.
You got to replicate, get to it, get close enough to it. You can't tackle completely in real football and American football, and in soccer you're not going to go as hard, but you got to be a little bit more aggressive because when Belgium started coming, it looked like we didn't know what to do. We didn't have a retort. We didn't when they would come back on it.
800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. The United States is out of the World Cup. What'd you make of their run, and what'd you make of their performance against Belgium? Again, 800-636-1067.
But you know the real reason? Ryan picked us to win, and I knew yesterday we were going to lose.
You know what?
He's the cooler.
He is. He is
pathetic, man.
He's bad luck. He's bad luck Ryan. Not bad luck Brian. Bad luck Ryan.
Bad luck Ryan.
B. Mitch and Finley on the Fan. United States is out of the World Cup. All the host nations go out
They say
in
we
the
hating?
round of 16. Apparently.
We ain't hating.
She got married at MSG, by the way, over the
We just
4th
calling
of July
it.
weekend.
We calling it how we see it.
So U.S. falls 4-1 to Belgium. We'll get to more of your phone calls here in just a second, but
It's like, but think about it. Like last night, every time we come out, they score, we scored, momentum, bam, they scored instantly.
yeah, I mean,
It was
even
crazy,
even
man.
in the second half when they finally came out with some control of the ball, then immediately you have the blunder of Freeze in the back.
Yeah.
Like terrible.
Freeze was frozen.
Yeah, not
several
good.
times. Yeah.
Jeff, what do you got?
I think like the entire world was going against us yesterday. After the whole our president calling and getting the red, a lot of people wanted us to lose yesterday, and it looked like we wanted to lose as well. Belgium came out there and just straight smacked the U.S. in the face, and it's like it really looked like they lost their like soccer knowledge. Like, bro, if they are locking y'all up on one side of the field, why not cross the ball?
Yeah,
They were playing like they just lost it.
They didn't play with the same sharpness. They just weren't on it yesterday for whatever reason. 800-636-1067. Let's get to your phone calls before we get into some Commanders talk coming up at 11 o'clock. Let's start with Don in Ashburn. Don, what's going on?
What up, D?
Hey, good morning, guys. So I think three things that kind of jump out, like preparation, execution, and talent. And I don't know about the preparation piece. I think our coach probably did a pretty good job there, but the execution was not there. And I think Belgium was definitely more talented. But if you can execute, you can overcome some of those lapses in talent. But I think that they proved that the moment was just a little too big for them because they looked like the deer in the headlights from the beginning. And even when we got that tying goal and to give it back up in a minute,
yeah,
and it was done. I think that game was over right at that moment. How quickly and fast the momentum changed because of that goal. But they just really lacked the execution. The passes weren't crisp. They were just making just really dumb mistakes with the ball. The goalie played horribly. It was all over the place with this. But yeah, those are the three things that stand out. And I think it really came down to just not executing, and then the talent of Belgium just took over.
Appreciate it, Don.
Cool.
Yeah, just wasn't their night, as Pochettino said, but I don't think that's a good enough excuse for losing in the World Cup.
Yeah.
Juan is in Fairfax. Juan, what's going on?
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Good, man.
I don't really look at soccer, but when they started to you know what I'm saying, they got into the World Cup. When they started doing good, I started to pay attention. You know what I'm saying? But my thing is, I really don't blame the players. I blame the people who are getting the players on the team, because everybody, ever since this World Cup has been going on, all the people I've been hearing is Mbappe, and Messi. The U.S. soccer team does not have nobody on their team to brag about. Everybody else does. And it's crazy because, you want to bring good people over here, actually talented people over here that can play soccer. Don't just bring somebody over here, oh, yeah, he's all right. No, bring some people over here that can actually play. And then the dude's going to talk about he had an ankle injury. If you're going to have an ankle, don't come out here and play if you want to talk about it. Don't talk about it if you have an ankle injury, then you're going to turn the ball over 11 times. Come on, man.
Yeah, appreciate the phone
Come on,
call,
bro.
Juan. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the tough part, really, is that's Pulisic's spot to step up in those big moments. Like, he's the guy. Yeah. And that's why we're tough on him. It's not to say that he's not a useful player, not a good player, not that he's had some success over in Europe in his club career. That's all fine and good. When you throw on the stars and stripes, I need you to show up. And the reason there's a high expectation is because he's supposed to be their star player.
Yep.
So he's going to get the criticism when he doesn't play well. And he didn't play well yesterday.
Yep. If you're injured and you still play, forget about the injury. We don't hear about it if you don't win.
Yeah.
Because if you hit one, you won't hear about it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Jeff, you wanted to make a comment. What's up?
Yeah, if this was the World Cup, if football had a World Cup, we'll have strong players. But even other leagues and other countries, they poop on the MLS. So
yeah.
It will be hard to get good players. And notice every good player, even Messi playing in Miami, they come after they're old.
Well, and how How long? Messi, this is his what?
It's no competition for
His
real for them.
Sixth, seventh World Cup?
It's been forever.
So that's why you hear everybody. That's why you hear him talking about. And Mbappe is now in his fourth.
Yeah.
You're hearing all that stuff because these guys are the best in the world.
Yeah.
And we haven't got anybody like that.
Well, and I think the issue for the United States is that there's a fundamental problem with the way that they've structured everything from the bottom up going down to youth soccer, and that's something that needs to be changed if they really want to fix this issue. Because I don't have an issue with your best players having to go play in Europe. That's fine. Like, the MLS is what it is.
Everybody wants to play in the NHL. Everybody wants to play in the NFL. Everybody wants to play in the NBA and MLB. Everybody want to play over in Europe to go play soccer because it's the best in the world.
Absolutely. So I don't have a problem. Like, MLS isn't going to take the spot of the Premier League anytime soon or ever. So I don't care about if they need to go play over there to be better. But there's got to be a better way to develop talent.
Do we need to get a Premier League team in the United States that plays consistently against all those teams so we now are playing that level of competition, and when we begin to have these World Cups, we're not seeing this competition for the first time per se?
Maybe. It's just, for whatever it was, like, I think that these are the guys that they should have on the team this year. But when they got into the big moment, they froze.
Yeah.
You look at yesterday, and I think it was Stu Holden, or I'm not sure who was breaking down the game afterwards, and he said, I thought he played okay, but frankly, for the way that the U.S. played yesterday, okay was one of their better performances. That's the problem. I can't have you show up in the round of 16 matchup, and if I go through the 11 guys that played the game, I can find one or two that played okay, average, and 9 or 10 of them were well below average. You're going to lose that game every time. I don't care who you're playing against. It's just disappointing when you play in that sort of a moment. All right, let's move on to talk American football. But I prefer that we talk about stuff on the field, but unfortunately, Brandon Ayuk is back on social media.
I prefer to talk about people on a team.
Well, he's on a team.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You're right. Yeah.
He's technically on a team. It just ain't this team. All right, let's talk Brandon Ayuk. What is his newest social media stuff? Also want to talk about the Commanders adding Rasul Douglas, and is that something that's addressing their biggest need? We'll talk about that next here on The Fan.
This update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? Yeah, the World Cup was disappointing, but the Nats were not last night. That offense is still humming as the Nationals came from 6-1 down to knock off the Astros 12-11, a slugfest in D.C. C.J. Abrams' 3-run shot. James Wood adding a grand slam, his second of the season. Nats end a 2-game skid. Now 2.5 back again for the wild card spot. 6:45 for the Nats and Astros tonight here on The Fan. Tennis Coco Gauff down Jessica Pegula in 3 sets this morning to win their quarterfinal at Wimbledon. She is into the semis there for the first time in her career. And with just a few weeks to go before training camp begins in Ashburn, free agent defensive back Rasul Douglas is reportedly signing a 1-year deal worth up to $3.8 million with the Commanders. Celebrating her birthday, discover the stunning collection of Tacori fine jewelry at Mervis Diamond Importers. From engagement rings and anniversary bands to necklaces and bracelets, at Mervis you'll find the largest selection of fine quality diamonds and Tacori jewelry in D.C. Go to MervisDiamond.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Toby Altizer sitting in for JP today. Jeff knew we were going to be talking about Brandon Ayuk, so he's playing
great choice song. Yeah.
Theme music. I like it. Root is the official show sponsor of B. Mitch and Finley. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and enjoy budget-friendly financing options with low payments monthly. Keep your cool and your cash. Find a Root Pro partner at Rude.com. Remember, if it ain't rude,
it ain't right.
All right, B. Mitch, we got to talk about our favorite thing, Brandon Ayuk.
Okay.
He posted on social media once again.
Yeah.
This time it's not a video of him dancing or doing anything. But this is what he posted on his Instagram story a little bit earlier today.
Okay.
When the news finally came out that my guarantees were voided in November, the team continued to lie to the media/fan base, acting as if that was not a decision that was made in July, continually saying that I would be returning, despite that fact that I told them on numerous occasions that I would not be. With the severity of my injury and guarantees no longer on the table, that was not an option. We are 1 year from the date in which they made the decision to void my guarantees due to, quote, missed rehab. Yet they have the footage and the GPS information that shows I reached markers I never hit even before injury, all before the required recovery time ordered by the surgeon. I will not be reinstating with them, nor ever doing any kind of business with them. I'm locked in and focused on my opportunity to return to the field this season. # raise hail.
I hear that, and I know a lot of people are going to get up in arms and crazy. Oh, yeah. You can't, if you don't do business with them, you won't do business with nobody. As long as they can leave you on that left team list, they don't have to pay you.
Yeah.
And they don't get docked because of it. The only reason that they can do what they're doing now in July, is July 7th, is because they don't have to keep you on the basically against their salary cap. And when your money was voided, you told the NFLPA you didn't want them to go look for the money, try to get the money back. You could have went after that. You didn't. And just because your money was voided don't mean that you don't have to go to work. That's a clause. You sign that contract, and when you sign that contract, you agreed to that clause, right? That if I don't do something, they can take money back. You agreed to that. So now you're saying, well, when they voided my contracts, it's not on the table for me to come back on the team. Yes, it is. You still got to live up to the rest of it. And now, as we found out a week or two ago, they can go after money they have already paid you.
Yeah.
That would be a problem.
Well, and you know this as someone that was very involved in the NFLPA from your playing days. Look, you want to be a football player, but there are two sides to it. There's the football side, and then there's the business side.
There's the business side.
Ayuk wants to do the football side. He doesn't want to do the business side. Unfortunately, if you're not willing to do the business side and you put yourself in this situation, the Niners can play the business side and screw you at every turn on the football side.
100%. And I think people that seems to want to side with him just think about your business and your employment. You have a contract. Everybody that has a contract out there, do you read the fine print? Have you ever read the fine print? Most contracts have a morals clause in it. Okay? In the NFL, they start adding these addendums and they start putting different things. When a contract says, if you don't show up for rehab, we can take your money back. Why on earth wouldn't you show up for rehab? And to say they have it documented, like, Marcus, you made, if you over there working out somewhere and they got somebody with a camera, they can get you. But in your contract, it states you have to come to the facility to do certain things. So if I'm rehabbing at my local high school and they happen to just send somebody over and time me, that sounds all fine and dandy. But in the contract, it states I must come to this multi-million-dollar facility that they built with the people that they want you to come in and see and stuff like that. But then if you choose to not do that, you basically are just telling your money one finger salute.
Yeah. Well, and that's why you got to be careful. That's why you got to have an agent to be able to read through these contracts and understand everything that's going on.
Every player reads your whole contract at least once.
Because when you look at this, the way that he's explained it is he rehabbed away from the team the same way that he viewed, I believe, Nick Bosa, other 49ers that were in the, some of the reporters have called it like a clique. Some of the main guys, a Kittle, the main guys. And Ayuk assumed he could do the same thing as them.
Did they have a clause in their contract that stated if they didn't come to the facility, they could lose their money? Maybe, just maybe, they knew Brandon Ayuk was at a risk. So they added that clause in his contract.
Yeah.
Like, I tell people I use this, and it's my brother. If a crime happened in my hometown, they're more than likely to pick him up. Anything. Because he's always involved with something. They wouldn't pick me up, but they're going to pick him up. Same thing could be, Nick Bosa and other people were able to work away from the field because they knew when they needed to come and get checked at the place, they were going to come. They also knew you probably would try to do it on your own. And listening to that, what I picked up now is he is always in competition with somebody else. Like everybody knows nobody treats everybody the exact same way. Nobody does. And once you show me I can't trust you to do certain things, I have to put clauses in your contract to try to make you abide by what the rules are.
Well, and B-Mitch.
And if you choose not to, that's on you.
Here's the other thing. Even if the Niners are the bad guy here, and they've
done stuff, but
correct.
He's given them the authority to do it by playing into their hands over whatever clause it was in your contract that you signed.
Exactly. Even if it is something where they didn't show him the preferential treatment that they showed other guys. Okay, that's not right by the Niners, sure, but also you have to abide by what you signed.
What's the famous saying, Jimmy Johnson? If Mike, Troy, or Emmett fell asleep in the meeting, what would you do? He said, give him a pillow.
Mm-hmm.
Because they cut a guy for sleeping in the meeting. You don't treat everybody the same.
Absolutely.
But let's be real. They gave you $50 million. They believe in you some. They were trying to protect their money. So if I give Nick $50 million, I know Nick's coming in here work. He's a workaholic. He's gonna come in here all the time. I give you 50, I know you may not. So I gotta put a clause in your contract. And you readily signed it. And even when we took your money, you didn't fight for it. So people go, well, he just didn't like them. Nah, bro. It's too damn hard to make that type of money.
Yeah.
And if you don't fight for it, something's wrong.
And that's why I don't feel bad for either side on this. If you're the Niners, you knew this guy before you signed him.
Yeah.
And you're having to deal with it. And for Ayuk, as much as you want to say the Niners wronged him, for people that are on his side, he's getting paid a ridiculous amount of money. Guy could just show up and do his job. He could show up and do his rehab and then get his way out and try to then ask for a trade. But he's not doing the necessary steps. And The problem here, B. Mitch, is you end up in a spot where if there's any organization in the NFL, because I am not a Niners guy, I generally am not a big fan of the way that they have conducted business. I would say if you looked around the NFL and tried to point at one team that you would say is not as player-friendly, it'd probably be the 49ers, which is surprising for a guy
They used to
like
be
John
back
Lynch.
in the day.
But when you look at this, they can play petty as long as they want.
If you don't do your part, they can play this thing as long as they want. So the question comes, who's going to wait around long enough? You get to a point where season is coming, you must get your team ready.
100%.
You got to start moving forward. And I think what you do, for those that may be interested in him, they go, we got to go. We got to keep moving. We can't wait. You know, like they signed Rasul Douglas yesterday. Somebody else might pop up in another position that they have needs at. And eventually they won't have no money. Over here.
Yeah.
Other teams have already washed their hands. You listen. I know he's playing to those who are going along with him. But none of these people on social media that go along with you can do a damn thing for you to get money.
Absolutely.
Nothing. So if it takes you just going to look in the devil's eyes once just to get out, look in his eyes one last damn time.
Yeah.
But staying at home ain't going to do it for you. So,
do what you got to do to get yourself where you want to be.
Man, look.
And I know it might be difficult for him to go back for that facility and do what's necessary, but if he doesn't, I wouldn't be surprised if the Niners string this out as long as possible. And there really is no end date if they're going to leave him on that list.
Yeah.
So to me, it's just, this to me is where, looking from the Washington perspective of things, I would love to know, and there's no way that we could definitively get this answer because Adam Peters isn't just going to offer this up, but I would love to know if Ayuk was a part of their plans. Because if he was like, hey, we're not going to go after a second wide receiver aside from, maybe drafting a guy like Antonio Williams in the third round. We're not going to necessarily go after a wide receiver because we'll plan on Brandon Ayuk. If that was part of your plan, then that was flawed from the beginning because he's still on another team's roster.
Yeah.
And there's no guarantee they're going to get rid of him, and you're sure as heck not going to trade for him.
There you go.
So if that's the case, then that's a flawed process from the start. And they're going to tell you that they're pretty happy with their wide receiver room. And I think this is where it fits in here, B. Mitch, is they added Rasul Douglas. So, they feel like they needed to add some depth there at the corner position.
Yeah.
And I think that's correct. I'm still not sold on their wide receiver room. And to their credit, and I've said this all along, they have put together a group of receivers behind Terry that you could pick 1, 2, 3 different guys and say, I could see this guy having a breakout season. And I could get behind that. Problem is, I don't think your plan can be for 2 or 3 guys to have career years in the same year and that be your offense.
No. I just, like, when I'm looking at, we haven't seen anybody really go out there and do anything just yet. Terry is a guy who's proven himself. The rest of the guys have to go out there and do something. But you've had guys who've had certain levels of years and things like that. But we can't automatically assume that BA can step in and just be what he was before.
Yeah.
You don't know that. And I think the thing of it, like so many people go because of a name, because you can recognize it. Everybody started off without a name. We didn't believe in Terry at first. He quickly showed himself. And somebody could show themselves this year. I just believe the overall team has gotten better.
Yeah, 100%
which will make this team, make it easier for them to make a step. But last year when you went in, they went in with a plan, and the injuries started to pile up, and the defense was not what you thought it was going to be, with the older guys you went with, and that put pressure on everybody. And the offense had to come out and think, we're going to score, put everybody in harm's way. The defense can hold some people down some points instead of giving up 30 a game in 4 or 5 games. All of a sudden you see the offense get into a rhythm. And you may not need to have the level that you had. I've seen a lot of success. I saw a lot of success up there in New England. The one guy that they had that was astronomically good at receiver was Randy Moss. All the other guys weren't. But then they became something because they kept getting opportunity. Hell, they had one guy playing receiver and cornerback. But he balled out in the role that he had. And I think that's the ultimate thing. We are automatically looking at, like, there are a lot of people that had great receivers around the league. They ain't going to the playoff neither.
800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. I think one of the things that's interesting off of this, B-Mitch, is I don't know if you're a general manager, if you can always play this style of thinking. You know, you're obviously going to weigh the pros and the cons, but I think you're generally going to try to work off of, hey, if we can do our jobs here, that this is where we're trying to get. But to me, there are certain scenarios where I can live with, if it goes poorly, it's going to be too bad. But even if this guy goes somewhere else and he does well, I can just live with that.
Who?
And that to me is Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah.
Where if, say, he gets cut by the Niners and take your pick of whatever team picks him up and he goes for 800 yards, I can live with, you know what? He's maybe can still play, but wasn't worth it. To me, though, the worst case scenario is way worse than the reward of him showing up here. And that's not even saying we haven't seen him play football in a couple of seasons, so there's no guarantee that he's going to step out on the field and be what Brandon Ayuk was. But even if he does, B-Mitch, the risk of him being exactly what he's doing right now in your locker room is pretty high because of what he's doing right now. And who's to say? You say, well, he's frustrated with the Niners. He's not going to be frustrated with the Commanders. Well, what happens if they start 3-8 and he's only got 12 catches?
Yeah.
You know?
It's just, listen, man, I can recall a moment when people were up in arms and tired of all of the drama. Now it seems like they're out here asking for the drama. And the whole thing is, the stuff yesterday, the day before yesterday, if that's any truth to that, he could have cut his own lifeline.
Well, and I don't know if him and Jaden are beefing, if they're trolling. I don't care. I don't want any of that crap going on. I prefer you leave us out of it. If you want to get this stuff done with the Niners, you focus on the Niners. I don't need you to see you wearing burgundy and gold. I don't need you to bring the quarterback into it. Leave us alone.
Yeah.
If he ends up here, I'm kind of reserved to that fact, or at least I was. I don't know if that's the case anymore, but I was kind of reserved for that fact. I don't want him here, but if he were to play here, it is what it is. But can you please just stop bringing other people into this? It's your deal. You figure it out. And we've told you, if you've listened to us at all, it's not like we're his agent or anything, which he apparently doesn't have an agent anymore. But I'm sure other people in his corner have told him, this is how you have to deal with it. You have to show up at the facility, and then they're going to have to cut you. But if you're not willing to do your thing...
Isn't that something about he needs to reach out to the league to be reinstated? So if you're reaching out to the league, that's not doing business with the 49ers, right?
So just do what you have to do.
That.
Do what you have to do,
yes.
And then you can involve us.
Yeah.
Stop involving Washington when they can't do anything for you.
Yeah, because what he's doing could make people assume that he's had conversations.
Yes.
And that can cause issues here, which you don't want.
No. So I just don't understand the end game for him here and where he thinks this is going to go. And I would not be surprised if the Niners just continue to string this out. Because, by the way, if you're the Niners... It is a little bit about being petty to a guy that you feel screwed you in a way, but it's also understanding I have to compete with 31 other teams for the Lombardi Trophy. One of those teams that he's already said he's going to sign with 10 plus times now, we're playing in week 6 and could play in the playoffs.
Yeah.
I ain't going to help them out.
We'll release him in week 7.
But they're not going to willingly help somebody else.
Nah.
Like, as much as
you can't do something wrong to someone and then expect them to do you a favor.
Yeah, this is a cutthroat business. It's about winning. It's a results-oriented business. And John Lynch and company isn't here to help out anybody else.
Nope.
So I just don't get what Brandon Ayuk thinks he's going to accomplish by continuing to post and doing the things. We've already said what you have to do.
Mm-hmm.
Do it.
Multiple times.
Or not. It's like, I just don't get it. 800-636-1067. If you'd like to hop in, Stephen Wino from the Associated Press going to join us coming up at 11:45. Talk to him about Ovi returning. More on the Commanders next. You want to hop in again, 800-636-1067. Toby sitting in for JP on B. Mitch and Finley.
Baseball, another big offensive night for the Nats last night as they rally from 6-1 down to knock off Houston 12-11. C.J. Abrams, a 3-run homer to highlight a 5-run third, and then James Wood one up that. He had a grand slam to cap a 6-run fifth inning for the Nats, who went a 2-game skid. They'll play the Stros again tonight in D.C. 6:45 p.m. first pitch here in the Fan. Nats now 2.5 back once again for an NL wildcard spot. Tennis today, Coco Gauff down Jessica Pegula in 3 sets to win their quarterfinal at Wimbledon. She is into the semis for the first time in her career. That, by the way, was the first All-American top 10 matchup on the women's side there since Venus and Serena played each other in the final in 2009. NBA, we're getting excited for some Summer League hoops. A.J. DeBonsa makes his Wizards debut this week. Marquee matchup against number 2 pick Darren Peterson and the Utah Jazz. That's NBA Summer League action coming up Thursday night, 7 p.m. in Las Vegas. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Toby Altizer sitting in for JP today alongside Brian Mitchell. The Commanders made a addition to their secondary yesterday, adding Rasul Douglas to the mix. And you look around at the top needs for this team, I think for a majority of people, they would be debating between DB and wide receiver. For the people that are thinking DB, they went out and addressed it, signing Rasul Douglas for a 1-year deal. What do you make of that signing?
I like it. I think it's a good signing.
I think getting someone with some experience to help out on the back end.
Lots of experience.
Yeah, and I remember when he first showed up in Green Bay, he was really effective for them in that first season, played at an all-pro caliber level. And I don't know if he still got that in him necessarily, but he's someone that can help out, has had some success in this league. And you look at that corner room, and there's just not a lot of guys that you feel overly confident in. Trey Amos, you hope that he can be
bounce back from the injury.
Yeah, bounce back from the injury and be a good player for you. But that's still to be determined. Mikey Sainristil has been up and down through his 2 seasons, and then you start getting behind those couple of guys, and there's just not tons of guys that
I like Amik.
Inspire confidence.
I like Amik. Listen, I watched him play some one-on-one matchups against Justin Jefferson. And that kid stood his ground the whole game. I think he won that battle. And just his tenacity, his competitiveness, I take that over a lot of the guys that come in with hype. You watch him play, and I'm talking, he brings it every game. If a guy is giving me upper level effort, you can expect some production from that. There's some people that don't give you that effort.
Yeah.
He does. He's not the biggest guy, but he has that dog in him. Like Doc always said, he got some roux in him.
He definitely does have the dog in him, and he's a fun guy to listen to at practice and walking around. He's just got a lot of personality. So I think he's good for that back end. He's similar to Mikey, I think, in terms of size and the way that they play the game, but hopefully that's something that maybe you can rub off a little bit on Sainristil and he can improve. But I'm curious to see with this secondary, because you just look at the corner room, and even though they signed Rasul Douglas, I wouldn't say that it's great. But Nick Cross going to play a big role this year. Obviously, a safety brought over. Will Harris, Quan Martin. They've got some guys that could potentially step up and play better. But this is where, to me, this type of a scheme where they're going to be a little bit more aggressive, hopefully that helps out the back end, because they're going to show different looks, try to confuse the quarterback, but they're going to blitz a lot.
Yeah, I think when you make a quarterback speed up, you make him make some mistakes. But for me, Mikey last year, 4 interceptions, what it was, 5 interceptions, whatever, without a pass rush. He took a step back from what he did the first year. He was playing outside. He had the sideline as a boundary to help him out some. He moved inside. And you give a receiver a two-way go, they're going to get some opportunities. And when you don't get no pressure on the quarterback, like we were not getting last year, that receiver is going to get open. I believe this year, and I'm expecting a better pass rush, and I think the cornerback or the defensive backfield will be better. will play better. You can't have a great defensive backfield with a subpar pass rush. And last year, the pass rush was subpar. And I know the players would never say it, but I watched it, and I'm looking, and receivers are running forever. You're going to get open because they can't get to the quarterback. And that was a big problem last year for a lot of guys on that back end.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, you can only cover for so long. And if you're not going to get pressure on the quarterback, even if you don't get the sack, at least make him move off of his spot, at least make him do something. And think about it, they weren't able to do that.
Nope.
And this year, that's going to be the focus because they are going to blitz a lot. I mean, if you just look back at last year, let me see if I can pull up the numbers. We just assume that Durante Jones is going to run Brian Flores' scheme. We'll see if it's...
There'll be some version of it.
There's going to be some similarities there. But if you just look at the amounts that the Vikings blitzed compared to everyone else around the league, it was so much higher than anybody else. I can't pull up the numbers
I don't
right
expect
now,
him to do it as much as Flores did because I think also in this scheme here, they're expecting Owe to be able to bring a level of pass
By the way,
rush.
I'm seeing him out at practice. He is so much bigger than I thought.
Yeah,
like
he's long.
the way I describe him to people that ask is, you know how Kinlaw looks for the D tackles? Owe looks that way for the defensive ends. He's not as big as Kinlaw, obviously, but you're like, holy smokes.
Yeah, they expect him to get some rush from him. And I think when you look at, oh, man, got hurt last year.
Oh, Dorrance Armstrong.
Dorrance was playing well prior to getting hurt. You get that level of pass rush, then you may not have to blitz as much.
Yeah.
But when you get that level of pass rush and you begin to bring a little pressure while dropping him out, the quarterback might throw it straight in their lap. You know, you see a lot of that happening in the league, but they have the opportunity to make a major step defensively because I believe the signing Leo Chenal, another guy, a linebacker that can do some things, they've added people in positions that I think is going to help them out to where all that pressure won't be on those cornerbacks to hold up so long.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you're hoping, is that's going to help out the back end because there are still question marks about the guys on the back end. But I also think this type of a scheme, I'm hoping this is a year, because this is kind of a big season for a guy like Mike Sainristil going into year 3 to kind of decide what his future is, whether it's he's going to be a big part of this team going forward, or if this is something that, you know, maybe that last year of his rookie contract becomes a true evaluation, whether he's going to be here in the future or not. But I think for him, I think this style of defense where you're going to rely a lot on the smarts of your players and their ability to understand how to get to their spots because they're going to disguise different things.
Yeah.
The inherent nature of a disguise, Mitch, is you're out of position to start the play. But you got to be able to get to that position. But if you understand how you're going to go about this and understand the route concepts and everything going on so that you can slow stuff down and figure stuff out, I'm excited to see how he does in this sort of a scheme. And I think that's why getting guys like a Rasul Douglas, a guy like an Amik Robertson, some vets in there to help out with some of these young guys, I think if they do their job correctly on the defensive side of the football this year, that unit, even though there's question marks, plays above what its talent on paper is.
Part of the problem is just making people a defense. Their job is to make you hold on to or get rid of quicker. They don't want you to do anything in rhythm. So if a defense can make a quarterback hold the ball a little longer and he starts patting it, that's playing into their hands. Or make you want to throw something quicker than you can. So like quarterback got to let it go before that receiver gets to his depth and get out. If they can get that going, you'll see positive things happening on the defensive side. And if I see the defense getting off the field a lot more, and I believe the ball is in Jaden's hand more, I believe Jaden is going to lead whatever he has out there.
Well, and that's the big key is even though I think that they could use a little bit more help for Jaden on the offensive side of the football, a big thing that's going to help them is just being able to get off the field, not make him feel like he has to play Superman. Because I think that's part of why he ended up in the spot he was last season, where I don't think he was as sharp as he was in his rookie season. I think also part of the reason that he maybe left himself open to injury a little bit more last season is he felt like he had to go do a little bit more. Similar to that last year when he won the Heisman at LSU, if you watch his highlights, you'd see, okay, he makes a great play, and then you see the next time he's on the field, there's 7 more points for the other team. Like he was constantly chasing it, and he was spectacular. But he had to do a little bit of that last year.
The thing with the salary cap, you're trying to spend equally. And that's very hard to do. But what happens is when you get a certain level of talent on one side at a lower rate right now, like Jaden, you can spend more over here. Because you always believe that guy can bring the people up. You're trying to get an equal thing, but you never can do that. That's why a lot of times people go, well, they got to spend some money to help Jaden. I think when you're spending on the defense side, you're helping Jaden. You know, like JP asked me earlier, maybe a few weeks ago, what do you think is the biggest thing that's going to be able to help Jaden out this year? I said the defense. And it sounds crazy when you ask me about helping the quarterback. I say the defense because when you think about Tom Brady when he was playing or Joe Montana when he was playing, the thing that helped them out, they had more and more possessions. And when those guys with that level of ability has that many possessions, they are going to cook you over time. If you believe that he can get more possessions and they get a chance to start working with this thing, I believe he can get back to the form he had in 2024. Instead of last year where it was like, you got to outscore this other team because they're going to score 30. They're going to score 27. You got to outscore them. That's a different mindset. Nah. As Joe Gibbs said, 3 touchdowns, 1 field goal. You can do that, you should win football games. You can average 24, 25 a game, you should be winning some football games.
Yeah. Another thing, too, last year, the Jets only had 4 takeaways. The Commanders only had 10.
Yeah.
So if you can get a couple more takeaways.
Mikey had more as many as the Jets.
The Jets had no interceptions.
And he had a down year.
I don't even know how you go through an entire season with no interceptions, but the Jets somehow did it. All right, let's talk about the Washington Capitals. Alex Ovechkin coming back for another season. Stephen Wino of the Associated Press going to join us to break it down. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley on The Fan. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Toby Altizer sitting in for JP today alongside Brian Mitchell. It is time to get out to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Welcome in our guest, Stephen Wino of the Associated Press. Swino, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Great. How you guys doing?
Doing good, brother.
So, Swino, Alex Ovechkin back for another year. I don't know. It kind of felt like with the way that the season ended, some of the things that went down at the end of the year, that it felt like likely that he'd be back. But what was your reaction when you found out the Grade 8 was back for another year?
Very unsurprised. As John Carlson said, 0% surprised. Just because it is certainly, for all of the maybe what we all may have thought going into sort of March and April and what looked like the end of Alex Ovechkin's career, it certainly didn't feel like it then. He didn't talk like it. His body language, just sort of everything about it did not feel like the end. I'm a little surprised he hasn't committed to this being his final season and saying, doing the whole farewell tour thing and sort of leaving it wide open. But hey, this guy's at 929 goals and maybe he gets close to 1,000 and we all start thinking, and he starts thinking it's possible.
Did you expect anything longer than a year?
No, not at all. No, and going year by year is so common for guys of this age. We saw Joe Thornton, some other Hall of Famers at the end. Jaromir Jagr basically signed a bunch of one-year contracts, younger than this, obviously. But I did not. It was basically even after the Capitals went out and got a Boone Jenner and Alex Tuch and Jordan Kyrou and went on sort of the free agent spending spree and made those trades. It was pretty clear they still had room to creatively get Alex Ovechkin back and exactly kind of the structure that wound up happening.
Let me ask you this question. What will it take? All right, I see it as a one-year deal, and I think it's over. I think many people feel the same way. What would it take for it to be anything longer than a year?
I think it would take him scoring 40-plus goals, Mitch, and be getting close enough to that magic number of, holy cow, could I get to 1,000 goals? And look, it's insane to think about. No one has scored it at this level. He scored 32 goals last season, but a handful of them are empty netters. He is, and I think everyone acknowledges at this point, a one-way, very one-dimensional player, but he still scores goals. And it's the hardest thing to do in the sport is to score goals. I really do think it would take such a spectacular fountain of youth season to make him think, and the Capitals think, that he could actually get to 1,000 goals, because that chase would be maybe not as much fun as crazy as the actual record, but it'd be something else.
So, talking with Stephen Wino of the Associated Press here on B. Mitch and Finley, Toby sitting in for JP. With his contract being what it is, because I think there was some consternation among Capitals fans about what his contract would look like, and then we saw the aggressive offseason. He signs for a very team-friendly deal. Do you think that there are going to be some concessions in the way that he plays in terms of his usage for Spencer Carberry? And, is he playing less on the power play? Is he maybe not playing the same amount of minutes that he has the last couple of seasons? Or do you think it's going to be, for the most part, the same Ovi?
Toby, I think that's the biggest question going into training camp and the season and the Capitals and Spencer Carberry face is, what is the ask of Alex Ovechkin, and what is his buy-in in terms of if he is asked to play fewer minutes at even strength, maybe he doesn't play the second half of back-to-backs. The NHL is going back to an 84-game season for the first time since 93-94, so you're going to have 2 extra games already added to the schedule. You know there are back-to-backs. Do you sort of, I don't want to say load manage, but he's a 41-year-old hockey player. Do you consider sort of using him, as you pointed out, in a more limited role? And is he willing to do that? I think those are going to be discussions that I'm sure have happened a little bit already between him and management, and also are going to continue to happen with Spencer Carberry, because this is a team right now that, even without Alex Ovechkin, should be a playoff team, should be a contender. And you add Alex Ovechkin to the mix for what he can do physically, for what he can do scoring goals, but also you don't want to take away from all the talent they added to this team, and you want to sort of find balance in the lineup. So that's a long way of saying we don't know yet, but it'll be fascinating to see how it develops, because I think if you're trying to build a winning team, you want Alex Ovechkin playing 13 to 15 minutes tonight, not 20 or more.
When you look at last year, he didn't play as much as he did in previous years, and he ended up scoring, 32 goals, I think it was. They have a clause in the contract where he plays 10 games, he gets $4.7 or $3.7 million. Do you see any chance of Alex Ovechkin not playing 10 games?
No, unless he gets hurt. No, and the only reason would be if something happens, he doesn't get hurt. I think that was designed very much because they're going to pay him that money, and the way the contract is structured, they can then move that particular bonus money into the following season, with the cap going up another $9 million.
Okay.
So they're basically not going to feel it. They're essentially spreading out what they're paying Alex Ovechkin from a cap standpoint over 2 seasons. The only way he wouldn't is, God forbid, he has an injury at some point in training camp, early in the season, whatever, that would do it. Otherwise, that's basically just get to 10 games and here's your check.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how he plays this season, how they deploy him. Looking at the whole team now, Swino, with the way that they have improved this team this offseason, I mean, how different is this team going to look? I mean, now the guys that they've added up front, people are saying that they might have the best forwards in the league. Maybe that's a little bit hyperbolic, but how do you feel about where they're at and now adding Ovi back in?
They're way better, and I'll asterisk this with Rasmus Sandin is going to miss the first probably half of the season recovering from knee surgery, and so that hurts them on defense a little bit. Certainly having a player like that and a void for Rasmus Sandin, but up front, it's one of the more balanced forward groups in the league, and it maybe lacks the high end talent. This isn't Alex Ovechkin and Nick Backstrom and Evgeny Kuznetsov in their primes. But Pierre-Luc, they probably have a lot of really good second-line players. I would argue Jordan Kyrou is a really good first-line winger, added in with a change of scenery coming from St. Louis, where he's signed to a big contract and sort of fell short of expectations. But there's a lot of talent there, and there is a lot of balance. You can move guys around the lineup. The Capitals and Chris Patrick are very excited about Ilya Protas and what he can do. And we saw that line with him and his brother Alexei and Tom Wilson last year, which is like 3 guys who weigh a combined 900 pounds or whatever it is. And just the sort of, nobody in the NHL can do that. And I'm not saying this is automatically makes the Capitals the Stanley Cup favorite. It doesn't. But there's certainly way more for Spencer Carberry and his staff to work with than last season, when I think there was sort of an indication that this team was going into a little bit of a youth movement, but also stockpiling assets to do exactly what Chris Patrick did this offseason, to go trade for the rights of Alex Tuch, to go trade for Jordan Kyrou, and sort of get creative about bringing in talent when the free agent pool is pretty dim at this point with the cap going up so much. The Capitals have weaponized the cap space and the assets they've had to legitimately give Alex Ovechkin and his team a shot at winning a championship again.
Steve, normally I love to ask you questions. I think you give real stuff. You don't just throw stuff out there. What are your expectations for this team this year?
They're a playoff team, Mitch. And like last year, I would say they were a bubble playoff team, and it turned out to be that they were just short of that. And if you were going for it last year, you're probably not trading John Carlson and Nick Dowd, and maybe you sneak in, and you probably lose in the first round to Carolina in a 5 or 6 game series, and you take the gate revenue from a couple playoff games and say that was great. But this has been sort of let's look a little bit beyond just this past spring. And I think maybe also with an eye toward knowing Alex Ovechkin may not be done. And so this is they cranked open the contending window again. And until we see what Ryan Leonard and Ilya Protas and how those very young players are going to develop, I wouldn't put them at a Stanley Cup or bust sort of category. They're still in the Eastern Conference with the Tampa Bay Lightning and the Florida Panthers and the Carolina Hurricanes who have gotten there, who have won, and I think are still better. But there's no reason why this is not a team that you should be surprised if they don't make the playoffs. I think the expectation is set at this team should make the playoffs, and anything less than that would be a massive underachievement. And as we see in this sport more than others, you just got to get in, and the right things go right for you, and you can make a run. I think a solid playoff team and nothing short of that would be my expectation.
Last thing, Swino, I've seen you've been covering some of the World Cup. What were your takeaways from last night's game for the U.S. and just overall with this World Cup?
Yeah, the games have been spectacular, and we've sort of seen the stars for basically everybody but the U.S., and I guess Balogun was one of those stars. But we've seen Messi and Mbappe and Erling Haaland, and these guys sort of show out on a big stage, which is what you want in sports, right? Like this is when you tune in for stars, and we're about to see Lionel Messi in 5 minutes play against Mohamed Salah and Egypt, that this is what we're going to get. And I've got one more game to cover myself, at the final at MetLife Stadium on July 19th. Till then, I can kick back and relax and watch this for fun. But I hope everybody's been enjoying it, because despite a U.S. loss last night that was not all that great of a game, if you're rooting for the U.S., it's been a spectacular tournament.
Swino, appreciate you hopping on with us.
All right,
I
man.
almost wore my USA hockey jersey because that's a team that didn't at least disappoint us.
I was there for both of those too.
Swino, appreciate you hopping on with us.
All right,
Thanks.
brother.
Thanks, guys. Talk to you soon.
That's Stephen Wino of the Associated Press. All right, coming up next, I want to talk about the Commanders again. Mike Clay put out a ranking of starters across the NFL. Where do you think Washington ranked? We'll let you know next. You're listening to me, Mitch and Finley, on The Fan.
Got to start with some football stuff today. Look, we're only 3.5 weeks or so away from Commanders starting training camp. The NFL is about to begin. Interesting piece in ESPN today. Seth Wickersham, who was embedded with the Denver Broncos in their playoff run, he says when Bill Belichick left the Patriots in 2024, Sean Payton had considered proposing to their owner that they hire Belichick as head coach until he got to 15 wins to break the Don Shula all-time record. Payton, who would step down as assistant to be an assistant and run the offense, would then move back to head coach after Belichick became the all-time leader in wins. They didn't do it. It was too complicated. Interesting story, though, nonetheless. Locally, free agent defensive back Rasul Douglas is reportedly signing a one-year deal worth up to $3.8 million with the Commanders. Tennis today, Coco Gauff down Jessica Pegula in 3 sets to win their quarterfinal at Wimbledon. Gauff is into the semis there for the first time in her career. Baseball, after a slugfest win by the Nats last night, James Wood grand slam at a 12-11 victory against the Astros. They look to do it again against Houston tonight, 6:45 first pitch for the Nats here on The Fan. From the Crump Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Toby Altizer sitting in for JP today. Let's talk about the Commanders. Mike Clay of ESPN has ranked all of the starting lineups around the NFL. Where do you think the Commanders rank? Mitch, I don't know if you've looked at this list. Do you have any guess of where he would have Washington ranked? So it's just taking basically all 22 starters among all 32 teams. Where do you think he has the Commanders listed?
He has them based off of last year, and they signed 20th.
You're pretty spot on. 21st for the Washington Commanders.
Boy, it's good with numbers. Tell you.
So just a couple of things off of it from Mike Clay. Biggest strength, he says quarterback. Biggest weakness, he says cornerback. X factors, he says all the defensive additions, Oweh, Chason, Styles, Cross, Robertson.
Chenal.
And then he said a non-starter to know is De'Ami Brown, saying that maybe he could step back in and find a big role after what he did and down the stretch and into the playoffs 2 years ago. But 21st for Washington, do you think that's about right, or do you think maybe it's a little bit better? How do you feel about that?
Well, I think, I think they're a little better, but I think when you start looking at what happened last year, I think people completely forget about what happened in 2024. I still think 5 has that magic. I think, like you stated earlier, the calmness he showed under pressure and things like that he possesses that. I think the defense had to get better. So I would put this team, to me, right now, I would go 15-16.
Yeah, and I think that's probably about where I would have them, maybe a little bit higher than this. I think the difficult part is, you look who he's projecting to start on defense. He's got Payne, Amenahu, Kinlaw. Then off the edge, he's got Oweh, Armstrong, linebacker, Luvu, Styles. And then at corner, with 3 of them, Sandra Still, Amos, Robertson, and then Nick Cross and Will Harris at safety. I think when you look at that defensive unit, I think they're going to be better just because of the scheme they're going to run.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're just looking at it on paper, that's not a overwhelming defensive unit. I think, again, similar to what we talked about with receiver earlier, I think you could talk me into a lot of these guys up and down the defense having a pretty good season next year, but you still got to see it first. And a guy writing from a national perspective, he's not just going to assume that Washington has figured things out. So I think it's about right. If you want to hop in, feel free, 800-636-1067. Mike Clay has Washington ranked 21st among projected starters around the National Football League this season, 21st out of 32. But I think on offense, the interesting part is who's going to step up behind Terry in the passing game. And also, I think something, B. Mitch, that goes a little bit under talked about and a little bit slept on. Zach Ertz was a really reliable option. Now, he couldn't give you much after the catch, and so Chig Okonkwo is a massive, massive upgrade in that sense. But there wasn't... I don't know who's going to be the security blanket this year. Maybe it's Terry, maybe it's somebody else, but that's something I'm also interested to see early in the season.
See, I believe Chig will be that guy, but I think we're going to have a little bit more explosion out of the tight end position. And so many people keep wondering about who the number 2 receiver is going to be. I watched a lot of football. Most teams, number 2, a lot of them, number 1 is their tight end. And I think if Chig can bring you that level of, performance out there, all of a sudden you're saying he hasn't. I would think when you look at his speed, he has a distinct advantage over most safeties and most linebackers.
Very much so.
That can become a piece of the puzzle we didn't have. Go back to a Jordan Reed, his ability, but he got hurt a lot as well. He can be that level. And if he becomes that, does it automatically... You don't have to automatically have a guy step up at number 2 right now.
Yeah.
They can have a chance to grow a little bit. Williams, young guy, but dude knows how to get separation. They didn't do a lot of stuff in practice, but you can see he knows how to get a foot in the ground and get separation. And we know one thing, 5 will get the ball to the guy that's getting open.
Well, so one thing that I think is interesting, because generally you think when you're talking about a passing attack, you want to have 2, 3, maybe even 4 options that you feel pretty confident in. And last year changed my mind a little bit because the Super Bowl champions were the Seattle Seahawks. Mm-hmm. Listen to who their leading receivers were last season. Jackson Smith and Jigba, just under 1,800 yards. Their next leading receiver was Cooper Kupp, under 600 yards at 593. Then it was A.J. Barner, the tight end, at 519. And then it was Kenneth Walker at 282.
Yeah.
So you can focus on we're going to funnel to our top guys, and then everybody else gets in where they fit in.
You build your offense based off of the talent you have. But when we get all these phone calls about everybody wants you to have what other teams have. You know what's another strength this team has? Rachaad White. So you look at San Fran, Christian McCaffrey had as many yards as anybody on that team. Rachaad White coming out the backfield could give you 400 or 500 yards easily. So if you had that and Chig, it kind of takes the pressure off of having that number 2 guy who's always there, right?
If you had to guess, though, as terms of sticking at the wide receiver position, of who by the end of the season we're talking about as the number 2 guy, and you have a pick of any of them, who do you think it is? Because to me, I really think that Antonio Williams, as the season goes on and by the end of the year, emerges as maybe just more the security blanket.
They wanted to be a Burks because of the height and stuff like that. But I can see Williams or even Luke. I think Luke was coming on before he got hurt. I know Jalen put a lot of work in.
He does.
So what I'm expecting, the thing about him, he came in as this athlete. This guy has extreme speed, can do things. The more he improves his receiving ability, the better he's going to become for this offense.
Well, and that's him and Luke.
Yeah.
To their credit, when they drafted these guys, they're more of projects. Luke McCaffrey's a converted quarterback, had only played receiver very minimally, so he was still learning the position. And one of the things I like when you get converted quarterbacks in at the receiver position, they can sometimes have a better feel than other receivers or tight ends because of the fact that they know, hey, this is how I can help this guy feel a little more comfortable. So, as he's grown, I think, like you said, he started to really come on last season before he got hurt. Hopefully that's something that carries over. And for Jalen Lane, I watched him at Virginia Tech, and he was someone that was explosive with the ball in his hands. When he was at Tech his final year, they would run an end around to him every single week, and yet somehow he'd still always get the edge and pick up 15 yards. I don't know how he did it every single week.
Speed.
But for him, it's still learning some of the nuances of playing out of the slot and setting up angles and getting in and out of breaks and those sorts of things. And frankly, for him too, working on his hands, which he's always working on after practice. So hopefully those things improve. It's just, I don't know that they have a proven guy behind Terry at the receiver position, but you hope that some of these guys can step up in a bigger role.
And I hope, like Diami, what he did in the playoff run here with Jaden. See, this is the thing that people don't get. everybody's losing their mind. Ayuk was a teammate of Jaden in college. That was 6-7 years ago.
Been a while.
5, 6, 7 years ago. But he had a hell of a connection with
Diami
in the playoffs, which was about a little bit over a year and a half, 2 years ago. So if we believe that connection is great, why won't you believe that Diami and Jaden could do something again?
Well, and honestly, too, one of the things that's obviously doing sports radio and breaking stuff down, you don't want to just focus on the top guys. You want to dig a little bit deeper than that.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of this offense is going to depend upon the connection between 5 and 17 as well, because we saw that connection be incredibly special during Jaden's rookie season last year with the injuries and the holdout and all the stuff that happened there. They never seemed to quite get on that same page. If they're on that same page again, and hopefully that being up together throughout the offseason and throughout training camp and then getting into week 1 of the season, if they can hit the ground running. Because remember, it was still a struggle at times to get Terry the ball during Jaden's rookie season. There were times where Terry would be a little bit quiet, and he still had a career year. If you can hit the ground running with that, this could be a big-time season for Terry McLaurin.
I think the moving him around, putting him in different spots is going to open up his game. He's played lining up, boom, all the time, and still had that level of success. Moving him around, putting him in different spots now, I believe is going to make him be even better than what he was.
Yeah, and that's why I'm not as worried about some of the stuff we talked about with the slot and outside and those sorts of things. That does matter. I'm not going to diminish that, but there's going to be stacks, there's going to be bunches, there's going to be motion. Guys are going to be moving all over the place. This is going to look much more like an offense that you see from the LA Rams, from the Chicago Bears, where it's a lot more traditional. Not to say that there was necessarily anything wrong with Cliff's system. That's Cliff's system. When you hire Cliff Kingsbury, you get Cliff Kingsbury's offense, and that's what it was. This offense is going to look much more traditional, and so I think David Blau is going to have to identify who his guys are, who the guys that are going to step up and play those bigger roles, and then find ways to put them in a position to be successful. And so he's got plenty of guys at the receiver position that could have a good year. I'm just still a little bit hesitant on if I feel like I can bank on any of those guys. But I think another part of it, B-Mitch, too, is David Blau is going to depend on the running game a lot. Like the second you hear that he's showing Ben Johnson clips and different things, as much as people love some of the trick plays and different stuff that he does, even guys like Sean McVay, Kyle Shanahan, what do their offenses run off of? The run game.
Yeah.
It's an important part of it. So I think that's going to be a major part of it, and being able to run some of that outside zone. I'm excited to see what Bill can do this year.
I think Bill and then Fat Man. I think Fat Man going to be something special for you.
Just kind of taking that Chris Rodriguez role.
Yeah, but the thing about him, see, that kid knows you're blocking for 2, he's getting 3. He's not worried about all the other stuff, but you keep hitting, all of a sudden you come out the other side sometimes. But he knows how to run the ball to basically get where he's going. I like the undrafted kid, You look at his highlight reel, you like, okay, this kid got some balance, low to the ground, and can get it. So I think that they have the thing I'm loving about this year, competition, baby. It's going to be a lot of competition out there.
You're talking about Robert Henry, right?
Yeah. Guys have to understand the NFL is about competition. And when you show up on the 24th, be ready. Because there's going to be some competing going on. And if you're not ready to compete, don't even come. Stay home. Don't show up.
Well, and we talked about this when the schedule was released. I was sitting in for JP and looking at the schedule with Philly, Dallas, Seattle, Indy, New York, San Francisco, the first 6 weeks of the season.
You got to be ready.
You better be ready to roll.
You got to be ready. And listen, man, you were like, when we were talking before, what do you think? I said, they have to up the intensity now. And the little OTAs and stuff, they were doing more than they were doing in previous in the first 2 years. So they understand the assignment. Let's see if they're going to go out there and grab it by the horns.
800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. So Mike Clay ranked the Washington starters 21st among 32 teams in the NFL. Do you think that's an appropriate ranking? And what positions do you want to see this team maybe still improve on. 800-636-1067. Jupe is in the DMWV.
What up,
Jupe,
man?
what's going on?
What up, Duke?
What's happening, fellas? Hey, I'm gonna start off with this. The only question marks we got on this team is the rookies that ain't played in the league yet. We got a lot of proven players on this team. Terry, Chanel, Luvu, all these folks. They shown us Chig. They all shown and Oway. They all shown us what they can do. Last year, yeah, we was trash, but the main factor in that issue was injury. And with that being said, I think we should be ranked higher. We're going to show the world. They're always sleeping on us, and that's fine. We're going to wake them up this upcoming season. So with that being said, and then Toby, I'm going to pick back over what you said. Jake Hemingway's rookie year, those first couple of games, he was adjusting to the league. But once we got to that Bengals game, he hit the big man off the line for that first TD. It was on and popping after that, baby. So and then last year Terry wasn't in there for training camp. With everything going in the right direction right now, I do believe they're going to start off running, and we're going to see something similar to 2024. That's all I got for you, fellas.
All right, brother.
Appreciate it,
Appreciate
Jupe.
you, man.
One thing I feel about Jaden Daniels, B-Mitch, just from watching him for 2 seasons now, is it feels like he's a rhythm player. He needs to be able to play in rhythm, not just in a singular game, but week to week and building off of that. And he builds off of performances as the season goes on. Because think about, his rookie season, weeks 1 and 2 were kind of rough until really the second half of week 2. You started to see a little bit of something. Then week 3 was the breakout against Cincinnati. And as the season went on, it got better and better and better. And then by the time you get to the playoffs, he was clicking. I mean, he was like
he was on point,
like a shooter that's seen a few go through. Now he's red hot, and that's kind of how he played down the stretch of the season and into the playoffs. Last year, there just never was a chance for him to get any sort of rhythm. You think back to training camp, like you talked about.
Yeah,
the intensity wasn't there. Terry McLaurin was not participating. It was not there. So you never got into a rhythm out of training camp. And then you get into the regular season, he's injured in week 2. And his guys just, he either didn't get to practice or he wasn't on the field with his main guys or whatever it was. It felt like he never got in a rhythm last season. So if they come out and they play more intense in training camp and they get into a little bit of a rhythm early, I think that's going to help them in going into the season to get Jaden Daniels into that rhythm before the season starts.
And I think
as well.
the practice against another team is going to be key. You get out there with your own teammates and you practice all the time against them. Practice get a little stale.
Yeah.
Going against another team, and it's not about hitting them any harder. Just seeing a different person, and you're going to come out with a different approach. Because preseason is a totally different approach than practice. I need to see them step up in the different levels that they're doing. If it's the same level that you've been doing against your own teammates when you start practicing the other team, that'll be a problem.
800-636-1067. Mike Clay has Washington starters ranked 21st in the NFL. Is that too low? Is it too high? We'll take more of your phone calls next.
We had some Monday Night Football last night, the other kind of football. Soccer didn't work out well for the Americans. Round 16 World Cup, the U.S. beaten by Belgium 4-1, so all the host nations now eliminated from the tournament. Locally, though, it was a big night in baseball again for the Nationals. James Wood, a grand slam. C.J. Abrams, a 3-run shot. Nationals come from 6-1 down to outscore the Astros 12-1, snap a 2-game skid, and now 2.5 back again in the wild card race. Nats and Astros again tonight, 6:45 p.m. first pitch here on The Fan. Tennis Coco Gauff downing Jessica Pegula in 3 sets today to win their quarterfinal at Wimbledon. Gauff is into the semis for the first time there in her career. NBA, it's a big week. Summer League's underway. A.J. DeBonsa will make his Wizards debut this week. Marquee matchup against number 2 pick Darren Peterson and the Utah Jazz Thursday night, 7 p.m. in Las Vegas. And the Cleveland Cavaliers today have re-signed star Donovan Mitchell, 4 years, $272 million max contract, $68.25 million per season if you're counting at home. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Toby Altizer sitting in for JP today. I want to remind you that Rude is the official show sponsor of B. Mitch and Finley. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and enjoy budget-friendly financing options with low monthly payments. Keep your cool and your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at rude.com. Remember, if it ain't Rude,
it ain't right.
The Commanders were ranked 21st for their starters across the National Football League. Is that too high or too low? Mike Clay of ESPN doing the ranking. We were walking through some of the offense. We've talked a little bit about the defense already in the show, B. Mitch, but what do you think is the key for their defense to be better this season?
Pass rush. Hands down. Pass rush, and then also being a little better at stopping the run. You know, I think the 4 or 5 guys, depending on what they're going to be doing up front, are going to be key. They will start everything.
Well, and I think you've got to find ways to get more out of. I thought Payne played well last season. I think in a contract year, we've seen him play incredibly well in a contract year. Hopefully you get that same Deron Payne again. Javon Kinlaw, I didn't see enough out of him last season, but you just see that guy get off the bus, and you're like, how is he not just a beast? So I need him to play a little bit better and just see if you can get more out of these defensive ends, defensive tackles, defensive line in general. Because
they added a lot of people who have had great production on other teams.
Yeah.
You know, Caleb has played well.
He was great last season.
You expect all of those guys, if they come here and play like they were playing on the other squads, this team is going to take a major, major leap.
Yeah, no,
not just a step, not a jump, a leap.
I completely agree with you. I think this scheme is going to help them. I forget who it was during OTAs. I don't know if it was a Menahu. I want to say it was a Menahu.
That's another one. He plays well.
He was talking about this scheme being friendly for the defensive line because of the way that they're going to, have linebackers up in the gaps or different things. You're going to create one-on-ones.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And you're going to just essentially, as a defensive lineman, you just got to take care of your business against your guy. And if you can do that, and they've got some guys that throughout their careers, like Payne, Oweh, Armstrong, Chason, have been able to do that. If you get that and you set them up in the position and they can be successful, I think you're going to see a marked difference from what this team was last year defensively and this year.
What this scheme does, most times defensive linemen are made to you play 2 gaps and things like that. You're setting it up to help everybody else out. You get a chance, and it gives you some freedoms to be able to, I could beat this dude all day, beat him. Because if you're going to be blitzing a lot, you're trying to cause confusion. If I just know for sure I could beat the guy in front of me, there's no such thing as just trying to help somebody else out. Collapse him, take him with you.
One of the things that I've hated about how so many people approach modern defense is how much they act like a defense has to be passive in the modern game.
Mm-mm.
And that's not the case at all.
No.
I love that this defense is going to come in and they're going to force the issue. They're going to make you get the ball out quick. They're going to be up in your face. They're going to have guys around the line of scrimmage. And that's what I'm excited to see. And having guys now on that second level where you've got a Sonny Styles who's ridiculously athletic to be able to cover ground, having Frankie Louvu with some of that flexibility to rush and to be able to drop into coverage, and Leo Chenal, those three guys in that linebacking core too, I think are going to really help out this unit because they're all so versatile in different ways, but they're all guys that have unique skill sets and are ridiculously athletic compared to what we've seen the last couple of years at that linebacker position. And I think you're going to notice that immediately.
I agree. I just think also the speed of the linebackers will help him as well.
Yeah.
You know, Leo is a freak athlete out there. I think now Frankie gets a chance to be more of what Frankie was in his first year. You know, where he's not going to be in one spot. He's going to be all over the place doing different things. So I just think the overall speed of this defense will be helping them out tremendously.
Yeah, I think just even from watching OTAs and minicamp, you could notice that right away, that the speed of the defense is just so much more than it was last season. 800-636-1067. Mark is in Chevy Chase. Mark, what's going on?
Hey, I just wanted to start the call by saying I'm doing fine, but hey, Mitch, I've been to probably every big game that you've ever played in as a Redskin. So I think we have a little bit of kindred spirits. And the thing is, I'll try to speed up here. I think that we, on paper, might, and this is going to be controversial, we might have the best roster in the NFC East. I don't know how it translates on paper. I hope that Sonny Styles is a reincarnation of Monty Coleman. Rest in peace, Monty.
Yes.
I think we're all praying for him, and you can take it from there. You can talk about how great Monty was when he was a Redskin, and we've been lacking that for 30 years.
Appreciate it, Mark.
So I'll take it off the air.
And like for me, like looking at Sonny, you know, Sonny brings a different level with his size, his speed, that combination. And he mentioned Monty Coleman. Like I would always thought Monty was, as far as a cover linebacker, running backs and linebackers, tight ends, he had an advantage over them all the time. And we've always had a problem with covering tight ends, running backs out the backfield. I think there's not going to be anybody that Sonny can't run with doing those things. But he is so big to where quarterbacks will go off of those receivers. Or, those running backs or whatever, because he's going to make them look covered sometime when they're not. You know, being 6'4" is a major difference when you're like trailing somebody compared to when you're 5'10", 5'11", 5'12", 6 feet, 6'1". You're 6'4". It looks way different.
Yeah, and it's funny because he had such a good combine that some people miscast him as, he's just a combine freak.
Nah, the kid can play.
He's a great
and he's a sure tackler.
Player. Yeah.
You know.
And what I love about him, B. Mitch, is, and this went for Caleb Downs, Arvell Reese to an extent as well, playing on that Ohio State defense this past season, one of the best college defenses we've seen in quite some time, even though they didn't win the national title. But they're working with Matt Patricia. That's an NFL defensive coordinator. He's running an NFL-style scheme, and he's trusting his guys to be able to go run it. And who was the signal caller for that defense? Sonny Styles. So to act like he's not going to have a high football IQ, you've still got to adjust going from college to the league. But he was running an NFL-style scheme at Ohio State.
Yeah.
And now he steps into a different scheme, but into the NFL, having some experience doing those sorts of things. I think you throw in the fact that he is going to have a high football IQ when he steps on the field and that athleticism you're talking about. He's kind of that secret weapon that before they drafted him, the defense I think was going to be pretty good in terms of, or at least a big upgrade from last season. We'll see if it's, translates to being a pretty good defense or not. But now having that sort of a weapon in the middle of the defense, I think changes everything.
But see, that's the thing of it. He's the middle of the defense. He's not going to be in the middle in every situation.
Yeah.
He may be coming off the edge. He may be lined up on the outside. He may, at one point, you see him, he's over the tight end. He has that ability, and that's the thing about an interchangeable defense like this, where guys will be in different spots. We've seen Louvu blitz. Well, Louvu may be in the middle sometimes. Sonny might be on the outside. I think that level right there is going to cause a lot of confusion for a lot of these offenses.
Well, and you mentioned bringing some intensity. He can't hit anybody in OTAs, rookie minicamp, or anything like that, but he sure wanted to. You could see it when he was running around out there. Like he was going to light some people up, but couldn't.
Oh yeah,
just yet. So,
those young guys coming out of college don't understand this just yet.
Yeah,
in college you're touching people. In the pros, you can't. He worth too much money.
yeah.
You gotta wait. Wait.
I'm excited to see when they throw the pads on how impressive he looks. 800-636-1067. Elijah's in D.C. Elijah, what's up?
What's going on, fellas? Thanks for taking my call. Man, y'all hit the nail on the head, man. I think Sonny Styles is going to be incredible. And I think one thing you're not going to know sometimes, his ability, because he runs so light on his feet, he doesn't run like a linebacker. So I think teams aren't going to know, is he lining up as a true linebacker or is he lining up as a safety? Because if he can show a simulated blitz and then he can drop 15 yards, that changes things. Or if he's like in a traditional two safety set, and then right as the ball snaps, they roll into a single high and he drops down to be your robber look. There's certain things, to your point, if the quarterback, he's going to have to hold the ball. So certain guys is by the time. It's almost like racing. This thing is only designed by certain seconds in between winning and losing. So quarterbacks, what his body position, he's going to look at Sonny and say, where his position is on the field, I can't safely throw the ball there. And other guys, if they aren't as fast on the defense, they're going to have opportunities that maybe you didn't see because the quarterback, he can't just rip the ball in certain areas. Because, this in this type of league, it's possession. One possession can change the ball game. And if you have certain guys in your defense in high intensity moments who can dictate what it all.
Sorry, you dropped out there. Appreciate the phone call, Elijah. But I think he brings up a good point with some of the stuff he can do with some of the disguises and different things with Sonny Styles. I mean, one of the things that is funny when we talk about football and just the way that the narrative changes, the idea that linebackers aren't as important anymore is a little bit crazy to me because you can see the impact when you have a elite one. Like watching San Francisco the last couple of years with Fred Warner, you notice how important he is.
Hell yeah. I mean, when you have a good one, you find out that but he's right with Sonny, man. Imagine a crossing route. And you look at him, you know his ability to jump, and you're going to be like, I don't know if I'm going to throw it over here. I'm going to try to go somewhere else. I love that. What? And all you got to do is throw one, and he picks it off in the middle or something like that. Everybody else going to start starting to go to the outside.
I just love the idea that they're going to do some of these mug looks because that's kind of what the Brian Flores scheme does, where you're going to have 7 guys across the line of scrimmage. Being able to have a guy as athletic as Sonny Styles to be able to say, hey, we need you to get back there and cover the middle of the field in this zone still, he can get there.
Yeah.
Like, some linebackers aren't going to be able to do that.
Oh, I know.
But he's going
to be able to.
And he can keep up with tight ends. He can keep up with some of the running backs out of the backfield. So I'm excited to see what he's going to be able to do this season. All right, the Nationals had a fun win yesterday, beating the Astros 12-11. Let's talk a little Nats before we get into a little more soccer talk coming up at 1 o'clock.
A lot of runs, baby, a lot of runs.
D. Mitch and Finley on the Fan. Welcome back, B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer in for JP. Last night, the Nationals beat the Astros, and it was a heck of an affair, B. Mitch, just watching that game last night. It was kind of tough to try to screen it. Had the Nats game on my phone, one of the few times I wasn't at Nats Park for a home game, but I was so dialed into the U.S., who disappointed me. I was fully anticipating, with the way that the game started, that the Nationals were going to disappoint me as well. So the Nationals were down 6-1 in the third inning, and then the Nats bats came to the plate, scored 5 runs on 4 hits, and they scored all those 5 runs without getting an out. So all of a sudden you're tied at 6. And then bottom 5, the Nationals offense decided to double their score. Curtis Mead hit a home run, Drew Millis hit a sac fly, and then how about this? James Wood came to the plate with the bases loaded and did what James Wood does.
Blue ball ready. The kick and the pitch. Swinging a high drive, left center field. Matthews back to the track, to the wall, and there it goes! A grand slam for James Wood! Nationals 12, Astros 6.
Man, when he hit that thing, you know it was gone.
446 over the red seats in left center field at Nats Park. I mean, what more can you say about this guy?
Dude, he's good, man.
He's incredible.
He is unbelievably good. He gets the bat on the ball, and he has that velocity. You know, early and when the year started, we were like, man, what's going on? He figured it out rather quickly.
So yesterday is just one of those funny games where 12 runs for the Nats. The bullpen struggled to finish the game out. Cole Henry came back, his first game back from injury. He gave up 4 earned runs in his second inning of work before Clayton Beater came in and got the 4-out save. This is one of those games, too, where when people talk about pitcher wins not mattering anymore, this is one of the games they'll point to. Miles Michaelis got the win yesterday. Here was his line. 6 innings, 7 runs. But he gets the win. But just the Nats offense.
He plays on the baseball team. He don't play on the baseball individual team.
It's true.
So you need help.
Well,
and they helped him out.
He needed a lot of help yesterday, and luckily he's got the best offense in baseball helping him out. And that's been the fun part, B. Mitch, is throughout this run here for this team now through 92 games, along the way, a 60-game mark, you're like, well, good offense, but they'll cool down. 70-game mark, you're like, well, maybe they'll...
Nah, they're getting better.
92 games, man. How many more games do you need to see?
You gotta believe that they are as good as they've been.
Yes.
And you just start wondering, like, damn, what if the pitching was just better?
That's a major question. Because if you got decent starting pitching and decent bullpen, not even good bullpen help, just decent bullpen, I think this team is squarely in a wild card spot right now. Because you can point to at least 4 games that they would have won already with a reasonable bullpen. 3 straight Phillies games that they lost not that long ago, last homestand, and the game in San Francisco. They were up 9-1 in the 8th inning, and they lost. That's 4 games right there if you flip it. That's 51 wins for this team.
It's way more games. You can start picking them out. It's about 10 to 12 of them, maybe 15.
Oh, yeah. For sure.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden you'll be like, instead of saying, oh, man, we'll be in the spot, we'll be at the spot. People be chasing us.
Well, and that's kind of the fun part about this season is, and I was kind of workshopping and trying to think about this. In terms of expectations for a season for the Nationals and where they're at, this is one of the most fun seasons I've had being around this team, cheering for this team, because you think back to when they first started getting into the playoffs back in 2012. I think that season would be similar in terms of you finally feel like there's some expectations, and then you finally push through and get into the playoffs. But 14, there's expectations. And so getting into the playoffs is great. That's fun. But there were expectations. There were no expectations for this team.
Not this year.
No,
none.
And they're 2 games above 500 approaching the All-Star break. It's something that nobody expected this team to be where they're at right now.
I guess the people All-Star voters are saying, damn, he should be starting.
Yeah, he should be. He should be. James Wood should be a starter.
He's getting screwed, man.
Well, it's cool seeing C.J. Abrams is going to start the All-Star game. He homered yesterday as well to tie the game in the 3rd inning. And so C.J. Abrams, your All-Star, ties the game. James Wood breaks it open, scoring a grand slam. This is his 2nd grand slam this season, but this is the first one to leave the ballpark because his first career grand slam was an inside the park variety.
Oh, yeah.
Right? So he's just been electric all season long, and it's funny because I've been telling people this recently. Like, we talk about this offense, and you're like, I don't know how they're doing it. I'll tell you how they're doing it. They've got one of the best 1-2 tandems in James Wood and C.J. Abrams.
And they have other guys that are having career years.
Absolutely.
You know?
Luis Garcia is already at his career high in homers, and we're first week of July.
Whatever they are doing with the analytics with the batting, please don't stop it.
Correct.
Because they got that right.
Well, and that's what they got to figure out on the pitching side.
But that analytics with pitching mean you got to have a pitcher. You got to get a better pitcher. That's all that means.
Well, and I think that is some of it too. B-Mitch is like when you're talking about improving hitters, they talk about their approach and the different things that they've done to improve and help them out. You can help out hitters. At some point, though, with pitchers, if you don't have the stuff, you've got to go out there, you got to face Ronald Acuna. You got to go out there, you got to face Bryce Harper. And I can only help you so much.
I grew up in a time where we had the $6 million man. They put him back together.
Mm-hmm.
You can't just go out there. Only pitchers, if you go do that, you got to give them a bionic arm.
Yeah.
They don't just come. And you can't say, oh, you start doing this, you'll get better. No. If you're not that guy, you're not that guy. So they got to find some guys.
And I think that's the major question for this team going forward for this season and into next year, depending upon what they're going to do at the trade deadline, whether they acquire some help out of the bullpen or do something of that nature to help out their arms, is I don't see any. There's a couple of guys that could potentially help this team in the near future from the minor leagues, but they're going to have to improve this pitching staff going into next year, whether it's trading for somebody, signing someone in free agency. So I think that's going to be the major question, because now that we have a 92-game sample of seeing this offense at work, even if they cool off, they're still a top 10 offense, top 5 offense.
You want to see more. You want to see more, and you know what they can give you they need to be supported. And if you get this type of run support and you have the proper pitching, the possibilities are limitless.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
I mean, their ability to score runs is up there with anybody else in the sport. All right, let's get back into talk a little more soccer. We're actually watching the World Cup right now and seeing Argentina trailing at the half.
Egypt, and Egypt is rough.
Egypt is kind of
they're
taking
physical,
it to them.
dog. They're collapsing, these dudes, man.
So let's talk a little more about the World Cup. How have you enjoyed it? And also, what did you make of America losing last night? Do you think this is something, though, that the run that they had can maybe help soccer grow in the United States? 800-636-1067. Final hour, B. Mitch and Finley up next.
Don't have to worry about the World Cup anymore. Let's focus on baseball, shall we? Slugfest last night at Nats Park. The Nationals overcome a 6-1 deficit and outscored the Houston Astros 12-1. C.J. Abrams' 3-run homer during a 5-run third. James Wood then kicked it up a notch, adds a grand slam to cap a 6-run fifth. Nats end their 2-game skid. They're now 2.5 back again in the NL wildcard race. Another one with the Astros tonight, 6:45 p.m. here on The Fan. Also, pitcher Cade Cavalli's suspension for his role in the brawl in Boston has been reduced from 7 games to 5. He began serving that suspension on Monday. Tennis today, Coco Gauff down Jessica Pegula in 3 sets to win their quarterfinal at Wimbledon. Gauff is into the semis at Wimbledon for the first time ever. It was also the first All-American top 10 matchup on the women's side there since Venus and Serena met in the 2009 final. Football note locally, free agent defensive back 9-year vet Rasul Douglas reportedly signing a 1-year deal with the Commanders worth up to $3.8 million. First practice for training camp is only 3 weeks from tomorrow on Wednesday, July 29th. Can't wait. The countdown to kickoff is on in my household. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Final hour, B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer sitting in for JP today. Going to have some tickets for you coming up in just a little bit to Chris Brown and Usher, right?
Man, they're stepping up, boy.
Yeah.
Hell.
So make sure you're listening. 145.
145? What's the number again?
800-636-1067, 145. We'll give those tickets away.
Don't put star 69 on mine.
Hold on. I don't think your mic is up.
Sorry. Brian now tries to call in when we have ticket giveaways.
But star 67 stop people from being able to see your number, right?
Well, now we know his gimmick.
Yeah. Yeah, we know. I think we can maybe find a hookup for B-Mitch.
I don't think I'm going to go. I'm going to go play. I'd rather go play golf.
I decided I wanted to play golf last week, I think, and I played horrible, B-Mitch.
Yeah.
I think, first of all, I got to figure out if I can walk again.
Yeah, you look a little gimpy, dog.
Gimpy in the break didn't know if he was going to be able to walk from the producer studio back in here.
You got over to that pizza, though.
I got to the important stuff. Rude's the official show sponsor of B-Mitch and Finley. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and enjoy budget-friendly financing options with low monthly payments. Keep your cool and your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at rude.com. Remember, if it ain't Rude,
it ain't right.
Soccer coverage here on WJFK is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. And let's get back into some of the World Cup discussion, B-Mitch. How dialed in have you been for this World Cup outside of the United States, obviously?
I watched multiple games.
It's been fun to watch.
Because, listen, this game right here, Argentina, Egypt. Egypt beat, I forgot who they beat the other day.
Australia, wasn't it?
Yeah. And at first I didn't know which was which. Because, I was expecting Egypt to be in the colors that Australia was in. But they are physical, dog.
Yeah.
I keep looking up, seeing guys from Argentina laying on the ground and taking a while to get up. And the ref just running right past them, man. And you watch, man, Egypt will check you.
Yeah.
We'll see how it finishes up. And the goalie so far for Egypt has been unbelievable.
Made a couple of great saves. Egypt up 1-0 at half after a great header to give them the lead about 18 minutes in.
You saw that big red spot on his face?
Yeah. Yeah.
That ball hurts.
It's been fun to watch because it feels like all of the games have been close.
Yeah, but you've seen, I think, multiple games. You got smaller countries, teams you didn't expect to play. They're pushing some of these bigger powerhouses. And this might be one of the most exciting, I think, overall we've seen.
Oh, yeah, 100%. And I think it's been a blast to see just Usually, I'm not a fan of expanding tournaments to include more teams. I think they got it right on this one because they included more teams this year, and I think the competition has been fantastic. It's been fun to watch. I always love seeing the fans of different nations and the way they embrace their teams, and to see all them coming over here to the U.S., Canada, and Mexico, but especially here in the U.S., it's been kind of cool.
Yeah, I've been liking it. I like it. But I tell you, bro, Cape Verde, they had fun. They were having fun. And it was another group, was it Congo or something?
Yep.
They danced from the moment they got here. Well, they were losing, but they were still dancing. They had a lot of fun. They were like, we're going to enjoy this. It starts with a C. I don't know if it was Congo or not.
So I don't know how you say this guy's name, but there is a Congo fan that he stands still for the entire game. You see this?
No.
Like a statue. He literally stands still. I'll turn this around so you can see. This guy literally stands still like a statue for the entire game.
He must really go to the bathroom before the game starts.
I don't know.
You got to take a break every once in a while, don't you?
I don't know how he do. I guess his name is
Statue
Lumumba Vea. That's his nickname.
His nickname is his real name, Statue.
And he literally just stands there for the entire match. And I guess his point is, I can be strong for the team or something. I don't know, but he literally stands there like a statue. Like if you're walking around Vegas or something, sometimes you see these people that are like painted and sitting doing.
Don't do that. Don't do that at a game, man. Go somewhere else and do that. I'm just saying, bro. Man.
But how do you feel about this U.S. run? Do you think it maybe grows the sport here? 800-636-1067. Because I think that is something that it feels like, because the World Cup was here and this U.S. team was exciting, it feels like there was almost an embrace for soccer in this country that is even more than we'd seen in previous World Cups. Because we obviously get behind the U.S. when they're playing, but the last World Cup in Qatar, I don't know that people were as dialed in as they are to this World Cup.
Well, the reason is they were coming on at such times we couldn't get up and watch them.
That's true.
You know, a lot of these things were starting early in the morning where you're like, I'm not getting up for that. I tried to get up for some of them, and you got to wake up at 3 in the morning, things of that nature. Like now, it's on our time, so we were able to see a lot more of the games.
It's been fun seeing different people experience the U.S. as well, just seeing the way that they go around and do different things. I love seeing. I think I saw some Norwegian fans walking through Bass Pro Shops, and they were amazed that there were fish inside the store. People are.
Things that make people lose their mind.
You know what has been the thing that people have lost their minds about?
What?
Ranch dressing. Have you seen this?
No.
They're losing their minds over ranch dressing to the point that I think Hidden Valley Ranch is now selling ranch dressing at airports, so that way they don't have to try to take it through security.
Wow.
Like, ranch dressing, and it's been fun to watch, but I'm curious what type of momentum we'll see this have for the country. Do you think this is something, at least in terms of soccer, do you think this is something that going forward we'll see a little bit of a boost in terms of participation and maybe the level of play for the men's national team? Or is this just kind of a one-off fun experience we'll talk about for a long time?
You know what? I think it may be, and it may not be because of the American team. It may be just somebody young watching this, and they're looking at all of the teams. And they get now to see a guy like Messi, Ronaldo, Mbappe, all these type of guys where now they go look them up and like, I want to be like that. And since it was held here, it may spark somebody. We may be a guy out there right now, 10, 11, 12, that was like, okay, I was thinking about it and think it was great, but now I can see this play on the world stage. And in the next 4 to 8 years, maybe somebody running them down that field right there.
Yeah, and that's kind of what you hope for if you're the U.S., right? Is it brings in a whole new crop of players that maybe you hadn't reached in the past. And I do think that this World Cup being here in the U.S., Canada, and Mexico has grown just the casual fandom. Now, I've heard so many people on social media say, "Oh, now I'm gonna watch soccer." We'll have to see if that actually follows through after this World Cup. But I'm interested to see if that is something that continues. It'll be something interesting to watch with the ratings for the Premier League, because I do think one of the fun parts for the Premier League is Saturday mornings are pretty much open unless you're watching College Game Day before College Football Saturday.
Yep.
But now, maybe more fans are tuning in to watch some English Premier League soccer ahead of a College Game Day and getting set for a College Football Saturday. So I'm interested to see if that carries over.
It may. I mean, I would say this. It's been, like you were talking earlier about the games, how fun they've been. That level of excitement normally sparks stuff. And I can see it happening. Like people say, well, they want to see more of it now. You know, I normally would be flipping through a channel and I'll see it 'cause I got 5 million channels on my TV, and I'll go, oh, cool. I'll stop and I'll watch. Because I'm amazed at what they can do with their feet, though.
It's an incredible sport.
I am amazed at it. And then watching these these goalies, like, this dude, man, he is all over the place. What is he laying down now?
Well, and doesn't that baffle you that the U.S. couldn't have a better goalie? Like,
that really bothers me.
Shouldn't that be the spot that of all the spots the U.S. should have somebody?
Mm-hmm. You would think so.
Because I wonder last night if they had Tim Howard in goal. Remember what he did in 2014 against Belgium? Do you think there's a chance you still win? Because if they had somebody in goal,
it makes a difference.
It makes a huge difference.
Yeah.
It changes everything.
Totally.
So it's going to be interesting to see the impact that this World Cup is going to have long term for this sport in the U.S. And, you know, it's been a blast watching it. Who's been your favorite to watch outside of the U.S.?
Mbappe.
Yeah.
Same one I was watching when coming into this.
Yeah. I will say that's the one thing.
And his counterpart, he's good too. What's the guy? Dembele, yeah. He can play. He can play as well.
One of the things that I was
I
frustrated.
haven't watched the Game of the Thrones guy too much.
One of the things, Erling Haaland.
Yeah.
One of the things that frustrated me about the schedule is I wanted to be able to, when we went to Madrid last year for the Commanders game, I was hoping to be able to at least watch a soccer game. They were on an international break. It seems like they're going to be on the international break again when the Commanders play in London.
Wow.
But that's something that I want to see happen is go over there and play, watch a game over in Europe. 800-636-1067. Chuck is in Reston. Chuck, what's going on?
Yeah, we will not see an increase in interest in soccer in this country. There are too many sports that are native to the United States of America, meaning football, baseball, basketball, hockey. Those come prior to that. If these other countries around the world, soccer's predominant, but you don't see these other countries participating in American football. You see some of them participating in basketball, very few, if any, in baseball and hockey.
They participate in American football, with just that their leagues over there, we don't see them. Because my nephew right now is playing over in France. And he's been over there for the last 6 years, played in Germany. Now he's in Germany for 3 years, now he's in France for his 3rd year. So they have all the sports.
Yeah.
We just don't see them here. But most kids play soccer early. Most kids. And I think what's going to happen is if we start letting our kids understand, these guys in these in the Europe leagues and stuff like that, the millions that they make are astronomical.
Yeah.
You know, and if you think about it, there's somebody out there right now that may not be very good at basketball, might be 6'5", 6'6", 6'7". He could be in that goal. He's very athletic. Go become a goalie on one of these. You might end up over there making them tons of money. We gotta let kids know it's more than just our 4 sports.
We have tremendous leagues for children in this country, but it doesn't translate once you get past high school. It hasn't. You've had Beckham, you've had Pele, you've had MLS, you've had a lot of stuff here, and it just hasn't taken hold. I think it's because of all the other sports.
Yeah, and maybe that is the case.
Yeah,
Chuck,
it may be true,
appreciate it.
but I mean, it could get bigger than what it is.
So one of the things that I think is interesting here is it does seem like fewer parents are as on board with letting their kids play football because of the dangers that follow it. And do some of those transition to more of soccer?
You would think, but when you start looking at all of the statistics, as many concussions in that as any sport.
Yeah.
So, yes, it looks like it's not dangerous, but every 5 seconds you see somebody laying on the ground, but then they get up and run full speed. So, yeah, I mean.
They might be laying on the ground just because they need a break or something. I don't know. Richard is in Shady Side. Richard, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up, man?
Hey, I'm thinking, soccer, I've been hearing, I'm 68 years old. I've been hearing for years and years that soccer's going to be the next greatest sport in America. But I think the problem is that Americans want scores. They don't want to watch 90 minutes of a sport end up 0-0, one maybe a penalty kick. There's got to be a way we can figure out how to make soccer with more scores.
Well, I be honest with you, soccer and hockey are basically the same too. They don't score a lot. Soccer got to stop faking like they hurt all the damn time. That's why I think Americans don't like it. You see somebody rolling around the ground, you kick him in the right ankle, he grabs his left ankle, he rolls around the ground, then he gets up and he runs away full damn speed. That's why we don't really like it.
It looks like they've been shot with a cannon.
Yeah, if we let them fight, I bet you we'll start loving it.
Appreciate it, Richard.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think when you look at hockey, you're right. Not as many goals, but I think that one's obviously a much faster pace.
It's
than
faster
soccer.
pace, but I just think that flopping crap, that turns a lot of people off.
I think a lot of why this World Cup has been as popular as it has, too, is referees have let them play a lot more this year, too. Like, they're still giving some fouls that are annoying to the casual fan that's watching going, that guy's flopping around. But they have not rewarded it as much in this World Cup as previous seasons or previous iterations.
Yeah, call in and say, well, if you don't lay on the ground and flop around, you don't get the call. But it should be a deterrent somewhere in it.
Yeah.
If you flopping around, like if I'm the ref and I see you get kicked in the right leg or they hit towards your right leg and then you grab your left leg, you should be able to get a yellow card or a red card. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And listen, I understand that it's like this because they allow it. But if you find a deterrent to it, you can stop it. And because my thing, don't tell me, our sport is continuous. You go 45 minutes, and then you play extra minutes. And you go 45 minutes in, and you play extra minutes. You always got something left at the end of the game. So really, you're still adding on that stuff when you're stopping. So it's not continuous per se.
Yeah.
If you're going to go 45 minutes, and when they start laying around, have a penalty for them somewhere along the way. Please.
Did you watch the Mexico-England game the other night?
Yeah.
See, if soccer was more like that all the time, I think it would be
That was their
much more
third
popular.
game they lost there. 53-3-11, 12.
An electric atmosphere in Mexico City. Nonstop action once they finally scored in the 30th minute or whatever, it was nonstop the rest of the game. It was back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And then for the final bit, when England was down to 10 men, it was Mexico constantly just playing.
Trying. They're attacking.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I think if there were more of that, I don't know how you can implement those sorts of things. But I think the tough part for America to try to capitalize on this.
My buddies just text me and say that they do penalize them for faking hurt, just not enough. I haven't seen anybody getting
very
I watched
few.
a lot of these games and I haven't seen one person get anything for flopping.
Yeah.
And I'm going to tell you, I've seen a lot of flopping. I've seen more flopping in the last 2 weeks than I've seen in the last 10 years of the NBA. And the NBA is a flopping crew.
Yeah.
This flops way more than NBA.
Yeah, and I think the interesting part is the league here in the U.S. just isn't that great. Like, you can go see Messi, and when
Messi just got hit in the neck and he grabbing his mouth.
So, when Messi comes to town, that's obviously a big thing. But I don't know. I just don't know if you can also grow it enough if you're not going to have high-level soccer in the country that you can go watch.
When Messi comes to this place, goes anywhere else, we go out in droves to see him play.
Mm-hmm.
If we love him as much from a way he was playing in Argentina before, we didn't start liking him when he got to Miami. We were liking him when he was playing
overseas.
in the Euro League and all. So we watch it. So why is it that we don't get behind it here? We don't have the better players.
Yeah.
As I stated earlier, somebody here, one of these rich people, got to get a team or two, maybe 3, 4. So you can have a lot of playing here and you got to go play over there. You can't just have it. And if we go, like, let's be real, in hockey, most of the people from somewhere else, Sweden, Norway, Russia, Germany, they're from all over the place, Czechoslovakia. We love hockey. If we had other people playing here, then we will get more into it. We'll see the sport at a higher level. Then you can see it picking up. But if we don't have the best of the best, because whenever you hear the kids get involved with soccer and they start hearing about the best players, they're always from somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
What if Mbappe was playing for the LA whatever or the New York something, but they play with the teams from over there? It'd be a world of difference.
Yeah.
And I think that has to happen. Just like we're trying to get a basketball team, a football team over in Europe, they should be trying to do the same thing with soccer here.
800-636-1067. How can you keep some of the momentum that the United States is seeing with soccer in this country? You'd like to chime in, 800-636-1067. Also, Summer League debut of A.J. DeBonsa coming up later this week. We'll talk about that as well. P. Mitch and Finley on the Fan.
Start with some baseball. The Nats kept things going offensively last night. Slugfest at Nats Park as the Nationals win it 12-11 over the Houston Astros. Nats are second in Major League Baseball in home runs, lead baseball in RBI, lead the league in stolen bases. They kept all that going last night. C.J. Abrams, 3-run homer. James Wood, a grand slam. Nasim Nunez adds to his Major League total, 33rd stolen base for him as the Nats end a 2-game skid and make a little ground up in the NL wildcard race. Nats are now 2.5 back there. They'll play the Stros again tonight, 6:45 first pitch for the Nats here on The Fan. Tennis, Coco Gauff down Jessica Pegula in 3 sets today to win a quarterfinal match at Wimbledon. Gauff is on to the semis there for the first time in her career. NBA, A.J. Debonsa makes his Wizards debut this week. Marquee matchup against number 2 pick Darren Peterson and the Jazz. NBA Summer League Thursday night in Vegas. And football, the Commanders getting their house in order a few weeks to go before training camp. Free agent defensive back Rasul Douglas reportedly signing a 1-year deal here in Washington. From the Crop Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Toby Altizer in for JP. Just a reminder that we're going to have some Chris Brown and Usher tickets for Northwest Stadium on July 10th coming up in about 15 minutes. So make sure you keep listening here to B. Mitch and Finley, and we'll give those away in the 145 segment. Toby Altizer sitting in for JP today, 800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. Talking about soccer, the World Cup going on. Watching a great game right now between Egypt and Argentina. Do you think that with what we've seen this World Cup, not even just from the United States, and maybe you could get some momentum growing for soccer in this country? David is in Beltsville. David, what's going on?
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Doing good, man.
Good. Hey, I got a question for B. Mitch. B. Mitch, the type of player that you were, how can you watch soccer? watching the guys flop around.
I don't like the flopping. I love the skill set that they show. Like, I just watched the guy go in the end. They took the goal off, but he went in the end. He had 2 guys, one on the right side, one on the left side. He brought the ball around his left leg, caught it with the left, went up, and ended up scoring. You know what I mean? I see some unbelievable stuff out there, so that's what I like about it. The flopping, I despise.
I'm actually, mesmerized by their ability. It's almost like watching golf. Like, how good those guys are.
Yeah.
And you're like, man, that's just incredible. But, man, I'm telling you, I don't think as in America that we can ever, get used to the flopping around, man. I'm a grown man, but to watch a man lay on the ground like that, like he's been shot.
Yeah.
And then 30 seconds later, he runs off the field. It's like, man, come on, man. We're used to watching hockey and baseball. Baseball, you get out of line, you get hit with the ball.
Listen, they don't run off the field.
Thanks, David.
They stay on the field and run faster than they did before, but Egypt just scored again. That's not stepping on nobody's foot.
This is incredible to see if they beat Argentina. I wanted to see Egypt potentially instead of Belgium for the United States.
Let me see this, dog. When this game started, you can tell they are the more physical, and they seem to be more skilled.
Which is crazy.
And Messi is unbelievable at his point, still scoring and all that. He can't play no D.
No. He's going to walk around up front.
These dudes from Egypt, bro, they are running, dog. Look at that. He coming from the whole way. Pass that thing. Bam. Feed him. Just like a big man running the court.
Yeah, I love watching good soccer, and this World Cup has produced plenty of it.
Is that the kid? That's the one that.
That's the guy that scored, I think, earlier.
But he was just dapping them up.
I love it. We got another thing that I'm excited to see coming up later this week. I believe on Thursday, Wizards Summer League getting underway, and A.J. Debonsa going to make his debut in a Wizards uniform.
It's tonight?
No, Thursday night.
Thursday, okay.
And guess who they open up against?
They open it up against the Jazz.
Utah Jazz.
Yeah.
So you're going to get
Peterson against
Darren
Debonsa.
Peterson against A.J. Debonsa. By the way, Darren Peterson has been nails so far in their summer league matchups that they've been playing. He scored, I think, 25 the other night. He's been impressive to watch.
No, the kid can play. Listen to me. He can play.
Fluid.
And I think people can say what they want. You know, yeah, I think we got an unbelievable talent as well, but don't try to knock him.
No.
Because Peterson can play.
Yeah. And you know, I would have been fine with either one of them. I was Team DeBonsa, so I'm thrilled to see. I'm excited to see what he looks like, though, for this Wizards team in the Summer League. There's only so much you can take away. Remember a couple of years ago, Alex Sarr had a Summer League to forget and then had a pretty good rookie season and then much better this past season. But I don't know how much stock you're going to put into it, but I'm just excited to see him put on a Wizards uniform.
Yeah. I mean, you want to see what the future holds, man. And let's hit the ground running. Because I'll say this. The kid seems to be put together mentally. He take care of himself. He says all the right stuff. Now just go out there and play. Just be what you've been, because all the people say ever since he got onto the scene, he's been number one. Keep being that. You know, you don't have to change anything about you now. Get stronger. Improve your jump shot. Get better defensively, which he said they told him to do. Constantly improve your game, because when you start looking at the great ones, they never stop improving.
Yeah.
Mike never did. Kobe never did. Look at Tom Brady, what he was trying to figure every year. Joe Montana, Jerry Rice was still running that damn hill. Walter Payton was running the hill after all those years. You can't ever get to a point where you're happy, because there is someone that's been chasing you all your life, and they just waiting for you to stop.
What have you made of him? Just the conversation, you obviously had him on the show out when he was introduced at the Wharf. What have you made of the way that he's kind of handled it so far? Because he seems like such an impressive kid.
He's an impressive kid, and I think we were talking yesterday on this podcast I was on. We were talking, and a lot of the questions were, you know, the lack of respect shown by young people to older people today.
Yeah.
He was raised the right way. After he's done all the stuff he's done, he's still looking to mom and daddy for their approval. And you have to have a level of respect for people like that. You know, you get older, and just because you get older and start paying your own bills don't mean you get to disrespect the people around you. You know, especially your mom and daddy who got you to the point.
Ain't that the truth?
And I think that by just watching that with him and listening to him talk, and I've heard him speak in different interviews and things of that nature, and then he sat with us, that level of respect that he holds and in humility that he holds, I respect that totally.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what he can do. I think he has the makeup to be able to handle being the number one overall pick and the pressure that comes with that. You know, I love when we talked to Dylan Cruz after he was drafted. He said pressure is a privilege, and I would imagine that AJ feels the same way. I wanted to be the number one overall pick. I want that pressure. I want to be put in that position where, you know, I have some of those expectations, and it's because it's not something where the outside expectations are too much, because he's got some internal expectations that are high.
But the thing of it, like, I think we use the word pressure, but I think if you were to talk to any of the top talents in any sport, they'll never talk about pressure until we put that question to them. Guys that are very good at something, it's just what they do. Most of these dudes wake up and they can go drop 20, 30 on you without even trying. And when they go play, the only pressure is, I want to beat you today. I want to be better than you. I want to be better than I was yesterday. And I think that the mindset has to change. Like we get into a mindset today of always discussing the mental aspect of everything. And we talk about mental health and things of that nature. But I think we've caused a lot of it by making everything a pressure situation. Have fun. You know, I remember being asked in my 11th year by Corey Simon, who was in his first year, man, why you always laughing and joking out here, man? This is a business. I'm like, boy, shut the hell up. I've been doing this for 11 years now. You your first damn year. How the hell you going to tell me it's a business? I say, your problem, you're making it too serious. I said, you were here this offseason. And my exact words, I said, I saw your fat ass skipping workouts and stuff like that. You didn't take the business serious then. Now you want to take it serious? I'm laughing because when you were tripping, I was busting my ass to become the best I could be. So right now I can have fun. He didn't understand that. So I got a little froggy with him. I said, I'll play longer now than you going to play from this point. And I'm in my 11th year. I played total of 4. He played, I think, a total of 5.
There you go.
It was close. But he could have probably played 10, 12 if he wasn't so serious about every damn thing. Because take the part that's supposed to be serious. In the off season, when you're supposed to take your body to those places that you haven't been, he wasn't doing that. He want to wait till the season start. Too late now, bro. You starting behind. So I'm having fun. This is why that's why I'm sane. Because I have never allowed this thing to become me, take over me. I'm making it. It don't make me.
Yeah.
So
and I'm excited to see how AJ does, with the Summer League coming up. I actually thought it was interesting during his introductory press conference. David Aldridge asked him, when was the last time you were humbled on a basketball court? I loved his answer. He's like, the last time I played. He's like, I was the higher seed with BYU, and we lost to Texas as the 6-11 game, lost by 8. And I watched this game. AJ had no help. They were the higher seed, but he had nothing. Once they lost Richie Saunders to an ACL injury, they had nothing to help out with AJ DeBonsa, but he embraces that challenge. I like a guy that's not going to run away from that.
Yeah.
He's not going to blame it on anybody
Even
else.
if he try, he can't.
Exactly.
You can't.
And he embraces it, understands that there's going to be a weight there, and is willing to handle it. He ended up finishing that game, B. Mitch, with 35 points on 11 of 25 shooting. Struggled from 3, just 1 of 7, 10 boards. At times he got a little bit wayward, 5 turnovers in the game, but he was doing everything that game. And I enjoy seeing a guy be able to understand, I did everything I could, but also we were the higher seed. We didn't get it done. We didn't live up to the expectations as the higher seed. And I think he's going to be a great piece to add into this young core of the Wizards. And I think it's why this team is so fun to watch over the last couple of seasons, even though they haven't been winning. Seeing guys like Keyshawn George continue to develop, seeing guys like Alex Sarr continue to develop. I'm excited next year, B. Mitch, to see. We saw George and Sarr take a big leap year 1 to year 2. I'm excited to see Trey Johnson and Will Riley take that year 1 to year 2 leap.
Will Riley started to do it last year.
I know.
And he's what, 6'10"?
Yeah.
I mean, they got some. When I look at the possibility right now, don't they kind of look like an OKC team?
Oh, yeah.
They look like that team right there. And if they can just come around and start to play, they could be special for a while.
Well, and that's where they need to find their SGA. And you're hoping that's AJ.
Yeah.
You're hoping that's your star.
Yeah.
That's kind of what you were lacking. You're building up the core. You've got a lot of guys that are now playing together. And the thing that I can support so much about the way the Wizards went about this, too, is it was pretty obvious what they were trying to do.
Yeah.
But the way they went about it was respectable because Sarr is playing. So he is learning on the fly.
Yeah.
Keyshawn George is playing. All their young guys were playing. They're all experienced vets now because of the fact that they're playing a full complement of NBA minutes. And now, as AJ comes in and needs to learn the league.
But remember this, though. OKC traded for SGA.
Yeah.
He wasn't a young guy that stepped in there. And that could still be something out there. You never know.
Yeah. Well, and I think Trae Young, Anthony Davis, I think they're going to have to help these guys learn how to win because I do think it's not something as simple as, hey, now we're trying to win and you're just going to do it right away. You saw that with the Spurs where they ran into a team that knew how to win and they weren't quite to that level of maturity yet. So I'm excited to see next year when they flip that switch and have Trae Young and Anthony Davis try to help them along. All right, coming up next, we'll wrap up the show, but first we'll give you a chance to win some Usher and Chris Brown tickets, so make sure you're listening. It's B. Mitch and Finley on The Fan. Final couple minutes of B-Mitch and Finley, and it is your chance to win Chris Brown and Usher tickets at Northwest Stadium on July 10th. Caller number 10 right now. You'll win a pair of tickets to the R&B tour starring Usher and Chris Brown Friday, July 10th at Northwest Stadium. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com, courtesy of Live Nation. B-Mitch, this is what the good stuff is in the World Cup.
They tied that thing up, bro.
Argentina was down 2-0 about, 10 minutes ago? And they've scored 2 goals. Messi scores in just past 80 minutes to tie this thing up. Right off the goalie got a piece of it.
He did.
And it went off the crossbar, down and in. Usually Messi, he'll celebrate, obviously, but he's usually pretty subdued because he expects to score. This was pure adulation and excitement.
After the other guy take his shirt off, you gotta match it a little bit. But hey, man, look, they're coming back, bro.
This
They have come back.
Crazy one down the stretch here.
I mean, if each was going to keep it going, you better figure out what you were doing earlier. 'Cause
Yeah.
They had Argentina confused earlier.
Yep. Going into the 85th minute, tied at 2 apiece. Also thought this was interesting, B-Mitch. Sydney Leroux. Do you remember Sydney Leroux? She used to play for the U.S. women's national team. She played for them for about 2011 to 2017, it looks like. Was a pretty good player for the U.S., playing up front as a striker. Well, Christian Pulisic was asked yesterday after, he left the game. Jenny Taft of Fox asked him about his injury, and he's, saying he's fine or whatever. And then at the end of the question or his answer, he said, "Now I get time to rest, so it'll be okay." Sydney Leroux retweeted that and said he rested the entire World Cup.
Wow. Wow.
So safe to say we weren't the only ones that were criticizing Christian Pulisic today.
Hey, listen, bro. You don't get excuses for injuries.
No.
If you go out into the field of play, you're telling people I am well enough to perform. And when you get out on the field, no need to discuss your injury anymore. If you can discuss it before, and if you can't play, don't play. And I know every player wants to go out and play and try, but when you fail, you don't get that excuse.
Yeah.
If you decide to play, you play. I can recall in my career, people would say, "Man, B, you going to play?" I say, "Yeah. I think I give the team a better chance to play." "Well, you got so-and-so backing you up." "No, he not playing." So I go and play. Game, whether win or lose, I'm going to go play it. I'm not going to come start the game, "Well, I was injured." No, you just play the damn game. And if you feel you better, you go do it.
Yeah.
You got to find a way. They have a little pain, find a way to mask it. Keep playing.
It'll be interesting to see what happens when 2030 comes around, the next World Cup being held in Spain and Portugal. All right, final couple minutes of B-Mitch and Finley. You know what that means. It's time for Heard It Here First.
You already did the tickets? Gather around.
All right, what do we got? Who was keeping track yesterday?
Well, I know.
I lost because Stallion took the U.S. and screwed up everything.
Yeah, I lost.
Everyone took a L last night.
Everyone did.
Everybody?
Except me.
Took a L last night.
Yeah, we all took a L.
Was everybody on the U.S.?
Yeah.
I had,
I thought I was winning when I took him first, and then when Ryan took him, I knew I should have changed.
Yeah, I had Balogun to score a goal, but Tillman is a beast.
Tillman is a beast too, though.
Tillman's fun to watch.
Yeah.
Free
I like
kick
him.
master.
Yeah.
All right, what do we got for tonight? We got one other match coming up. Switzerland and Colombia going to be at 4:00. This one still tied in the 88th minute.
This game might be going on tonight.
Yeah, I might get home in time to watch the end of this match. That's probably going to go to extra time. Give me Switzerland. Beat Colombia. Give me Switzerland at 4:00 today.
Give me Colombia. Colombia on the nose.
I feel even better about my pick now.
I'm going with Toby. Give me Switzerland.
I feel great about my pick now.
Give me Switzerland, boy.
And by the way, Ryan, don't pick the Nats. I don't want them to lose tonight.
Parlay?
No.
Should I
No.
do a parlay?
No.
I think we're getting a parlay in, Toby. That's a good idea.
No, I don't think. Well, sure, pick the Astros.
No.
Whoever Ryan picks, take the other team.
You know what we should do instead?
I'm taking Colombia with Ryan.
Extra on Switzerland then. You know what we should do is instead of heard it here first, we should do a fade Ryan segment. Just whatever picks he likes.
I promise
that
you,
day.
you'll be richer.
All right, I'm gonna parlay over 9 in tonight's game for the Astros and Nats. So over 9.
1-0. Watch.
Who's
and then
pitching
Columbia.
tonight?
Andrew Alvarez against I'm gonna butcher his name, but one of their new signees from this offseason hasn't been good at all.
Yeah, I want to hear you say his name.
It's good luck.
Tatsuya Imai.
Yeah, Tatsui Imai.
Yeah, he has struggled this season.
He has really struggled.
Cowboy B, what do you got?
Give me. I'm gonna go C.J. Abrams to total 2 bases.
All right, I like it. So we've got a high-scoring Nats game for Ryan, and taking Colombia. I got Switzerland. B. Mitch and I are on Switzerland tonight.
Yeah,
That should be.
Yeah, we are.
Should be a good one. This is the final game that'll be the final game of the round of 16, and then we're getting into the quarterfinals on Thursday with France and Morocco. Thursday also going to be the opener of the Summer League season for the Wizards as they'll take on the Jazz. But it's been crazy to see. Usually this time, B. Mitch, is kind of a down period in the sports calendar. It's been nice to be able to talk about some sports going on right now.
Hell yeah.
And we're talking about winning baseball.
There we go. And lots of fun.
Makes it a lot better.
Just
when
so
we're,
Ryan don't pick the team.
Yeah, just a couple more games before the All-Star break for the Nationals, and that's going to have 2 participants at the All-Star game in Philadelphia, and James Wood and C.J. Abrams. That's going to do it for us. Appreciate you checking us out. B. Mitch and Finley heading out. Grant and Danny up next here on The Fan.
Peace.
Well, what a wild round of 16 going on game right now in the World Cup. This match is going down to the wire. Argentina down 2-0 late in the game has rallied to take a 3-2 lead over Egypt. They're down to the final minute, probably, of stoppage time. Messi scored the equalizer 83rd minute. Just a few minutes ago, Argentina gets the go-ahead goal in stoppage time and now trying to hang on for an unlikely win. Tennis, Coco Gauff down Jessica Pegula today in 3 sets to win their quarterfinal at Wimbledon. For Gauff, it's her first ever trip to the Wimbledon semifinals, first time in her career. Baseball, the Nationals hope to keep the bats heated up after a 12-11 slugfest win over the Houston Astros last night. James Wood had a grand slam. C.J. Abrams adding a 3-run shot. Nats end a 2-game skid. They're now 2.5 games back in the wild card race once again. 6:45 p.m. first pitch for Nats baseball tonight on the Fan. And still late in that game, there are just moments left. Argentina trying to hang on for a 3-2 win, comeback win over Egypt in the World Cup. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Good Tuesday afternoon, and welcome into Grant and Danny, July 7th, 2026. You are listening to The Fan. We'll take you all the way up to 6:15, 4+ hours, and then Nats baseball deep into the evening tonight on your flagship home for the Nats, the Caps, the Wiz here in D.C. Barry Svrluga joins us at 4:30, wrote a great story behind the scenes, the conversations the Caps have and have not been having with Alex Ovechkin this offseason. A lot of details on how his one-year deal came together. We'll talk to Barry about that at 4:30. And at 5 o'clock, Sebastian Salazar, longtime ESPN soccer host, play-by-play, and analyst. Want to talk to him about last night's World Cup match for the Americans. Danny, we could start right there. It did not go well. I was out and about in a bar. Everybody was very excited. The energy, the electricity was fantastic. When they showed Flo Balogun before the game even started, the place erupted. Of course, the Americans on a brilliant Tillman goal pull even for mere moments, and the place was ablaze. I mean, everybody really wanted last night to be something for U.S. soccer, and it just didn't happen. They got outclassed.
They did, and this is, a cursory look at it, and you'd go, yeah, I've seen this before. They didn't make it in 2018, which, by the way, we should never forget. That's unbelievable. That's such a disgrace. To not qualify out of CONCACAF is absurd, but whatever. That's not what we're talking about right now. The last 4 times they've gone to the World Cup, they've gone to the round of 16 and pretty much have lost to a European nation. They lost to Ghana in 2010, but it was Belgium in 2014. It was the Netherlands in 2016, Belgium again here in 2026. And if you just are a tourist and you stopped in, you saw it, you go, yep, it's the same, and then you move on. It's frustrating. It sucks to get destroyed in that way. And they were outclassed from the jump. There's no hiding behind that. There's no other way around that. Belgium was better in every way you could be better. The U.S. stars, the guys that needed to be great, were simply not. I can't remember the exact numbers, so forgive me if I'm butchering them, but just, in watching all the coverages as everyone else did, I think 3 of Pulisic's first 5 touches were direct turnovers. Just like a heavy-footed, clunky rec player, not a world-class guy that's supposed to lead you in a game like that. Here's the analysis, though, I'd like to offer just real quick, and then I'll tag you back in. If you saw the group phase, and then you saw the way that they beat these teams that they used to be like, the U.S. was the plucky bunch of underdogs, rough and tumble, American grit. You'd win some 1-0 game or 2-1 game over a slightly favored opponent, and there'd be lots of talk about don't mess with the USA and whatever, and then they'd go up against a real opponent, and it was obvious. Well, I know that's what happened last night too, but if you watch them play in that group stage and then against Bosnia, a lot of part of this tournament, for the first time in my lifetime, they actually played the way the teams that have a real shot to win this thing played. Stylistically, with enough. And it's not just like, hey, let's try to attack. You can attack with players that can't do it. But with the creativity, the dynamic offensive, pushing the ball forward, being able to always move and create triangles and different options for players, and the offensive creativity, they played like a Brazil, like a Spain, like a Portugal, like some of these teams that can really win it. Now, they're not good enough yet. They're good enough to beat the bad teams, good enough to beat teams they're better than, but this was the first time, to me, they started to walk a path that might lead to something different than this result that happened last night.
Yeah, sports get covered in a way now where everything has to be an extreme, and the loss yesterday is now going to be a referendum where somebody's going to look at this and say, in the round of 16, you lost 4-1. And 4 years ago in 2022, in the round of 16 against Netherlands, you lost 3-1. And in 2014, in the round of 16 against Belgium, the same opponent, you lost 2-1. And in 2010 against Ghana in the round of 16, you lost 2-1. And I digress, and you could go back further and further and further. And they're going to say this was not a progression, right? There was no major leap. I don't really see it that way. I do believe this was the best that they've looked. Last night, to me, resembled the U.S. national teams that I remember watching a lot of World Cup games. Okay, you're clearly not as good as the opponent, and you're being outclassed, and you're playing up a weight class or two. The 4-1 win against Paraguay, go back through their history in the annals of the World Cup. They've never scored 4 goals.
They don't do that.
Literally, they never have. The 2-0 win against Australia in a game that could have gone either way. I know they were favored in that game, but there were a lot of bigger upsets for really good teams in this tournament. Mm-hmm. And they didn't get upset, and they didn't give up a goal. Argentina just beat Egypt 3-2. They had to come back from down 2-0. There have been Belgium in its last game, remember?
At the very
against
end,
Senegal was down multiple goals and had to come roaring back. Like, they just handled their business and circuit to circuit, shut down and dominated Australia. The Turkey game I don't even really necessarily count because they basically redshirted the game with a lot of their best players, but they still almost won that one. They were 3-0 in the games they cared about prior to last night. So I think it can absolutely be true that this was a significant step, that they are closer, that soccer in the United States of America from a world stage standpoint is in a much better place. And also, they played like crap last night. Like, they just did. Too many of their players didn't play their best game. They never had a shot. They committed too many gaffes. You mentioned Pulisic came up small. I mean, in the net, a horrible mistake. Like, that was an embarrassing goal allowed by Freeze, and then Ream wasn't able to make a play as kind of the last man on defense. This is when the night ended last night. It was a 1-goal game, second half. You're still thinking there's a lot of time. They can figure this out.
They're getting outplayed, but maybe, ... Nope.
And then you have one of the true blooper moments of the whole tournament.
Walter is the one who's... Richards beaten out of the air. Freeze has got to get there and deal with it. He takes it down off the chest to Ketelaere, knocks it away. Tim Ream can't block it. And unless video review says this is a foul from behind on Ream, it is a...
So if there's something discouraging about last night to me, it's that it had to be embarrassing in that way.
Yeah.
Like, it had to be in flames where you're going, what in the heck was that? Just lose normally. Lose a 3-1 game without any goals like that. That was the disheartening part. But otherwise, this was the best I've seen them. If you're searching for 3 wins in a World Cup, you're not going to find it. If you're searching for goal differential like the one they had coming into this game, you're not going to find it. So people can make this some big referendum that nothing's changed. They always get to the round of 16. I think that's lazy analysis. That's silly. This was and felt different for much of this stretch. Are they good enough, Danny, to be in the Elite 8 right now, among the best 8 in the world? I guess not, but they're somewhere between 8 and 16.
Yep.
You don't get to have a tournament now to see where you seed among that group. They held serve. They got about to where they should have, but in doing so, they were dominant enough that it makes you think maybe they're on to something.
Yeah, you go look at, again, the previous times. Go back to 2010, for example. Draw, that 1-0 dramatic win to send them through to the knockout round when Landon Donovan scored in the last couple of minutes. And it wasn't like a great play. It was like kind of a weird fracas in front on a counterattack. It wasn't because they were better than Algeria. Algeria, right? That's kind of the level we're talking about. They're feeding from scraps. Ghana beat them 2-1 in the following round. Then, 2014, again, they lost to Belgium, where they barely got out of the group phase, a win and a draw, eking these games out. barely getting through to the next round. They're like third place team that has to wait for a goal differential and a couple tiebreakers. Sometimes they finish second in the group. They steamrolled their first two opponents who are kind of shadows of what they used to be. And that to me is the instructive part here. How it happened matters to me so much more. Again, they went up against a world power. Belgium, I don't think is going to win the whole thing, but they're plenty good enough. They didn't go with some of the old guys that have been struggling throughout this tournament. Kevin De Bruyne didn't play last night, and a couple of other guys that are on the older side who have been struggling sat, and some of their young up-and-comers played, and they ran circles around the U.S. They had, to me, they scouted incredibly well, they were coached incredibly well, and all the protestations out in public that the coach was doing, making it about Balogun and how aggrieved everybody was. Behind the scenes, what they were doing is, this is how the U.S. is going to attack us, and here are our answers. And they were in every channel, every passing lane, waiting. Every time the ball went to the wing, where in previous games it was a one-on-one festival, and Des could be creative, and you could see runs from Tyler Adams and Anthony Robinson, and non-existent. No. Zero threats. The U.S. had zero threat last night.
But they scored 11 goals in this tournament.
Mm-hmm.
They scored 3 in 2022. Think about that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I do.
They were +3 in goal differential this time. They were minus a goal in goal differential last time. So the notion, like, they got to the round of 16, it's the equivalent of saying, well, I didn't make the playoffs and you didn't make the playoffs, so our season was the same. I have a better record. I have a better run differential. If you're just looking at the result, okay, fine. And by the way, it's not a crime for the team that is fringe top 15 or so in the world to not get into the top 8 in the World Cup. I also think if you play Belgium again right now, it's a different game. I don't think you beat them after seeing that game. I don't know how they were favored. I don't know why they were favored. To me, that seems like it was completely incorrect and maybe just a way to get people to bet on the game. I'm not really sure. But Belgium's clearly better. I mean, they won every race to every ball. Like, I thought the United States, grab the Carly Lloyd analysis from last night.
I thought she was spot on.
She crushed this. This is exactly how I felt. I saw this today, and I was like, yep, that's exactly what I was saying. Now, I don't know anything. She knows a lot and everything, but it just felt like they were timid and nervous, and the team that you saw as the aggressor in every matchup before, they had no time, they had no space. It was almost like they were playing nervous and timid. And maybe that's just that you're worse than Belgium and you were better than the other teams. But this was Carly Lloyd, who is an American women's national team hero on Fox last night.
No, look, it's a bit of a downer for us being out here now after this loss, but I felt like they lost the game before they even stepped out onto the pitch, and I'm not sure why, and I don't know the reasons, but just from the beginning, just chasing, tentative, scared, just not confident on the ball. And I think big-time players, you wanted some of those big-time players to step up in big moments. And I got to be honest, I was a bit disappointed with Christian Pulisic. I think whether he wants to be the star of this team or not, we didn't see enough from him in this particular game and really the whole World Cup. Little glimpses here and there, but, look, aside from this loss, I think on the brighter storyline, it's been a fantastic World Cup. This team has united the country. They have...
She goes on to compliment the United States, but I think her analysis there is correct, which is, summed up, they came up small.
Yeah.
They just looked like they were less prepared, obviously not as talented, but also like they knew they were playing against a team better than them, and they were giving way too much credit to Belgium.
Yeah, or, it's hard to go into the psychology or the brain of every one of the players. I have no idea. She said they looked tentative. My first thought was, did they read all their own press clippings and assume that some sort of, special eagle was going to fly over and they would just steamroll because America?
I wonder if there was not something psychologically too. When they didn't have Balogun, everyone had talked themselves into, they're probably going to win. It'll be, a toss-up kind of game, 50-50. But remember, they were still minimally favored without Balogun in sportsbooks. And then you got him back. And I know what the storylines were nationally. Oh, it's a bad day to be Belgium.
Yeah, bad day to be from Belgium.
Right? I mean, it's so much of like, we were going to win anyway, but now we have Balogun
Now
back.
we'll double win.
And I wonder if there was this feeling internally for them when they got Balogun back, like they all took a breath of, oxygen and fresh air and go, okay, whew, all right, now we know. Now we're sure.
Because it looked like everyone was sloppy and rusty, and I've seen that. Like if you don't, if your kids play soccer, when they've gone from basketball season, the first time out, the frost melts, and okay, let's go out and kick the soccer ball for the first time. Looks like they've never seen one. Now, again, that's at the 8-year-old level, but that's what it looked like to me. Their touches were clunky.
So she used the word timid,
Yeah.
and I think that's a smarter way to say what I'm about to say, which is like soccer novice guy commentary. I've watched, I don't know how many games in this tournament. They've been on, it seems like a NCAA tournament Thursday every day for weeks and weeks and weeks. And let's say I've watched parts of 15 or 20 of these games. Every time there's a ball in the box, the defending team, meaning the ball is in front of your net, is crawling over bodies and hot coals and nails to get to that ball and clear it from the danger area. It's like hockey, right? You're going to take a penalty or you're going to destroy someone.
Yeah, please get out of there. Please get out of there.
When that first goal was scored and the ball lands, bounces up in the air, nobody plays it, then it's headed into a more dangerous area by Belgium. There were multiple American players kind of standing there going, wonder who's going to get this one? Who's going to handle our business here? You don't see that in any other game. That urgency that you see everywhere else, that, oh my God, the ball's in a dangerous area by any means necessary. If they get a corner, if they get a throw in from near the corner, whatever happens doesn't matter next as long as the ball's not in front of our net. They're just all standing flat-footed. They did not have the same aggression that they've had in every game and that I've seen in every single tournament game by even the bad teams.
Yeah.
I don't know how that can happen in the biggest game in decades for the United States of America, but it just was what it was.
Agreed.
And it was pretty clear to me, even though the Tillman goal was incredible, and I thought, well, maybe they'll take off now and they'll leave their problems behind them for the few minutes when the game was actually tied. It was pretty clear to me, even when he had scored and it was a tie game, they were the second best team on the field.
Yeah, the Belgium scored right away. Right away. And that was their first shot, by the way. That was their first threat, was that the foul that happened outside the box. Not even first shot on goal, their first shot. They hadn't created a single opportunity.
They didn't have another shot on goal till there was 5 minutes left.
Yeah.
The first save of the game for Belgium was already a 3-1 game, and there was 6 or 7 minutes left in the game before it became 4-1.
Yeah. And they were, again, totally dominated. And that's the part that's hard to take. To your point, I don't know whether, again, it was being timid. I don't know whether it was the assumption that it's just going to happen for us. Whatever it was, it's a bitter disappointment in that way. And again,
was it that the talent level or just they're not good enough right now? Do you think that's
great
part
question?
of it?
Because again, you objectively look at all the different players on the U.S. roster that started and played last night. You look at the guys from Belgium, very similar down the line of clubs, right? Are you playing for Milan and Juventus and PSV Eindhoven and going all around the world and contributing?
You love saying PSV Eindhoven.
It's one of my favorite things to do.
Yeah,
because several of their players
on more shows than you haven't over the last 2 weeks.
Several players from the U.S. play for them, and you go, these are not little second division clubs. These are the multi-billion-dollar ones that play at high levels in these really serious leagues around the world. So talent-wise, you're probably pretty similar. Belgium's more than you, but it's not like it's not 4-1 different. It's not like you're playing against some country that's lucky to be there that's going, we're going to play 11 guys behind the ball, give you the first 2/3 of the field, and pray to God you don't score. But that's how the result looked like, right?
Yeah.
I mean, to me, it's everything under the sun where Belgium knew how to handle themselves and the U.S. didn't.
There is a ton going on within DC sports that we will get to in just a few, including the Nats offense hanging 12 last night. James Wood hit a grand slam. Brandon Ayuk dropping more commentary on social media. Hey, Mom! We got some Brandon Ayuk social media content to discuss. So we'll do that as well. But I want to open up the phones before we keep it moving. This will close down the soccer portion of the Grant and Danny radio program for the next 4 years or so. How should we be feeling about the American display of soccer here in this tournament, that this U.S. team's run? How do you feel about what they did and how far they got and how they played? 800-636-1067 is the number. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
And it's brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. Just now in the World Cup, Lionel Messi in Argentina came back from down 2-0 to beat Egypt and advance to the quarterfinals. Messi scored in a record 6th straight World Cup game. They'll play the winner of Switzerland versus Colombia on Saturday. This, of course, follows last night's U.S. loss to Belgium, 4-1. Belgium will play Spain Friday at 3 p.m. Eastern. In the NBA, Jalen Brunson is having surgery on his left wrist, according to ESPN. He played through this injury during the NBA Finals MVP run. Expected to take 2 months off rehabbing the injury. Should be back with the team this fall. Nationals continue to sport the best offense in the sport, leading the MLB with 497 runs over the Dodgers by 6. 12 of those runs were scored last night, edging the Astros by 1. Nats host Houston again tonight at 6:45. 6:15 pregame on The Fan. Strong teams need spaces that keep up. PVI Office Furniture helps businesses create better workspaces with expert guidance. New and used options, fast delivery, and installation by PVI's own team. Visit PVI's massive Frederick showroom or go to PVI.com. Come experience the PVI difference today. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Kevin DiDomenico on The Fan.
Freeman out to meet him now. Freeman blocks the cross, prevents the corner. It's infield. The U.S. is hesitating. A bouncing ball picked up in the box, and that's the opening goal for Belgium. It was De Ketelaere first to react in there on the cross. The U.S. players froze defensively, and now they are in an early hole.
Grant and Danny on The Fan. We are taking a look back at last night's debacle of a performance for the United States of America. Seemed like a lot of the country was getting in on the run and really excited about where things were headed in this World Cup. They were one win away from, I think, a soccer craze kind of taking over the country, and they couldn't quite break through the wall to get to the final 8 last evening. But bigger picture, how should we feel about the tournament? I think the lazy analysis this afternoon is just going to be, they always get to this round. They always get to the final 16. That's where they got this time. So what's different? But I think if you watched, a lot of things were different. They dominated some of their early games. They absolutely worked over some teams that they used to be in the same bucket as, and maybe they're leaving behind. That feels like a success. Before we get to the phones, Danny, succinctly, I'd say I feel like they took a progressive step. I also think it seems like every World Cup, the head coach is in turmoil, and this isn't the right guy for the job, and what kind of decisions is he making? There wasn't a lot of that with Pochettino. Like, it seems to me, this is not a person I even would have recognized if he walked into the studio 3 weeks ago. The first time I saw him, I couldn't believe he was the coach. He dressed like some guy that was just going to the movies. I was like, who is this dude? But it seems to me like he is the right guy for the job. He's got them playing a style that's going to work better internationally. And there were no, like, coaching snafu decisions. A couple of people are upset about why Ream plays or why is this guy used in these situations. That's going to happen all the time,
especially when he gets exposed. They don't have a better option than Tim Ream. That's a team issue. That's not a Pochettino issue.
But it seems like they have the right coach finally too.
For me, yeah. I mean, they finally went in a direction again that is not the back to breaking glass. Let's do Bruce Arena again. Let's do a Berhalter again or another Bradley. It's the same product of the system. They went for a European style club manager. And club and international are usually a little bit different because it's like you don't like the left back for your style. You just go, hire a new one. You can't do that in the U.S. Again, as evidenced by Tim Ream playing a bunch. But they're playing the world high ceiling style now, finally. And now you got to play a little catch up. Whereas before, you were on a hamster wheel, in my view.
It's the equivalent of like playing, now you never threw the ball down the field. Everything was at the line of scrimmage. You just ran the ball like it was the 70s. And now they've got some vertical passing game. They've got the ability to make plays and accumulate yards in chunks and score points. Now you have a shot.
Yes.
Whether you're ever going to get over the top or not, we'll see. But doing it the old way, you couldn't play with the big boys. Let's go to Edwin and Laurel on G&D. Edwin, thanks for the call. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. How are you guys doing?
Been better, man, after that loss last night, but, can't complain.
Yeah. I think the team's getting better for sure. I mean, you could see in the style of play, just the type of players that they have, the schemes, it's a different level. I mean, you have to judge it by the eye test. A lot of people, they're just looking at the final result and expecting, even with everything withstanding, they could do everything that they said they were going to do, and it's hard to break into the top 8 in the world. It's really, really, really hard. Trust me, it's easy for people to call on, who just get into the World Cup and everything, and they think it's just supposed to be we improved, therefore we're just supposed to be in the quarterfinals. It's very, very hard. Countries that play this is all they do. They'll be so happy if they could even get to the quarterfinals. There are countries that take this thing much more seriously than we do, didn't get this far. Look at Germany, look at Netherlands, look at Brazil.
Right, huge disappointments for them. Yeah, there's plenty of countries, by the way, where soccer is their number one, and here it's the number, 4.
What do you want to call
5, depending on the person, 3 possibly. I think that's a fair critique for sure. My question would be this: where would you say the highest American would rank in like a top 100 players in this World Cup?
Great question.
Because that's probably Fowler and Balogun, right?
Yeah, depends on who. You can put Richards in there as a world-class defender, although he didn't have a great game last night. Pulisic, non-U.S. team, usually sort of gets that kind of rep worldwide. So does McKinney and
To me,
company.
if you're ranking players from World Cup participation, Balogun would be the top guy.
I would say so. Fine.
And where would you rank him?
Top of my head, 35.
So it gets really tough. I mean, how many guys in the top 100? 2 or 3? So it's an unrealistic ask to me when you get into this round that they should be expected. Like, if they won and moved on, they would have been heavy underdogs, obviously.
So it's a great way to express it. I mean, think of those teams without the franchise quarterback that win at the high levels in the NFL. It's happened. Everyone likes to point to that example. Generally, it's quarterback in his prime that's a Hall of Fame or MVP candidate with some good health and some luck around him. That's who wins.
You might be able to win one of these, but sustainably, when your best player is at 47 or whatever we're going to say it is, like, I don't know. I mean, that should not be the expectation. Usman's in New York on Grant and Danny. What's up, Usman?
So, guys, I think it depends on what you're wanting. Like, if you want them to get back to the round of 16 and get bounced like we are used to, then I think we're in good shape. But if you want them to actually contend and make it to the quarterfinals and actually make a run, even though it's not our top sport, then I don't think the future looks too great. I've read a lot of stuff about how the investment in soccer is a little bit backwards here in the States than it is everywhere else. You guys have talked about this a bunch, how youth sports, travel sports are so expensive. Everywhere else in the world, these academies aren't actually paying out the families of kids who prove to be good enough. The other thing is, American sports like football, basketball, baseball, you tend to be able to develop the same class of motor skills, and you can switch sports in high school. Soccer is more of like a fine motor sports skill that you have to develop as a young kid, and we just don't have that development in youth sports and the availability from the get-go. So, unless that changes, and that's kind of more of like a U.S. soccer thing and all that governance and whatever, I don't think it's going to change.
That's a system structure thing.
Yeah.
I don't know
Smart
if
call.
this is true. You would. I'm not trying to get into your business or
sure.
your pockets. But your kids play club soccer.
Mm-hmm.
I saw something on Twitter today that floored me, okay? Which is that, I could show you this in the break too, but essentially, this is for the Virginia Valor FC. I don't know if that's the team in Virginia or what, but it has like the payments listed and the contract that I guess the kid signs to play or whatever. And it claims that to play club soccer, whoever is paying $3,322 to play soccer. That's outrageous if that's true for a youth sport. Like, first of all, that's disqualifying. I mean, we're just not doing that. Now, I say that, and if my son's obsessed with soccer, what do? I probably would just have him play rec soccer like I did. I don't know that we're in a place that we could spend thousands of dollars for him to play a youth sport, but that's insane.
Yes, it is.
Is that real? Thousands of dollars to play club soccer?
Totally. And
why are people doing that? That's insane.
It is and it isn't. I mean, when you go, I can't be the rec coach. I can't give the kid what he needs.
But rec soccer still exists.
Sure.
So just play rec soccer.
It's easy to say just do that, but you're practicing once a week. Half the kids are there. It's babysitting. The other half don't want to be there at all. The other, then there's a couple kids that might actually want the instruction, might thrive, might excel. that you don't get the attention because Timmy's picking daffodils and the other kid's got his finger up his nose and you're breaking up
gotten
fights.
That much worse? That's not like my memory of rec soccer.
Yeah, that's what rec soccer is. I mean,
really?
There are some places it's probably better than others, or some teams are better than others.
I played
whatever,
rec soccer, and it was not unlike Little League baseball or youth basketball. Is there a kid on the team that's like wearing jeans and the parents don't know soccer from baseball? Sure, but for the most part, like there's good athletes out there too, and they care. I don't know, like that. Hand up. I know the problem. The problem is
for sure.
The people playing soccer are people with a bunch of money that want little Timmy to go play soccer, and like not everyone is going to have that money to do that.
Totally, and that's that's the takeaway, and that's correct. The barrier for entry it's backwards, and it's a product of and we talked about this before when it comes to the youth sports structure.
By the way, what's the reason I'm so like flabbergasted or taken aback? To me, soccer was always the easiest, most accessible sport,
and then it
just
is worldwide.
Roll out the soccer ball and play. You don't need a rim, you don't need a hoop, you don't need a bat, you don't need anything. You need a soccer ball. You don't even need shin guards to just go play with your buddies. We played at recess every day in elementary school. The idea that that's like the most expensive sport to play, I can't even wrap my head around that.
Well, and basketball's taken the place of that. That's why, you get a new basketball player that's great every day. The level of basketball around the country has thrived and excelled while soccer's become this different animal. Like if you have the means, you can go through the channel. But it all starts with the end game of the college scholarship, which is unique to the U.S. and nobody else really is doing anything like that.
So are all the kids playing club soccer? Like when you kind of make fun of like the level of rec soccer. Is the point that if you're playing club soccer, you're gunning for a scholarship? That's not just
not in that moment, but it's you work back from it. It's how youth sports became this multi-billion-dollar thing. So the 18-year-old who gets a scholarship to George Mason. As a 16-year-old, he played for the 16U Elite Valor FC Elite Club. Of course. At U14, he had to make this club. Well, U12, in order to make the 14-year-old club, you probably need to be in the system. Well, if you're not there at U12, you probably the best barrier of entry is to get into 8 or 9 or 10. And all of a sudden, you're now farming out to professional coaches who have to go through all these different certifications. And you can watch your kid get so much better, so much more quickly than you begging him as like the dad coach. Please practice this with this ball. Please, one time. Right. And now they're going and they're hungry for it and they're enthusiastic. You go, okay, I guess this is what we're doing.
So I get it because I like host the MLB draft stuff for MLB Network Radio, and I'm familiar with like if you're
travel baseball's the same.
Exactly. Yeah. It's the exact same thing. But my point is like travel baseball, there's a disconnect that is probably preposterous that like the elephant in the room is not everyone should be playing travel baseball.
Like, it's pay to play, yeah.
It is true that to get on the college team and get the scholarship, you probably have to be doing that. But that most parent, like 1% of kids are going to get that.
Yeah.
So why is the average like 4 out of 10 soccer player spending thousands of dollars to play who doesn't really care, who just wants to go home to play video games? He should be playing rec soccer. You get what I'm saying?
Of course I do. That kid probably should. But again, it's the whole it all really starts. But here's my soapbox: college is too expensive. No one wants to do anything about it, and there's no market for it. There's no downside for the college to charge infinity dollars. So the $2,000 a season dwarfs the $100K you're going to pay in a handful of years when my kids are up for college.
They're not getting
time.
A scholarship. I'm not talking about your kids, but I'm just saying
they probably won't.
The average person who's doing this is their kid is not getting a
scholarship.
scholarship.
Of course not, but it's the shot. And during the process, you're watching. Hopefully, the kid's having fun. The kid is going through all the things you want him to go through in youth sports as it is, and everybody's interested. And the level of play when everybody has that buy-in. Whether it's elite or not, I mean, my guys just did a tournament in June at the end of season, and they played some of the best teams I've ever seen at that age, and they got boat raced. They got mud stomped. Had a nice season. It was kind of a dour end, but still, it was all these kids are doing this together now. They're going through it, and it's not mom and dad coaching you. And there's less fights. It's just you take them and they're getting this great experience. That can be intoxicating as well as you go through it. So it's a whole bunch of reasons where you go, okay, I guess this is how we're doing this.
So, yeah, my kids are young, so I guess I haven't lived it yet. I know my son got super into baseball this year, okay? So, like, the comp I would say is he got so into it, he had a lot of fun, he became really close friends with a few kids on the team.
Yeah, which is perfect.
If he comes to me and says, like, I want to play travel baseball because Joey and Billy and Timmy are doing it, I probably don't want to tell him no.
Right.
But we shouldn't be spending that kind of money to do that. He's not getting a scholarship. It's a gigantic waste of time. There's way too many hours and days. I don't think most parents see it that way, though. I think they all think their kid's getting a scholarship.
Partly, there's some delusion there, but it's also, again, you already said it. Like, going to watch your kid play is the greatest thing in the world.
It is.
But
that's at the root of the problem, too. I think.
That's also part of it. Yeah. Like, where it's, again, if the choice was for us, my kids, sports is my life, as you know. You've gotten to know me pretty well.
Yeah.
I've coached.
We're doing this thing for
We're doing this thing.
Yeah.
I have coached for decades. I will tell you, I'm a good coach in whatever sport you want that I have expertise in. I've coached soccer for a bunch. I don't have all the certifications of these travel guys, but whatever, I can do it. And my kids absolutely hated having me as their coach. And that was that was how we sort of made these decisions, where we're going, he's interested in soccer. I want him to still have the joy for whatever sport he's playing. If he comes to me and tells me he hates it tomorrow, like he hates cake all of a sudden, it's got to be serious.
That's the other thing.
Can't just be a moment in time. But if he generally doesn't have the joy for it anymore, we'll do something else.
I told you, my son, the day we were signing up for baseball, just came to us and was like, hey, I don't want to play baseball this year. I'm like, what do you mean you don't want to play baseball? It was the same way as him being like, I don't want to wear clothes to school today.
Yeah.
And we were like, we're going to sign you up. And 2 days later, he found out
That's the best thing ever.
His team was named after a dinosaur, and he was like, never been happier about it.
Exactly.
So you got to kind of figure that out. But yeah, when I saw that, I was floored by that number.
Mm-hmm.
I'm used to going to the rec department, writing a check for $50, and now you go play youth sports.
Mm-hmm.
So this notion that people are spending thousands of dollars for their kid to play soccer, I cannot comprehend.
But to get back to, it was Usman's point like an hour ago that got us on this. That is one of the central issues. Landon Donovan said this great on a podcast not too long ago. There's what's called a touch deficit. In every other country, the kid comes home from school, banging the ball off the wall.
Of course.
Our kids don't. Our kids think of it, okay, soccer is during soccer time. And you can never make up those lost hours, that 20 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour per day. You add it up, you get to 10,000 hours of mastery at age 10, whereas our guys don't get it until they're age 17 or 18. You can never make that up.
Facts. I also think if it's going to cost that much to play youth sports, you will not get the best athletes.
Agreed.
Period.
Agreed.
800-636-1067. You want to jump in. How do you feel about where American soccer's at? G&D on the Fan.
which means the wall can jump. Tillman over the wall, scores! Malik Tillman! Lightning strikes twice, and the United States has tied the game!
G&D on the Fan, the World Cup continues without the Americans. Bounced last night. Welcome back. You're locked in to a soccer conversation on the state of soccer in the United States and how you guys feel about the tournament run for the U.S. men's team. Let's go to Mac in Southern Maryland on the Fan. What's up, Mac? How are you?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I played travel soccer when I was a kid. It was one of the greatest times of my life. It was amazing. I loved the game. I got a lot of touches in back then. So that Donovan comment, it makes sense. I don't think it's exactly the whole story, though. The travel system in the U.S. is very cliquish. It's not really structured around talent as much as it is around the families. Just like baseball, you get the high school baseball, same kind of thing. Like high school baseball, I've heard, won't even field a JV team if they don't get the kids on the senior teams that they are on the varsity teams. I've heard about that locally. Soccer is very, very plagued by that. Like you can have tryouts for a travel team, and you're still going to pick the kids you want, even if you didn't win the championship the year before. You're not going to change things up because of the click. So what I think a solution is, even beyond the travel system, though, would be a combined pro league of Mexico, Canada, and the United States, not individual continental. We need a league, like a La Liga or a Premier League of the North American states, and that's politics.
I like that.
But I think that would solve the problem.
That would help the U.S.
I don't think it solves it. I think it helps.
How do the other countries benefit from that?
The pool's bigger, and it could be a better
Eyeballs?
league.
Okay.
And I think, eyeballs too. Because again, God bless the MLS. I have no interest in it. It's chugging along, doing its thing.
It surprises me because I'm always reminded every 4 years how much you care about and get into the U.S. world team in the World Cup, and you basically go 0 to 100, and it's like United's 2 blocks away.
Yeah.
Like it's surprising you care 0 about it.
Well, they missed their chance with me. When it was a fledgling league, I've told this story a million times. I'm not going to go and do it again, but they missed their opportunity. It was more important to play Marco Echeverria at age 37 years old than some of the young phenoms that the whole world tuned into. So I kind of went, all right, you guys missed it. You don't get what you're doing. They import aging stars way past their prime as kind of a gimmick. Like, look at this. Meanwhile, it's still sort of, the paradox is the best players need to not be in the MLS. And that's the standard where they're going, you're a great American player. Do you play for Vancouver or do you play for D.C.? No, I actually play for Paris Saint-Germain, or I go abroad to the Premier League or Serie A. I'm not going to say it.
Say it, please.
The Bundesliga.
No. The one you like to say.
PSV Eindhoven.
Yeah. Let's go to Tony in Bethesda. Hey, Tony.
From Bethesda! I've got a different perspective. So my daughter played college soccer here, and then she married an Italian. So they now live in Italy. And, of course, I have a grandson there, whatever, who's 8. If you want to play soccer in Italy, I mean, you're and be with a serious club, you're practicing 3 evenings a week. You practice on the weekend. You're not going to college. I mean, my in-laws in Italy basically will not let my grandson play soccer. Instead, he's going to play basketball, whatever, and never develop. But it's a different world. The kids in Italy who are playing soccer seriously, they're not going to college. They have no intention of going to college. Okay? So, it's just a different world and a different process.
Yeah, I think there's something to this.
It's a huge tie-in. Yep.
Like, we want to be the best, but we put the least in. Do you see what I'm saying?
Well, but we're the only nation that really has college athletics the way that we do. Sure. And sports and education are tied together, whereas that's completely, I don't have a better word for it, foreign to foreign countries. They don't do that. So if you, when we did this tour of Northern England and Scotland, my son and I, as part of his club team, we went to some place. This is the poorest club you could possibly find in Scotland. These kids barely go to school. They're not going to college. The hope is maybe one day I'll play for the senior club. That's not a good outcome. I'd rather have my son play soccer, but also do some school 5 days a week. But he lives in Fairfax County, so we get one a week.
That's happening now with baseball and these IMG academies. They're popping up everywhere where these kids now don't go to high school. They are homeschooled on a computer, or there's instructors, but they're just training for baseball all the time in hopes that they can go play pro ball. That's happening more and more here in sports. Perry's in D.C. What's up, Perry?
Hi. Excuse me. As a soccer parent,
I was telling the guy earlier, the addition to the entry fee, which is thousands of dollars just to be on the team, we traveled, my daughter and my wife would normally just go, they've been all over the country. We're paying for our flights, we're paying for our hotel, our own food. I'm talking about from Seattle to D.C., Seattle to Texas to California. And there is, in addition to that, there are supposed to be the teams in this area where we live in Maryland, Montgomery County. We were traveling out to, I don't want to say, but we were traveling far out to Northern Virginia because this team was supposed to be a team.
How old is your daughter?
She just finished high school. So she did get a scholarship. She's going to play. But I had some discussion with my wife about this because I just thought it was too much. We're taking a 2-hour trip out to Northern Virginia for the practice 2 days a week, getting home at 10:30, still have homework to do. So it's a commitment both financially and time-wise.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. We're up against the clock. I wish we had more time to chat with you. But, yeah, I mean, that's the investment we're talking about. And we're going, well, why aren't more people choosing soccer? That's the investment.
It's a big reason right there. Yeah. The amount of time, it's prohibitive.
A lot of sports are like that now, too.
Yeah, youth sports has grown that way.
G&D on the Fan. Brandon Ayuk's at it again. That's next.
It's brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Lemonade with Vodka. Coco Gauff, a winner today at Wimbledon, coming from behind, securing her trip to the semifinals. She's now the youngest player since 2007 to reach all Grand Slam semifinals. She'll play Carolina Muchova in the next round. The Nats lead the MLB with 497 runs. They're second in the big leagues with 128 home runs, 3 behind the Yankees. They're coming off a 12-11 win over the Astros last night. Do it all over again tonight at 6:45. 6:15 pregame on the Fan against Houston. Baseball season is in full swing. Celebrate with Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka or Surfside Lemonade with Vodka. Smooth, refreshing, and your game day must-have. Must be made with real vodka and zero bubbles. It's not a seltzer, it is a Surfside. Must be 21 plus. Please drink responsibly. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Kevin DiDomenico on the Fan.
The Grant and Danny radio program welcomes you back, sponsored exclusively by the law firm Kondorian Murad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are there to protect you and your family, so schedule a free consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you, kmlawyers.com. Danny, a congratulations is in order for you.
For me?
Yes.
What did I do?
You worked a Nats game, and the Nats won.
Oh, my God. It didn't look like they would.
When they were down 6-1.
The text that I was getting.
And getting run out of the gym. Miles Michaelis was getting kicked around. I was frustrated with Danny Rouillet.
Yeah, again, I didn't throw a pitch. All I did was eat in the press box next to our guy, Dan Lang, and I didn't have any ice cream.
You didn't eat ice cream?
No ice cream. Discipline. It's about discipline, all you people.
But last night, you saw 12 runs. This Nationals offense is so good. So I looked up the numbers today after 12 runs and 3 homers and a James Wood grand slam last night. And I just wanted to see how they stack up all time compared to other Nats lineup. 38.5 at-bats per game, which is indicative of base runners, essentially. How much are you able to pass the torch? How many guys can you get to the plate? How hard is it to navigate the lineup? This is the best season they've had in at-bats per game since the 2019 World Series year, and it's the 5th best season they've ever had offensively. 5.4 runs per game. Care to guess where that is among 22 seasons of Nats baseball?
It's got to be number 1.
Number 1 all time in terms of scoring offense. Home runs per game, 1.39 per game. Care to guess where that would be?
2?
Number 2 all time, best since 2019. They are at 3.37 walks per game. 6th best ever for a Nats team. That's without a bunch of high-priced veteran sluggers. 433 as a slugging percentage. Best since 2019, 3rd best all time. 757 OPS, best since 2020. And that's the pandemic year, so it barely counts because it was only 50 games. But if you count that one, 3rd best all time, probably more actually like 2nd best all time. And I think the better comp might actually be to compare the Nationals to their peers at the moment. Because, as an example, the league might be hitting more now than they did 7 years ago or vice versa. So what are they doing compared to the other teams in the league, the National League? Well, 2nd in at-bats, best they've ranked since 2012, tied for the highest ever. 1st in home runs in the league. That's never happened before in Nationals baseball. They've never finished number 1 in home runs. They're doing that right now. 2nd in slug, 2nd best ever. 3rd in OPS in the league right now, 3rd best ever. This is a legitimately elite offense, and last night, the highlight was a James Wood grand slam. Just listen to the crack of the bat.
Blue ball ready. The kick and the pitch. Swinging a high drive, left center field. Matthews back to the track, to the wall, and there it goes! A grand slam for James Wood!
America doesn't understand how good he is. He will not be starting in the All-Star game, but their tomfoolery will be forgiven for now, for the benefit of this conversation. A 24th home run on the year for Wood, the superstar, with a 940 OPS at 23 years old. Danny, this Nats offense is too good to be blown out.
It's
Miles
unbelievable.
Michaelis tried to give them no chance to win, and they said, it's okay that you're pitching horribly. We'll win anyway.
Can you imagine where it makes sense for a team to leave a guy that gave up 6 runs through 3 innings, to leave him in to get through 6 innings? But that's where this team is right now. 2 of the 3 legs of the tripod, normally what it takes to be a good baseball team. 2 of the 3 legs are atrocious. 2 of the 3 legs. The bullpen, starting pitching, offense, ta-da, amazing. The offense is so good, it's hiding everything else in plain sight. It's ridiculous.
It is comical that they could be down 6-1 a couple innings into the game with a starting pitcher with an ERA around 6 pitching, and you go, it's early.
Yeah, it's early.
Relax. They'll be fine. And they just battle. They come back. They string hits together. They get guys on base. They score runs.
And even when it doesn't work, like a couple games against Pittsburgh, it's not because they don't have traffic on the bases. They do like 9,000 double plays, numbers approximate.
Exactly.
But, the games where it doesn't work for them and they end up with 4 runs or 5 runs, you can almost inevitably look. Up here it was. Bases loaded in the 8th, and Luis Garcia lined out to left field. Or bases, runners on 2nd and 3rd, and one guy struck out, one guy lined out, or double play. They put pressure on the opponent, and like Shawshank Redemption, it's a study of pressure and time. That's what geology is. That's what this offense is.
Last night was the best example of the Nationals in a 1-game form. I think if you're looking for a game that embodies the 26 Nats, last night is it. It's a 12-11 win, which feels perfect because you score all of the runs and you give up all of the runs. They also trailed 6-1. Your starting pitching tried not to give you much of a chance. Then your offense is so good that they took a 12-6 lead. They outscored the opponent 11-0 to take a 12-6 lead, and then the bullpen did everything it could to try to blow the game. They then gave up 5 unanswered as a bullpen, and it was 12-11 in the 8th inning. I thought, by the way, you were going to see another meltdown. Were you in the tunnel when they gave up all the runs?
Of course I was.
I thought so.
Of course I was. I get it. I've seen it firsthand. For those that who don't know what we're talking about, Grant, Toby, and I do post-game interviews for the Nats radio network with Charlie and Dave throw it down to us after wins. Well, you got to be down there ready for the win if it happens. I've been down there, and I've seen, I think I've got this number right, 3,000 runs by opponents in late innings, whether it was the Phillies scoring 13 over 2 nights, whether it was 6 the other night, I guess last night, whatever the hell it was, 5, whatever it was. Just insane amounts of bullpen skullduggery.
The number of listeners in on the bit now is also hilarious.
It's growing.
I get so many DMs on Instagram like, Danny must have just grabbed the microphone, or Danny must have just gotten down into the tunnel.
I got the mic last night in the 4th inning. Look up that box score. I got it. So here's what I did. I strolled up there
That was early,
to the
by the
upstairs.
way.
Well, I'm trying to change the mojo here. Strolled up there after Miles Michaelis has just been getting kicked around. I mean, knocked into the dirt. In the 4th, first guy out, second guy out. We got a chance at a 1-2-3 inning. During the final at bat of the 4th inning, I open the door, sneak in, get the mic like a cat burglar. Got the guts of a cat burglar. I could close for the Nats. I'm Jonathan Papelbon. I come in there and I sneak and grab it so I don't let Dave mean mug me. I don't let Charlie mean mug me because they're calling the game. As I grab it, the final out of the inning, a 1-2-3 inning. Then I go back downstairs with the microphone and the little battery pack. No runs in the 5th either.
Wow.
The curse has been broken.
First time in 12 tries.
Kind of.
They haven't given up runs
They
when you
still
grab the
gave up so
microphone.
many months.
It's just brutal. But I'm going to wait 2 weeks to really cement my stance on this, but this is where I'm leaning right now. It goes against everything that I believe and everything in my core baseball being.
This is what I want to say.
To say what I'm about to 2 weeks or so from now, based on results, based on where they're at in the standings, right around the 21st to the 25th of the month, a week or so from the deadline, I'll either go hard in the paint and write this in Sharpie, or I'll backtrack from this. But I am leaning toward a take, which is this offense is too good to be wasted. I understand that your rotation is not good enough to win anything meaningful on paper, and that your bullpen is not good enough to even consider adding much at the deadline, okay? So generally, I would say you're in year 1 of this build. Your system's in a great place. There's zero reason to be adding. Let's not fall in love with pyrite fool's gold here and have this honeymoon moment where we're all intoxicated and this feels good, so we just get down on a knee and propose. But Danny, this offense is so good.
Mm-hmm.
It would be a mistake to not try to do something to get this offense into October. It's that good of an offense. So I'm still workshopping this take. I'm not going hard in the paint yet. I'm never going to suggest they buy big. I'm not going to suggest that they sell off good prospects. But I think there's a way where I'm going to be advocating that you've got to do something with the pitching staff. You've got to bring in a piece or two because, again, it's the number 1 scoring offense the Nats have ever had, number 2 power hitting offense, number 3 in slug, number 3 in on OPS, number 2 in things like home runs per game or where they rank among the other teams in the league right now. They've never done some of these things before. Why waste this?
So you said something, and I want to piggyback on it. I mentioned this earlier, but this is the core of who I am as a baseball person, right? Having experienced this game from a couple different angles for a lot of years. There are 3 legs of the tripod, and then there's also other stuff that matters too, like how well you defend. If you make egregious errors, it's going to come back to bite you, et cetera. They have the worst defense in the sport, according to a lot of metrics, including errors. But starting pitching, bullpen, and offense, right? Teams have won the World Series with 2 of those 3. Teams have gotten to the World Series, have been really, really good with 2 of those 3. See the 2019 Nats, for example. Their bullpen, terrible. Starting pitching, excellent. That kind of became their bullpen on their run to the World Series, right? An unbelievable offense that never quit. Veterans, they were great, keep passing the baton, and starting pitching that was world-class. Go back through and look at all the teams that make the NLCS, the ALCS, as they have a chance to win the World Series. Everybody's got at least 2 of those 3 legs, meaning this is a worthwhile exercise. The Nats have 1, and that 1 is special. That 1 is unbelievable. It's the 1. It's the best 1 in baseball this year. 60% of their starts are Miles Michaelis, Zach Littell, and/or Andrew Alvarez. Maybe when Jake Irvin comes back, and he was a 6 ERA guy before he got hurt. You can't add to that. That's my principle. I go, no, dismiss it on its face. And then last night happens again, and they keep going, but look at this. Come on, buddy, look at this.
Right.
Are you looking? Are you watching? And I'm going, do I have to change every paradigm I've ever had?
I don't think
Maybe.
you do, but here's what you should do, I think. This is what I plan on doing. Every year is different. It is hard to get to where they are. There are so many teams trying to win right now that can't, and they're accidentally 2 over 500. There are so many teams trying to build a really good offense right now that can't. So there's a little bit of like a magic potion element of this. I experienced it in the Redskins locker room with Joe Gibbs 2.0, or in the Caps 2018 run, the Nats 2019 run. I'm not suggesting they're about to go on a championship run. I don't think they're anywhere near good enough to do that. But occasionally, there is a very tight-knit culture established where the players really back and like each other, and there's a reverence and a respect between players and staff and the front office. And I think they're in a really, really good place where a lot of things are kind of falling in their way. It would be silly to just stick to your preseason plan as if none of this matters. Now, what % of this should matter, I think is a fair question, a reasonable question. But what is the point of playing the games at all if you just are sticking to the plan before the season started? So I like 80% am probably in lockstep with how this front office views it, to Boney and DeBartolo and whoever else. But I do think there's like a 20% human element, whatever we're talking about. Like they may think they know. I'm just going to make this up, but like Eddie Jean's a good example. Okay, he's the pitcher that just came up and pitched 2 clean innings. I don't think Eddie Jean is someone that internally they feel like Danny is a long-term major building block in their bullpen, right? But let's look at this from an individual player standpoint. At some point, he's only pitched once. He pitched 2 good innings. But let's say he's 10 appearances in. He's striking out a batter per inning, and he's been really good. You go, that's pretty interesting.
Well, look at that, yeah.
We'll keep running him out there. Then he does it 10 more times, and you go, maybe we'll pitch him in some leverage. Then he does it 10 more times, and now you're 40 appearances in for this guy you didn't have real plans for, and you're like, he might actually be better than we think. I'm not suggesting the numbers are bad. His data is actually pretty good. But for this analytics organization, let's just say his data, his numbers aren't very good. They don't love him. He's not their guy. At some point, performance does matter to shift how you feel a little bit, no? I mean, if it doesn't, then what is the point of any of this? And if you're agreeing with what I'm saying on this very microscopic one-player level, then it should be the same way from a team standpoint. Why do any of this if it's all just, this is what numbers tell us? And this is coming from someone who is ultra analytical, and all I've ever wanted is a front office to do it this way. And I don't even think like not going for it is an analytics thing. I think it's a smart, savvy front office thing where they know why they were brought in, that this is a long-term process. I don't even think it's that complicated. Like, they're ahead of schedule. They probably don't think they're as good as they actually are. But the easiest thing to upgrade, Danny, is what? The bullpen.
Yeah.
So if you go out
and
and
it costs the less,
two legitimate relievers, what are you? And are you now an 83 or 84 win team, maybe? I mean, they're on pace to be that without those guys.
I know.
So, okay, let's say you're an 85 or 86 win team because you added a couple legitimate relievers. And these are not rentals. I'm not trading good minor league prospects for rentals. I'm suggesting if there's a player in your system you don't love or that the industry might like more, they just DFA'd Robert Hassel.
Mm-hmm.
Hassel, who's struggling in AAA, still has value. Still a guy that another team might look at and go,
toolsy outfielder.
He can run, he can play 3 positions, he can steal some bases, he can do some things. Not their guy, they're not interested. Fine. I don't think, based on what I've seen, a guy like Yoani Morales is their guy. Because no matter what he does at AAA, he can't get called up. Former top 50 pick who's killed it at the 3A level. Then let's trade him. Let's see if somebody else wants a power-hitting first baseman. Maybe your numbers don't love him, but someone else who's a scout who likes his swing or something might. If you don't like Brady House, I don't know this, but I'm just saying, maybe they are lower on him than the industry. This was the case with the pitching prospect they traded for Jorbit Bibas, named Sean Paul Linion. Where, like, on its face, trading a double-A lefty who's a pretty good pitching prospect for, like, a back-of-the-roster dude out of options doesn't make any sense for a team in the first year of a build. But when they look at pitch shape and the fact that he's pitching off his changeup and he doesn't have a good fastball, they go, this is not our profile. If they want
we're not interested.
We want former comedians who are funny and will make me laugh when I'm driving in the afternoons. They're like, Danny's our guy.
We got Danny, yeah.
But there are people that they wouldn't like who aren't very funny. And so my point is, if there's a house or somebody like that, then sure, you could flip someone that I would consider meaningful. But it might not even have to be that. Deal from some depth. You've got a pretty deep system. Trade your 15th and 26th best prospects for like a guy with 2 years of control who throws 98 and improve your bullpen a little bit. At some point, and I'm not there yet, but I'm about 2 weeks away from being there. If you're still over 500 and your offense is still scoring 12 and James Woods hitting grand slams, I'm sorry. It would just be silly not to add something to give this offense a chance to play in important games.
Because what is this exercise about this year? I think kind of to your point, to piggyback off it. There's still too many guys for my taste for a true rebuild that aren't part of any build, getting way too much action. In other words, there's so much Jose Tena. There's an outrageous amount of Jorbit Vivas for me. And so much Andres Chaparro. These are not pieces, respectfully to these guys. They're big leaguers. They're here, and I'm having fun watching them play. There's my caveat. I have no interest in seeing those at-bats. I'd rather every Tena at-bat be a House at-bat. I'd rather every Vivas at-bat be a Nunez at-bat or a Morales at-bat. Which you see my point. I want the future to be on display as we're building this core. Right?
If this isn't about this year, fine, then let's build with the kids. But in some of the things that they do,
this is where I was going.
Kind of is about this year.
It sort of seems to be about this year to a degree. And if I can live in that world, if there's we're going to do a little bit at the expense of the future, not much, a little bit at the expense of the future, meaning it's not just kids floundering and getting underwater a little bit in July and August, and we're going to give Abrams and Wood and Nunez and Cruz and some of the rest of our young guys, we're going to let them play some meaningful baseball. So we're going to shape around the edges a little bit and let them experience, sink or swim, what an actual race looks like to get to a potential wild card spot where it's not just no eyes on you in August in front of 11,000 people. It's hey, this one matters a little bit more. We're not just doing development games. It's not just, let's go out there and try to compete the best way we can, establish the Nationals way. It's, no. There's some bleep on the line here. I can do that. So I can understand.
To that point, it's actually really smart. You can make the case that's massively important for the future as much as it is this year, in other words. Like just getting your guys into games that are meaningful as the year goes on. There's value in that. How much, I guess, is the question. But here's what I want to pose to people and I want to come back to and double click on with you is it's July 7th. Taboni said within the last week, I'm going to paraphrase, how these guys play will determine what we do at the deadline. And if that is actually true, if they haven't predetermined, there's no way we're buying, we're ahead of schedule, we're not that good, our offense is making us look like more of a contender than we actually are, because frankly, we would have no business making the playoffs even if we added a couple relievers because we know the regression's coming or whatever. They may have already internally decided they're not doing that, and they don't want to say it because there's nothing to be gained from it. It's bad news for the fans. It's bad news in the clubhouse. But if it's actually true that if they were to continue to play well and win, if they win this series tonight and they get another win against Houston, and then the Yankees come in and you take 2 of 3 from New York, what would have to happen in the next few weeks for you to feel like they should add something? I can't even believe I'm saying it. It goes against
Isn't that nuts?
Everything within my baseball perspective and everything I've kind of ever learned about what are you? You are a have, you're a have not. But this offense is so damn good.
Because the push and pull literally is on display last night, where I'm going, for the first few innings, I'm going, how could you add? I'm not saying to you, how could anyone add to a team that's going to trot Miles Michaelis out there every 5th day
I said
to
this
do
to you
this?
in the studio during a commercial break yesterday. I was like, who pitches tonight? We looked it up. It's Michaelis. And I'm like, you know what's so funny is you and I sit here and act like they might be able to hang around or buy. I'm like, and then Miles Michaelis pitches and again.
He gave up 7 runs and got the win because of this offense. First Nat to ever do that, by the way. Gave up 7 runs and got a win.
Of course.
Well, yeah, how often is that going to happen?
That's like eating McDonald's twice a day for a week and losing weight.
Get abs.
It's not supposed to be possible. But I want to hear from people on this. 800-636-1067. Brandon Ayuk can wait. And if he's impatient, he could maybe get on Instagram and post a couple of
Do some more videos, buddy.
But in the meantime, let's talk some baseball on the Fan.
It's brought to you by Reynolds Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. The Nats are coming off a 12-11 win last night to the Astros. Do battle again tonight at 6:45, 6:15 pregame on the Fan. This afternoon, Lionel Messi and Argentina were in trouble, down 2-0 in the 79th minute. That's when Messi and company came back from down 2-0 to beat Egypt and advance to the quarterfinals. They'll play the winner of Switzerland versus Colombia on Saturday. That game is coming up at 4 p.m., just 30 minutes away. In the NBA, Jalen Brunson is having surgery on his left wrist, according to ESPN. It'll take him 2+ months to recover. Other news in the NBA, Donovan Mitchell has signed an extension to play with the Cavs for 4 more years. He'll get paid $273 million over that span. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Kevin G. Domenico on the Fan.
And Burrows kicks and delivers. Swing and a line drive deep to right. Down the line. Going. Goodbye. And this game is tied on a laser beam line drive 3-run homer for the National League's all-star starting shortstop.
Charlie Slows on the call of Nats baseball last night right here on the Fan. You know, if the Nationals were in the American League, they'd be sitting pretty. The AL is bad. 500 Texas is the last wild card team in right now. And Houston, 300-500 is within a game and a half. The Nats are 2.5 out despite being 2 over in a better league right now in the NL. And really, the game's back and the number of teams in the conversation are the 2 numbers that matter the most. Now, I will say one of those 2 numbers is getting better because teams like the Reds, the Padres, who had lost 8 in a row, 9 of 10, they've fallen off the pace here a little bit. So there was a time where I was telling you, it's not just that they're 2.5 back.
These are too many bodies to climb over.
Like 7, 8 teams that are all in this thing. Well, right now it's down to, at least for, this could change, but it's like, 7 teams within 3.5 games or so. And the Nationals have tiebreakers over a bunch of them. But the question is, what has to happen between now and the deadline for you to feel like they should actually try to add and go for the wild card? 800-636-1067. So my quick answer, Danny's, and then we'll hit the phones. There will be nothing that leads to me feeling like they should really go big. I'm not suggesting they trade for like a Aroldis Chapman, who's one of the great relievers in the game and is a rental, and they give up a good prospect for him or something. That will not be, at any point, what I suggest they do. Same with a starting pitcher who's a rental, like a Tarek Skubal or something like that. I'm not trying to swing for the fences at this deadline no matter what. But I'm a couple weeks away from advocating in a big way for the Nationals to do a soft buy where they get a controllable piece for some of their minor league depth players and they actually do something. As of right now, I don't even know if that's the right move. But if they're 2 over 500, they're within 2 of the wild card, and they're the number 1 offense in the league, I think it would be silly not to do that, especially when relief pitching is normally the easiest thing to add at the deadline.
Yeah, I think I'm now to the point where I'm echoing that. I cannot, in good conscience, because again, the thesis here, I tried to put myself in a slightly different sport for a second. Imagine the Wizards who executed their plan to get the number 1 overall pick perfectly. Apologies to everybody that can't handle purposeful losing. But had they messed around and Alex Sarr taking games over and they win a bunch of these things, and Keyshawn George is better than everybody thinks, and oh my God, who's this guy? Jameer Watkins is scoring 20 a game and locking people up. Whatever. Had they won a bunch of games and been in playoff contention, you kind of go, do we have to change the plan? That's kind of what's happened here. A 65-win team, which is the equivalent of a 20-win team in the NBA, basically, or close to it, is going to do that by the All-Star break, numbers approximate. So you have to do something a little bit different to read the room. But in general, I'm in a hoard those prospects like you own them phase. Like you cannot let them go because each one's a lottery ticket that might be the centerpiece of your team in 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, etc.
The meaningful ones, especially.
But even the ones that you maybe like a little bit better than the industry. I'm now willing to say I'll part from someone that they do, as you said, that they don't care about right now, that they're holding on to just because they're in the org, for a little bit of help with the bullpen. A couple seventh inning arms just to bridge some things.
Let's go to Maryland, talk to Nick on G&D. What's up, buddy? How are you?
I'm good. For the first time, I'm not a baseball guy. All right, I was a Senators fan, 12 years old when they left town. I want us to stay pat. I don't want to take anything away from our farm. Don't take any of the good players that we got are hitting the ball and playing baseball. And I don't want to break it up. I mean, we got the hockey team coming up, a lot of young players. We got basketball coming up. Redskins are looking great. Let's stay pat. This is still what we got. Our bullpen can't get any worse. I mean,
but it can get better. That's what we're talking about, though, right?
Yeah, you could fix the bullpen if you wanted to. I am in the minority on this, I think. I would rather sell than stay pat and do nothing. Because selling actually helps them significantly in the future.
Yeah, I'm a believer you can't just do nothing.
Nothing is the worst thing. Nothing means you end up going 79 and 83 to 82 and 80 or whatever. And you are no better off next year for it. Like, as painful as it is, I would be talking to Foster Griffin about an extension right now, 2-3 year deal. And if that's not something that's going to come to fruition, in a world where I'm not adding in the bullpen and I don't feel like I can get to an 86, 87 win threshold, whatever it's going to take in their algorithm to get to the wild card. You know, the Caps last year said, we've got to go 15-2. We think it's going to take this many points. And they said that with like 30-some days left, and they were on the nose, exactly on the money of what it took. Their numbers being crunched by Colombi, the GM, and his crew, where they're probably saying, to make the playoffs, we need 86.3 wins or something. If they can get to 86 wins, and they deem making the playoffs as valuable because James Wood and CJ Abrams and whoever else is going to be here experiences that, cool. But if you're not going to add the pitching or whatever it's going to take to get there, then I would actually trade Foster Griffin, but people don't want to hear. And while I wouldn't trade CJ Abrams until the offseason now, I think anybody else that is basically a pending free agent with any value, you could absolutely shop. Or guys that, like Luis Garcia is a great example.
Uh-huh.
He is not a pending free agent, but he is playing the best baseball he's ever played, and I think he's right now
the ultimate sell-high moment, right?
This is the best it's ever going to get for Luis Garcia. Could you dangle him, get something legit pitching-wise back for him? Probably, yes. And then you call up like a power-hitting first baseman in AAA, Abby Ortiz, or that's when Yoani Morales gets his shot. Like, that's the kind of selling I would do if you're not going to buy. But I'm not just going to stand there and do nothing. I think that's the worst of three options.
Yeah, I'm a believer in you're heading in one direction or the other. Either one's fine and justifiable. I would get an argument for each, to your point.
I guess the only thing I would like less than doing nothing would be a significant buy, which they're not going to. There's no way. But that's like giving up real good prospects for shorter-term players at the major league level, and there's a 0% chance DeBoni and this group would do this. Best case to me is like a soft buy controllable arms.
Mm-hmm.
Second best would be a sell. And then after that, I would say stand pat. Let's go to Chris in Hyattsville. What's up?
Hey, guys. How you doing? Listen, I just asked my friend ChatGPT to look at something, and the last 10 seasons, the top 10 scoring teams all made the playoffs, including 3 World Series winners and another team that made the World Series. So if they finish the season with the highest scoring offense and fail to make the playoffs, I think that's a factor of inactivity at the deadline. Grant, I agree with you. You can't be inactive. Either you're selling assets like C.J. Abrams, like Luis Garcia, because you don't think you have the stuff to make it to the playoffs, or you're acquiring because you have the best offensive baseball. I don't think you can let the season may never happen again where you have the highest scoring offense in baseball. I don't think you can just let that go. Either you're selling to make a better team for the future, or you're adding pieces economically, like you say. I'm not giving away Willits. I'm not giving away Susanna or somebody like that. But you have prospects now. The purpose of prospects is to turn them into production on the field, however that might be, whether it's that actual player playing or you trade for someone who is productive.
It's a great call.
Yeah.
I also keep coming back to this because I think this is a real thing. there are guys that we think are important or could be good that I guarantee this group just doesn't like.
This is such a good distinction.
The hassle thing this week of DFAing him, or I keep going back to Sean Paul Linian.
Well, but that was my slap in the face, figuratively, where I go, oh, that's right. They don't have any allegiance. In other words, they don't care.
I mean, they sent Dylan Cruz down, and they're like, get better. They have Brady House is toiling at AAA inexplicably right now, despite raking against lefties and hitting over 300 at AAA. Like, it just tells you if you're not their guy, they may not view it the same way we do. So I don't know who those guys are, but like Caleb Lomavita, I'm just going to throw a name out there. This is a former top 40 pick who was drafted by the Nationals. He's 23 years old. He's in AA. He's a catcher who was seen as a pretty advanced player when he was drafted. This year, as a AA catcher, he's got 12 homers and an 855 OPS. He's having a big year in the minors. If their metrics internally say, we're not big on Caleb Lomavita, there is zero reason why Lomavita and one of your depth outfielders like Christian Franklin couldn't be packaged together to a bad team to get 2 years of control of a big league reliever. It doesn't change much about your system. Like, do you lose some depth doing that? Yeah, I don't think that's a great practice, but you're not terrible. If they were terrible, I wouldn't be advocating to do that. You're on the verge of something interesting at the big league level. And oh, by the way, you're way closer than we thought, so we need to reshape. If you thought it was a 4-year plan, maybe it shouldn't be. Well, look, we said this is going to take time. We said this would take 3 or 4 years. Maybe it doesn't need to.
Maybe it takes 2.
Maybe you should be trying to spend this offseason now. And by the way, they should. Let's go to Danny in D.C. What's up, Danny? Danny, is this you? You're sitting in front of me or not?
This is weird.
This is very weird.
This is weird. I'm sorry. I wasn't talking to you on the phone just now.
Normally, when I'm sitting in this studio between 2 and 6:30.
You won't go to Danny in D.C. right now.
When I go to Danny, he doesn't just stare at me.
It has happened where I didn't realize it was my turn to talk because I was trying to look up a stat or something. And there's a dead giveaway where I kind of do a non sequitur. I go, you know what I was just thinking about? Not the question Grant just posed. I'll tell you that. I've done those.
This is how you know Danny got caught like not paying attention.
Yep.
He'll do this. He'll go, huh. And then he'll wait a beat.
Yep.
And then he'll say something that's kind of not related because he doesn't know what I just asked him.
Totally.
But he's like, you know what I'm thinking?
It's that. You know what I was thinking about? Not the question you just posed. That's what I was thinking of.
Mark in Winchester.
Thinking of
What's
something
up,
else.
Mark? That's a good. What's up,
Hello?
dude?
Hey, Mark.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, hey, I just wanted. I think adding a reliever or two would really help the situation. I mean, the relief corps is a disaster, but also the starting pitching is not good. Nicholas and Lytle are, if you don't score 6 or 7 or 8 runs, you're not going to win when they pitch. So I think they should sell, and I don't know who they would sell exactly. You guys mentioned Foster Griffin. They could probably get a lot for him. I'd hate to see them trade Abrams or Garcia or anybody else on the offensive side. They just don't have that many trade assets, frankly, at this point in time.
It's true, and they wouldn't get much, just to be clear, on Griffin because he's expiring contract. So it's a half season of a 30-year-old rookie who who
could be an all-star, but still
is going to be a free agent at the end of the year. So you're going to get a couple of minor league pieces. But my point is, if you're not going for it, then what's it matter?
Right.
If you're just treading your tires, we know that this group probably is not going to make the playoffs without reinforcements because it's almost a certainty you're not going to score this many runs the rest of the way. Like, that will come down some. And even if you pitch a little bit better, the regression can go in both directions. Generally, as the year goes on, arms get more tired, over 162, attrition rate sets in, injury or two here or there. The relievers are not going to, as the year goes on, generally just be like, I feel better now. I'm now throwing harder.
Yeah, wouldn't you know it?
That's not always how that works. Mark's in Landover on the Fan. What's up, Mark?
Hey, Grant. Hey, Danny. Great show, guys. Your points are all valid. And, Grant, you are 100% correct. They should be going to their farm system. I learned this from listening to you, my friend, with all your intelligence on their farm system. There are certain spots in their farm system right now where you know yourself, Grant, at certain positions on the field, they are very deep. They need to make a package like you're talking about, just like Constantine McGillicuddy or any of the other great guys that getting trades and using the farm system to acquire and make his team would do. And you're spot on, Grant. But I would not get rid of Louis or anybody like that. I can't do that, man, because I know how good a player he is fundamentally, and I'll put him in a new position this year. Look how he's thriving, man.
Oh, he's killing it. Thank you for the kind
It's
words.
been unbelievable.
Very nice. Would you consider trading Garcia?
Now, again, no, I've always said this a million times. No one would like me. I'd be on the phone right now, with this hot streak, because I've got a first baseman or 7 in my minor league system that could come up. And
But
if I don't
they-
believe this is real, which I don't really,
I want to be
degree,
clear, though. They do not have a future legit first baseman. They have some guys that might. Like, I don't think Abby Ortiz is definitive. He might be a platoon piece. Yohani Morales, I don't think they think is their everyday first baseman of the future for whatever reason. So
then I'll put me there and bring House back up. My point is, I've got someone that's going to, be able to stand there with a bat in his hands.
Sure.
Not going to give me what Garcia's doing right now. I mean, my God, this is Luis Musial. It's been unbelievable, but I don't think that's sustainable for him to hit 900 over the course of a week, and I've got enough sample, although my coaching has helped him kind of break through, but I could probably get something for people who are hungry for some left-handed power.
if I could dangle Garcia and get like a legit big league reliever and a decent arm at single A, double A or something, a 2-pitcher move, I think I would have to do that. This guy was on the verge, I think, this offseason of being non-tendered. And maybe their point is with our coaches, this is what he is for the rest of his career. And if that's the case, clearly hang on to him if he's a 25 to 30 homer bat. I don't think that's what he is. I mean, I think this is just the career year, essentially. That's what they got to figure out. They get
career
paid
month,
a lot to do it. 800-636-1067. You want to hop in on the Nats on G&D. Also, our double play next. G&D, welcome back. It's time for our double play, sponsored by FH Fur. For 45 years, FH Fur has set the standard for premium comfort. To celebrate, get 0% financing for 72 months on a qualifying new system purchase, plus a premium EnviroAir IAQ 5-inch filter, absolutely free. FH Fur plumbing, heating, and AC. They also do electrical, absolutely the best.
I watched the Untold series on Netflix. Has a million little documentaries. They're usually around 75 to 90 minutes at most.
Those are good.
They're just great. Every one of them is good. And this is, we've talked about this before. My new, not new because it's been around for a few years, but I now love the documentary about subject material that I probably wouldn't care about otherwise, that's made interesting and compelling through the documentary. So I don't care, for example, or never did, about Formula One. To me, it's just something that happens far away, and the cars go, and that's it. And so what? I don't care.
You got to watch F1. It's a great series.
The Drive to Survive show on Netflix made me care about it so desperately, it's incredible. So it's whatever that is, right? You find I don't care about golf. I think everybody that talks about golf, love you, Kevin. People should stop doing it, right? Your round, I'm sure your round was great. I'm sure, on 17, you probably hit that, you duffed that 5-iron, you wish you had it back, and you're over there humping a gopher. And it's all boring, it's all bad.
You sleep, though, the day that you went golfing, you couldn't stop talking to Toby about your round.
People asked me. Toby asked me. And I told him.
But you wanted to talk about it. You did.
Not really.
You acknowledged it that day that you were kind of enjoying talking about your round.
It's great. It's so much fun, but it's not interesting on like the radio and stuff.
Okay, so you're saying do it in your life, not on the radio.
Sure. Like if someone's interested in your round, but it's like just approaching, hey, Grant, you wouldn't believe what the shot I hit on 3. So it's a par 3, and there's water on the right. Okay, but the pinhole, it's pin high left. So I'm like, do I hit a 6? Never. Anyway, point is, the obscure or whatever kind of thing that I normally wouldn't care about. I played chess before, like it's something I used to like doing. I watched Untold Chessmates. My God.
I've got it in the queue, and I've almost started it 10 times and haven't.
So I think I can say this because there's a scientific context. There was a cheating scandal, or alleged, that involved anal beads. That is a thing that happened. An investigative body, an algorithm was developed to try to figure out if someone was cheating or not. That was a thing that was in the world of chess. I was called the heavyweight champion. The world champion was dethroned by a guy that wasn't at the same level.
Yes.
And there was an allegation of cheating that involved the object that I said before. I'm not going to oversay it just in case I'm not supposed to be saying it.
Yes.
But it's a clinical thing. I'm not talking about doing anything else. I'm just saying that's what happened. That's just part of the documentary. Again, you got to watch it. It's awesome.
I've thought about it.
Uh-huh.
It's time for your boys. Double play. I watched a show. I really liked it. You've got to watch it. Whodunit Paulson is back.
You're all over it.
Whodunit Paulson is back for more. It's always annoying to me when I stumble into a show that I feel like people should have told me about. So let's just have a little contract, unwritten, between me and you, listening in your car or at home. You're a pal, right? You listen to the show. I'm telling you about the family, the kids. You know about the things that go on in our lives. If you ever watch or stumble into a really, really good whodunit, can you let your buddy know about it, please? Or even a nice true crime documentary. I like those too. At Grant Paulson on Twitter. At Grant H. Paulson on Instagram. DMs are open. I'd like to know if there's a whodunit out there that's ultra compelling that I would binge in 2 nights. An 8-episode miniseries? Are you kidding me? Danny, the show is called I Will Find You. I will find you. Tell me this doesn't sound like it is for me, okay? The plot of this project is that a dad who's in prison for the murder of his son gets out and has to prove by tracking down, solving, finding out what actually happened, that he did not do it. And we've got to figure out with him, with more twists and turns than a roller coaster, who did it, why he was framed, if he was framed, and why this kid died, or is he alive? Oh, wait, he might be alive. Are you kidding me? Whodunit Paulson was locked in from 5 minutes in. I looked over at my wife. who hates watching these kinds of shows and goes to bed very early. And she was kind of like asking a lot of questions because you watched the first half of the episode, and I'm like, how good is this? Now, she's not going to get into it.
Sure.
But it was as good a pilot episode in terms of putting that little hook in your mouth with the worm and then
baiting it,
reeling
yeah.
you toward the boat.
It's the guy who was in Avatar. Worthington? Sam Worthington, is that his name?
It is Sam Worthington. I've never seen Avatar. What does he do in Avatar?
He's the main guy. He's Jake, whatever the dude's name is.
Avatar is like blue people.
It is, but he's the dude, the human in Avatar that like turns into an avatar also, then like goes on the side of the Avatar people.
I didn't know that at all.
Yeah.
I don't like that movie at all. I've never seen 1 second of it. I'm just not interested.
Wait, you don't like it and you haven't seen it?
Correct.
So I got you on this one. I saw it. It was garbage. It's the most hot, overrated, stupid garbage in human history. It stinks. I'm going to say it again. It stinks. Now, I haven't seen the sequels. I'll go full Paulson on this one. I'm sorry, I'm taking your thunder back. I'll go full Grant. I haven't seen them, and they stink because I saw the first one. It stunk. All you people, you millions and millions of people worldwide that saw it, made it the highest grossing, blah, 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 sense of blah. You're dumb.
Remember
that movie stunk.
When we found out Clary is an Avatar, Mark, this guy won't see any real, actual good films. But when Avatar comes out, he's like, dude, I'm going to get all my friends together to go see Avatar. God, I love Avatar. What do you mean, you simpleton? Why? What is it about Avatar that you like?
Here's my big butt.
That may have been it, actually.
It's possible. I need you to watch. I will find you.
So it's got the lady that was in the Apple TV show that you hated, Severance. She's the lead actress in that. Britt Lauer.
Never watched Severance.
You did. You watched 2 minutes of it and punted.
I watched 4 minutes. He walked around
you
a
trust
hallway.
Wade.
More hallway. Oh, there's another hallway. I give it 2 more minutes. If you're not out of this hallway, I'm punting. More hallway. More.
He was in the hallway for a while.
So this show had a 30, like a 50-minute pilot where you're just hooked and you
No
can't
hallways.
wait. Severance has a 50-minute pilot where a guy walks around a hallway for 49 minutes. And everyone's like, this is art. This is so good. It's just walking around a hallway. Literally, I watched that episode.
You didn't. You got through the hallway part, and you didn't even get through the hallway part.
It was an
wasn't.
hour.
It wasn't.
Episode 2, more hallway.
No.
It's just a big troll.
If
It's Brandon Ayuk and Jaden Daniels. It's like everyone wants to talk about how great Severance is. I swear it's just 8 episodes of a guy walking around a hallway.
You never watched it. You didn't give it a chance, and that's fine. You don't have. You're not
Admit
required
that
to.
he walks around the hallway too long. Admit that.
It was too long.
Okay.
The hallway episode of the pilot was too long. Too much hallway.
This was me watching Severance. I'm like, Danny said this is good. Something's got to happen. Get out of the hallway! Get out of the hallway! Do something else!
Now they couldn't. That's the point of the show. And you didn't get it, and that's fine.
11 minutes.
It was too long.
From minute 1 to minute 11.
Ben Stiller made the show, and the point of I would say this to Ben. I go, Ben, you've accomplished more than me. You're great. Seriously, great career, unbelievable. We got the point after a couple minutes of the hallway.
He can't get out of
You
the hallway.
lost so many casual fans. Maybe you didn't want them, but you lost them with the hallway.
It's too much hallway.
It's a lot of hallway.
I will find you, Danny.
Mm-hmm. It looks good.
You stop when I say something that isn't for me. 8 episodes.
That's perfect for you.
1 season.
That's perfect for you.
Sub 1 hour per episode.
That's perfect.
But not a half hour, like
Right.
45 to 50.
That's your wheelhouse.
Right?
That's your BP fastball.
Who done it?
Yeah.
Come on.
You're in.
Go see it. Go see it. What are you going to the movies?
You won't go to the movies and see
Just
it.
sit on your couch and hit play. We're giving away a Paisanos gift card. I hurt my hands.
You hit the table so hard about the hallway.
I'm even more mad about the damn hallway now. I think I might have not broken or jammed, but just kind of like tweaked
Bruised.
something in my wrist.
You twerked it a little bit?
Yeah, I think
Twerk's
so.
the wrong word.
Twerk?
Did you twerk your
I'm
wrist?
over here twerking. I hope not.
Is that what I just said?
Yeah, it was very
My
weird.
God.
Somebody check this guy's search
Bit of a
history.
scuffle at the end of the old segment for both of us there. You're hurt over there. I'm accusing you of twerking.
Someone's going to get a Paisanos gift card for listening to that next on The Fan.
And it is brought to you by Fully Mechanical, proudly installing Amana. At Wimbledon right now, Novak Djokovic in quarterfinal action at center court. He's in the fourth set, leading 2-0, with a chance to close it out and head to the semis. In the World Cup kickoff, moments away for Switzerland versus Colombia. The winner gets Messi in Argentina on Saturday. The Nats coming off a 12-11 win last night over the Astros. They do battle again tonight at 6:45, 6:15 pregame on The Fan. Andrew Alvarez on the bump for the Nats. He's 2-1 with a 3.05 ERA. The Beltway Blitz coming up. Sammy Silber to talk Caps, Spencer Nussbaum to talk Nats, and Chris Russell coming on to chat about the Commanders. When your HVAC strikes out, call Foley Mechanical, your go-to for heating, cooling, and radiator repair in D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. Locally owned, never franchised. Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana Systems. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Kevin DiDomenico on The Fan.
Congratulations, caller number 10 right now. You're winning a $50 gift card to Paisanos. From football to football. One thing's for sure, Paisanos is the MVP of any watch party. Now use promo code JP35 to score 35% off orders of $40 or more. Plus, you'll automatically be entered to win a fully catered Paisanos watch party for up to 20 people. The more you use code JP35, the better your chances to win. Paisanos, not just pizza, something for everyone. It is time for our Beltway Blitz on G&D. Let's get it started on the ice. Sammy Silber covers the Caps. Sammy, Alex Ovechkin is back. What do you think about a $4.5 million cap number for Ovi?
Yeah, I think it's a good number. I mean, talking to him yesterday, you could tell just, from the smile on his face how excited he is to keep playing the sport he loves, but to come back and, be a part of the team and, especially the group that Chris Patrick built with the blockbuster summer so far. And, talking about his contract, he said it took all of about 10 minutes and he wanted to do what was best for the team. And now you see a team-friendly deal that's, packed with bonuses that he will hit. And it's a good deal for him, good deal for the team, and Legend returns to DC. So pretty good all around.
What's his role going to be?
I mean, it depends, right? I mean, I think, asking him about it yesterday, it was kind of, he's keeping those conversations to himself. And then, Carberry said, of course, he can still be a meaningful impact player. I mean, you saw him score 32 goals last year, even dealing with some issues with consistency. He was still able to hit the 30-goal mark and lead the team in scoring. So it's not like he's, limping to the end here. And, Chris Patrick said, mentioned he adds some versatility and just packs another punch to the lineup and the forward group. And I think, looking at the left side, there's a little less depth there than the right. You're going to have some guys playing on their off wing, but, having Ovi at left wing there, he can still play big minutes, but, maybe not have to carry the burden as much as he did in previous seasons. So I think you'll see his role shift, but he'll still have a meaningful impact there.
What expectation should we have for the team now with this loaded roster going into the year?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, when you make big moves, anytime you make big moves or you go all in, you're expecting the team to contend or really, make a big push, right? And I think that's what the group wants and expects of itself. Of course, anything can happen, especially, you see the season going to 84 games, and it's going to be a grind, and you're going to take time to form that chemistry and get everything moving in the right direction. Seeing, like I mentioned, some of those wingers maybe playing on their offside, the D-core kind of finding, its footing a little bit more without Sandin there and welcoming Desharnais to the mix. And, so you're going to see some change. I think you really do see this group come together, though. It seems like they're all very, very excited and all in and meshing well already. So it'll be fun to see come fall.
What is your biggest question about this roster or how it's deployed or anything under the sun?
Yeah, I think, as I said, I mean, I think when you look at the mix, I mean, you have Boone Jenner who plays center and wing. I think you see Ilya Protas coming up You have Justin Sordiff showing that he can play center and then wanting to pencil him at center. So I think you look at some of these positions up front in the forward group, and then young guys like, Ivan Miroshnichenko and Andrew Crystal who want to make the jump, and, Ethan Frank, who's coming back on a new contract. And I think you see, okay, how is this, these new additions, how are they going to mesh with the rising youth, and where are they going to slot in, and how are they going to adjust to those different positions? So it'll be interesting to see, but I do think it gives Carberry some more versatility, and as he mentioned, it's going to let him evenly deploy, all four forward lines and be able to rely on four different lines, and that means, less minutes across the board and better utilization of players. So it'll be fun to see, especially at even strength, but, also on the power play penalty kill.
Sammy, thank you. We appreciate you.
Thank you. See you guys soon.
You got it. Hockey coverage on 106.7 The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. Let's talk baseball. Spencer Nussbaum of The Athletic joins us now. Spencer, how about this Nats offense? Even when Miles Michaelis tries not to give him much of a chance, they score 12 and say, we'll win anyway.
Yeah, it's funny. We've kind of been talking about this all year, right? And I keep coming up with new ways to talk about the offense. The most interesting thing that struck me recently is just how nothing ever seems to regress. Like, even we talk about CJ, right? He's had a down stretch for probably 3 weeks now. That's probably the longest cold stretch anyone's had this year. And I think that's so much of why they've had all the success, is because they've been able to limit all these cold spots, and then you get games like yesterday where everyone's clicking at the same time and you score 12 runs.
Spencer, this is a bit of a negative question here, and it's something I'm actually kind of amazed by. So let me try to get this out right. You have Cole Henry coming off of injury, is out there with one good inning, then he goes out for the second inning and just gets tattooed and then gets sent down. They've done that or something close to that a couple different times, and it hasn't seemed to bother people. It hasn't seemed to wear on the team or whatever. Maybe it has. You're in the locker room way more than we are. How have they kind of been able to pull that off, and sort of what's the reaction when a guy has to kind of come up and get kicked in the teeth, and then it's, thanks for your time, we'll see you in 2 weeks, go down to AAA?
Yeah, this is actually a perfectly timed question, because Blake apologized for this yesterday. Excuse me, not yesterday. He apologized to it an hour ago. We were talking about this, and he said, yeah, like, I need to be the one to wear this one, not Cole, not Zach Kent, not Eddie Jean the other day, even though he pitched well.
Yeah.
It's the case where they haven't had these guys throwing multiple innings in Rochester, and then they come up here and are asked to do that because, they need innings covered, and then they're sent right back down. Now, I wouldn't go out and say, guys are whatever, smashing anything in the clubhouse over this, or that they're overjoyed about it either. I think they understand this is a business, and it's disappointing, but has been part of the job. And basically what the Nationals have told them is, we are going to start giving you these multi-inning outings in Rochester because we should have been doing that earlier. And you never know that that's going to be the role that comes up, because when you come up, usually you are pitching one inning, but the Nats they needed the coverage, and now they will try to prepare for that, eventuality a little bit better down in Rochester.
I think that's super admirable. Blake Butera is an unbelievably likable guy. I think he's done an awesome job. So that doesn't surprise me at all that he would have been, even if he, not completely correct in saying he screwed up, like taking it on the chin or whatever. But I guess more broadly to Danny's point, Cole Henry's worn it a couple of times in this regard. This is clearly a thing that they do. Like, it was Eddie Jean before that. They do this. Carson Palmquist, like, we'll call you up, we'll get what we can out of you. We're going to
right back on the bus.
60 pitches and a plane ticket. And, like, it's not a great practice, to be honest. Like, I remember seeing Buck Showalter talk about this on a podcast, like, not related to the Nationals, but about how, like, this is something that doesn't go over great with players. Do they think a lot about that? Do they care? Is it just this is the state of their pitching staff? And, like, is there a larger discussion to even be had here?
Yeah, I think they care, and I think it's a larger discussion to be had, right? Because you can say that you care, and I think they genuinely can care, but at the end of the day, their priority is going to be to get the most out of their 40-man roster, and that means screwing some guys over, frankly. And that's not maybe the cleanest way to put it, but that's kind of the situation they've been in, right? So, no, I think, Blake said they should have been better on this front. I would just echo his words in this sentiment. And, again, not something that you expect to be your big league experience. And I think, that is something they're cognizant of and probably going to fix.
Spencer, let me sneak one more in here. Curtis Meade started less than half the games for this team in April and March, and he's been unbelievable since then. Had a homer last night, including 3 hits. Well superseded his career totals in pretty much every offensive category at this point. He's kind of the unsung hero of this really, really good offense. What a find this is. Just kind of general thoughts.
Yeah, Curtis is exactly who we have seen him to be over the last 2 months. And talking with guys around the league and guys around the organization, they believe that this is kind of the real version of Curtis Meade, which I think for Nationals fans is exactly what you want to hear. So much of it is the fact that in the past, because he had inconsistent playing time, he would often spend the days between trying to make these tweaks, often with his hands or his stance or all these other things. And I mean, you know as well as anyone, right? Like if you have an approach that gets you to the big leagues and you have a swing that's good enough to get you to the big leagues, it's probably your big league swing, right? And so this year, just being able to sustain that and not try to make too many tweaks has allowed him to find a groove that, frankly, again, like everyone says, it seems sustainable, and it's been so impressive to watch.
Spencer does an awesome job covering the Nats. If you're not reading his work regularly in The Athletic, you're missing out. Spencer, thank you. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
See you, buddy.
Be good. There's Spencer Nussbaum out at Nationals Park. All right, let's keep the blitz moving. And to talk football with us, we've got our guy /Irini, Chris Russell. Danny, I was coming into work earlier today, and I heard something. It sounded like fireworks or something going off down the street. And I walked down a couple of alleys, and next thing you know, I show up at this vacant parking lot. And Reenie's sitting there just throwing poppers on the ground, lighting off little, almost like firecrackers. And I was like, what are you doing? He's like, I didn't get a chance to, use all of this on the 4th, so I was just going to do it today. And I said, well, if you got a few minutes later when you're done, come on by for the Beltway Blitz.
What time was that?
Honestly, it was right around 1:50.
Right about 1:50. So 1:15, I'm in a traffic jam. What the hell's going on? Left lane, 395 north, blocked off. Right? Miles back all of a sudden. Everyone's slamming on their brakes, barely able to get over. Whole bunch of cones are down. That, right arrow, move over sign is on. No. We're like, what the hell is happening? I get up there, everyone's doing a looky-loo thing. You know what they're looking at? Lou, right there, Chris Russell doing the same firework bit on the side of the damn road.
That was at what time?
That was at 1:15.
11:30 this morning.
Yeah, what happened?
I'm at my house.
Okay.
Springfield area?
Yeah.
I hear something out in the backyard.
Something's amiss.
And I'm like, what is going on? It sounded like trash cans being banged. I'm like, the Astros are in town, but this is not near Nats Park.
Right, we're not doing that.
So I go out there, and I look to my right, and what do I see? Kind of look up at me, like almost like the lights came on, and like an opossum's looking up at me with like little beady eyes. It was Reenie, Chris Russell, and he was digging around in my garage. I said, what's the matter? He says, I don't have a lighter for my fireworks. That was this morning.
That was this morning?
Yeah.
Thanks for joining us, Chris. No, all right. Russell Butler, what do you think?
Hi.
Douglas, Butler's a basketball player.
Reenie, old buddy.
Yeah, is that one of the guys that's been suspended forever for gambling or no?
I can't remember.
I don't know. There's been a lot of those guys in the beloved NBA. Russell Douglas, I think very good signing. I agree with what you guys said on my way home. I was sitting in just lovely traffic yesterday afternoon. The way I look at it is they were clearly clear. I've said all offseason while everybody has danced around this whole wide receiver thing, corner and veteran corner depth was my number one need and priority and worry, and they addressed it. And I didn't, I'll admit, look very hard at Rasul Douglas, but I like him over Trevion Diggs, which is the name that most people connected because A, he's Stephon Diggs' brother, B, he had a lot of good work with Dan Quinn. That was 4 years ago, guys. He can't stay healthy. He's not good anymore. Douglas is not going to win you any Pro Bowl awards or first team this or second team that, but he's going to get you probably 2 or 3 interceptions if he plays 16 or 17 games, and he's never, ever, ever going to kill you. Is he going to be lights out? No. Is he ever going to kill you? Probably not.
Speaking of Stephon Diggs, if they don't sign Brandon Ayuk, what veteran receiver do you like as an option? Tyreek Hill's name is out there. Diggs, Deebo Samuel, Noah Brown. Curtis Samuel.
I mean, I never want to be in the Noah Brown business again, ever.
I don't want to be in many of those businesses.
I don't like any of those businesses.
Deebo Samuel, I mean, we ran that show last year. It was okay at best for various reasons. Listen, I'm not a Stephon Diggs guy, but if you're asking me to choose between getting cancer, having a heart attack, or having my leg amputated, I'm gonna choose the lesser of three evils. And I look at Tyreek
Which
Hill
one
and Brandon.
is that? The
Well, I
leg?
look at Brandon Ayuk and Tyreek Hill as evil, and I'm gonna choose Stephon Diggs. All right, bad example, but you get the point.
Well, but,
I'm
but
gonna
I'm just
choose
asking of those
like they're
three.
all bad. They're all bad.
But-
Stephon Diggs is a bad guy. Let's
Yeah.
start with that.
Which one? I don't mean players, but of those three, which would you not want? Like you're saying, get your leg amputated,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I don't know.
'Cause it was heart attack. What was the other?
Yeah, I mean, if it's not a massive heart attack, I'd probably rather have a heart attack than have your
Mild heart attack.
If it's just a mild heart attack, I mean, you could probably survive.
I just
that.
feel like there's no such thing, by the way, where people go, it's a minor surgical procedure. No, it ain't.
I mean, you get the point. All of them stink. All of the options are absolutely lousy, and that's why I've never ever been in the business of. I've always said this: check back with me on July 27th, and then bypass that and check back with me on August 27th.
Thank you, buddy.
Thank you.
See you
guys.
later.
It's good
Bye.
seeing you.
Sorry for blowing off all those fireworks and stopping traffic.
worry,
I
dude.
apologize.
We're out of time. I was going to tell you what happened at 4:45 this morning. But we're out of time.
Thank God.
We're out of time.
Thank God for that.
We got to go to commercial.
Rooster Radio Network's Chris Russell on the Beltway Blitz. Barry Sferluga of The Athletic wrote a behind-the-scenes piece on how the Ovi deal came together. Really, really good. We'll talk to him about that next.
Sports Update is built by PaulHenrysWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. In the World Cup, Switzerland versus Colombia is underway right now in the 27th minute, tied at 0. The winner gets Messi and Argentina on Saturday. Lionel Messi and Argentina were in trouble earlier this afternoon, down 2-0 in the 79th minute, but came back to beat Egypt 3-2 to advance to that quarterfinal. Argentina is looking to become the first back-to-back World Cup champion since 1962. Nationals versus Astros tonight. Andrew Alvarez on the bump for the Nats. He's 2-1 with a record of he's 2-1 with a 3.05 ERA. Nats have won 3 of 5 and 6 of 9. James Wood has hit 24 homers, 7th most in the big leagues. C.J. Abrams has driven in 65 runs. That's the 5th most in the bigs. This month, score $120 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off doors at Paul Henry's Windows installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Kevin DiDomenico on the Fan.
Well, obviously, how I said, when you look at our roster, it's how I say, like it's a Stanley Cup contender. And I was talking to my family, my wife, first of all, and she's like, "Okay, let's play one more year, or maybe 2 years. I don't know."
Or maybe 2 years, I don't know. That comment got some run.
Yeah. Because initially it's like, oh, he's back. Wait, what did he say?
Grant and Danny on the Fan. So there is a fantastic piece you got to read in The Athletic on the return of Alex Ovechkin.
It's really good.
It says Ovi and the Capitals decided to give it another run. It goes into details on some of the texts and phone calls between Chris Patrick and Brian McClellan, Alex Ovechkin, and honestly, a very candid Chris Patrick talking about even being nervous about a conversation with Ovi, thinking he might want a ton of money, that maybe they'd be up against the cap, and just really, really good insight into how this offseason came together. And Barry Svrluga wrote the piece and did the reporting, and he joins us now on the Rude Guest Hotline. Barry, I guess I just want to start with, I feel like the Caps hit a home run here. We'll see how it works out. You got to go play the games, and there's a lot of things that could happen fortuitously and otherwise for them. But as someone who goes to a lot of games and cares about this team, you can't ask for much more out of the first few weeks of their offseason.
No, and I think I had thought, and I think you thought this too, Grant, that they were going about it backwards, or that I guess I would say that maybe Ovi was making them go about it backwards by not telling them what his intentions were before the draft and when they were starting to do these trades, and before free agency when they made a couple more moves. And as it turns out, I actually think they got the order right, and they got it right in a way that makes Ovi look pretty good, because Chris Patrick and Brian McClellan could go about and say, here is our checklist. They definitely wanted to add strength to the top 6 forwards. They thought they might be able to get one of Jordan Kyrou or Alex Tuch. They got both of them, and they kind of put Ovi on the back burner and was like, you know what? We will have a roster that we can fit in the all-time greatest goal scorer in history if he wants to play, but we don't have to reserve so much money and so much playing time that we're prevented from making moves in building that roster. So I was really confused by the process maybe 6 weeks ago. Like, why isn't he telling them, or why aren't they pressing him for an answer? And as Chris Patrick told me, he just had 2 rosters, 2 lineups on his board, one with Ovi and one without, and it was going to work out either way. All that happens is some depth piece gets moved deeper if Ovechkin comes back, and they end up, if you look at that lineup amongst the top 12 forwards, there's a lot of depth and a lot of versatility. Not a 50-goal scorer, but a lot of guys who could get 30, and just balance and size and speed and a little bit of youth coming up with Ilya Protas and Ryan Leonard into his second full season. I told those guys, Chris Patrick and McClellan, in reporting this out, like, if I'm thinking a lot about the Capitals in July, then they're doing some pretty interesting stuff. And I've thought a lot about the Capitals this July.
Yeah, that's well put. Barry, reading this piece, I couldn't help but be reminded. I don't know if you were struck by this at all. I know you were so close to this. The Harper leaving D.C. situation. That's all I could think about while reading this. Obviously, it's different enough. This one worked out, happy ending, everybody's pleased. But remember, Harper got that offer. He and Boris are traipsing it around, showing everybody what does it do for my family, all the kind of stuff for months. Nobody's signing, and then he comes back, and the team's like, yeah, we already moved on, dude. We got Patrick Corbin, and the money's not there that we offered you before. And I was reminded of that with the we can't wait anymore part of this for the Capitals. And I know there was 2 tracks, but we got to make the team better with or without you as long as you're taking your time. And I kind of couldn't help be struck by the parallels. One, did that occur to you? And B, just kind of your thoughts?
It didn't occur to me, Danny. I understand what you're saying with Bryce. I think it's a little bit different because Bryce was determining at that time where he was going to leave the rest of his legacy, and that was not over a single year or, as we've joked about, maybe 2. But it was over, as he signed for, 13 years going down the road. So it was really like, am I going to be known as a Washington National, or am I going to be known as something else? Alex Ovechkin is going to be a Washington Capital, and this was really about a specific season and where he fit into a specific lineup one time. So I totally get the comparisons, and they are really, really, huge figures in their sport. I just think that the way that this makes Ovi look good and the Caps look good was like, we'll make it work either way. We're going to take big swings either way. And Ovi, it was really never about the money. And I know that Chris Patrick, as Grant referenced, was nervous about calling Alex that day at 6:45 a.m. on July 2nd as he was over in Turkey, and thinking, well, geez, we just you agreed to pay Alex Tuch $10.5 million a year. Is Ovi going to be happy with what amounts to $9 million, his same number as he previously made, or is he going to say, like, no, I'm Alex Ovechkin, I need to make the most on the team? Ovi comes out looking good because he was like, look, the number's respectful. You can kick some of the signing bonus to next year. That's fine. As he said, it took 10 minutes to get done. I think both sides come out looking pretty good, both the Caps plan and marching forward and being versatile enough to do it either way, and Ovi sitting back and saying, look, if I'm going to do this again at age 41, I need it to be with a roster around me that is positioned for success as a team and helps me help them play better hockey.
Barry Svrluga of The Athletic. Check out the piece. I like the vulnerability, of the honesty that was shown. McClellan saying free agency was thin. We were a little worried about that. I mean, Patrick talking about after making one or both of the trades that they made, he was waiting to see if Ovi was going to text him an emoji or something. But what I do find interesting is it seems like they kind of thought, like I thought all along, that he was going to come back. Do we really think Ovi was ever legitimately thinking about not playing? His end-of-season press conference, to me, was pretty obvious. He said he hoped he played, that his family wanted him to play. There was the sending the Penguins off of the ice like he did. It just seems like, and maybe I'm working back from a result, but there was never that much of an indication, other than just him saying he didn't know if he was going to play. There were no actions that made you think he actually wasn't, right?
No, and I think everybody read into, and rightfully read into, him waving off the Penguins at the last home game. He wasn't going to shake their hands as in some sort of like retirement ceremony that so often happens in the NHL. I do think there was some genuine indecision, and if Alex is saying that his kids were saying, are you going to play, are you going to play, are you going to play, like, why would he hold it back from them? But I think it was indecision based on what kind of team am I going to have around me? We missed the playoffs. I don't find that fun, and I don't find it a good way to go out and kind of leave my legacy as like, oh, yeah, they missed the playoffs the last year he played. I think that really matters to him. So maybe it was just a challenge to Patrick and McClellan to say, and I know they talked about this before he left town, like, here's some of the moves that we think we can make. We think we can build a roster that is quickly competitive again. We're going to get Pierre-Luc Dubois back, hopefully for 84 games or some version of 70-something games rather than 30-something games, and that's a huge piece, obviously, of their offense. So I think it was kind of a challenge of Ovi saying, I'm not going to say I'm going to play because I don't want to come back to a team that is rebuilding. I want one that is built. Those guys went out and built a team. And Brian McClellan told me very clearly, and I think he said this in the press conference, like, it is fun for Ovi to come to the rink at whatever age if he shows up that day thinking we've got a really good chance to win a hockey game tonight. We're going to win a hockey game tonight. I've been in those Caps rooms over the years where it's felt like that, and that was as recently as 2 years ago when they had the best record in the East in the regular season. That's what Ovi wants. It's not fun for him to come and play a season from behind and be out of the playoff picture, trying to pick up points, scrap points together, and make it in on the last night of the season like they did a couple of years ago in Philadelphia. He wants a good team around him that's kind of in the driver's seat from the start, pushing Carolina for that top spot in the Metro, and the Caps think they delivered that kind of roster.
What's his role going to be, Barry?
You know, that one's really interesting, and I know they've had a lot of discussions about that. Spencer Carberry told me that everybody wants him to say, oh, did you tell him you're going to play, X number of minutes, and that number of minutes is going to be 14, and you're only going to play 1 minute on the power play? And he's like, look, I'm not going there. This is all fluid. It's funny, like I'm sitting here looking at what the lines could be this fall. We all know the lines change over a course of a season. They try to, stick with hot combinations and move off cold ones, all that kind of stuff. I think we have to be prepared for kind of a fluid Ovechkin situation where Carberry's going to him when he's hot, when he's looking spry, maybe less on back-to-backs. He is a guy who just played 82 games at age 40, so durability has never really been a question with him. I do wonder, is there a world where he's not skating 2 minutes on the power play, therefore his minutes go down just because you cut that time in half? So that's, on an average night, maybe that's 3 minutes a night less. But I also think that matchup-wise, now because they have such balance and depth, Carberry's not going to have to chase. In the past, I think he felt like he had two lines he had to stay away from in certain defensive matchups, and now maybe that's reduced to just one, maybe only Ovi's line, that he doesn't start in the defensive zone or he doesn't play against another top line. And that gives him more freedom, and Ovi's minutes can be reduced, not dramatically, but kind of gradually. So you just don't want him to be a player you're hiding. And I think given the structure around him, they're not going to have to hide him.
Barris Faluga over at Nats Park today, talking Caps with us. Check out the piece. It's the behind the scenes on the Ovi deal coming together and how the Caps went about planning without really knowing what he was thinking until the last week. Barry, thank you. We appreciate it.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you having me.
Yeah, be good. There's Barris Faluga of The Athletic on Grant and Danny. We have not yet gotten into Brandon Ayuk's posts today, which don't make a lot of sense because he's suggesting he won't do the thing he needs to do to get back into the league. That's next on The Fan. G&D on the Fan. So we didn't get to Brandon Ayuk earlier. He had a new post on social media that I wanted to hit on today because I think this just speaks to how little sense this all makes. So he posted on Instagram, I'm just going to read what he wrote. When the news finally came out that my guarantees were voided in November, the team continued to lie to the media fan base, acting as if that was not a decision that was made in July, continually saying that I would be returning, despite the fact that I told them on numerous occasions that I would not be. With the severity of my injury and guarantees no longer on the table, that was not an option. We are 1 year from the date in which they made the decision to void my guarantees due to missed rehab. Yet they have the footage and the GPS information that shows I reached markers I never hit even before injury, all before the required recovery time ordered by the surgeon. So this isn't the interesting of the two posts. This is some context of him suggesting that behind the scenes, the Niners made it known that they weren't going to bring him back because they were already voiding the contract or what have you. Although there's video of him running around and getting loose before a preseason game in August where he wasn't activated, but he was still out there playing. And he was at the facility constantly. So the question is, if they'd already told you they were voiding your contract, why are you still at work? Seems like that might not be true, but a little dubious I guess
there.
You could say that him and his agent were trying to basically still negotiate with them about the guarantees or what have you. So I'll dismiss that for a second. The second post of the day is the one that everyone's been talking about, and this is the one that makes no sense. Danny, he says, quote, I will not be reinstating with them, nor ever doing any kind of business with them. I'm locked in and focused on my opportunity to return to the field this season. Hashtag raise hail. This is what I was talking about yesterday, where he constantly brings the Commanders into this drama. When you're wearing the Commanders hat, when you're showing a game-used football with the Commanders logo, when you're telling people to go to commanders.com to buy their tickets, he's using the team's hashtag raise hail. You're acting like you're a Commander while being a gigantic distraction and malcontent for another team on social media when you're not actually a Commander at this point. But this comment makes no sense. There is no reinstatement to the league if he does not report and or file for reinstatement for San Francisco. He's saying he's not going to do that. I will not be reinstating with them, nor ever doing any kind of business with them. I'm locked in and focused on my opportunity to return to the field this season. Well, if he doesn't file for reinstatement, they can keep him on the didn't show up list and never pay him a penny, and he never comes back, and he can't accrue a season. So he doesn't really have a choice. If they want to play hardball, he, I guess, is just calling their bluff and saying, eventually you'll cut me. But he's claiming the one thing he has to do to give himself a chance to be released, he's saying, I'm not going to do. This makes no sense.
We're not missing something, right?
We're not. Now, he does not have to be reinstated to be cut. The team, if they want to do him a favor and do a conference opponent that they play this regular season and will be competing with for a playoff spot potentially, a favor, they could release Brandon Ayuk even though he's on this list where he didn't show up. But he is giving them the ability to be petty and a pain in the ass by no showing because they have listed him as AWOL essentially. He won't talk to us or show up. He's under contract. He's on what we call the do not report list.
Right.
So until he gets reinstated as an active NFL player, he is not one right now, the team just keeps him on that list in perpetuity, as best I understand. The way you get off of that list so that they have to cut you by September 1, that magical date, is to be reinstated. But he doesn't have an agent explaining this to him because he fired his agent. He hasn't hired another one. So this is kind of where I'm at on this. Until he's serious enough about playing this year that he hires representation to explain this very complicated situation, and until he actually does what's necessary to get cut, I continue to think he's an unserious person, and I can't understand why anybody is standing for this dude.
The way I'm trying to quantify it in my own dumb brain is I'm standing in a room with the door closed and the light turned off. And someone's outside going, if you can just open the door, I'll turn the light on for you. I know where the switch is. And he's going, I will not open the door.
But turn the light on.
But I need the lights turned on.
Yeah.
I will not be opening this door, not for you, not ever. Okay, man. So here we are. We're at some sort of self-imposed impasse. Again, we still get, little by little, with every one of Clown Shoe's new dumb, nonsensical posts, we get a little tiny glimpse into what he thinks or what he believes the timeline is. So again, the only thing I've ever wanted this entire thing, I don't care about any of his dumb musings or if he's trolling or who he's insulting or who the little ass boy is or whatever, all the stuff. I hate every part of it so much. The only thing I've ever been curious about is plays for the 49ers, signs a contract with the 49ers, becomes aggrieved somehow, some way, saga begins.
So
I've heard beats about what went on during the saga.
I think that's the first post when he suggests that based on him not showing up to the rehab, they maybe had this is his side, maybe based on this post today.
Right.
They got buyer's remorse. They had an out in the contract based on him not rehabbing at the facility enough to their liking. And I guess told him, he's suggesting a year ago nowish in July, that they would be getting rid of the guaranteed money. I don't necessarily believe that because, again, why is he busting his ass in August? Why is he there all the way through September, October?
I don't believe it at all. And my point is, if that's the case, if they're sort of doing something underhanded, that's literally, there is a players organization that fights on your behalf to recoup monies, even if you're a scumbag. And I'm not saying he is, but like, if you're the worst of the worst, the NFLPA is like, are you in the NFLPA? We'll go fight for you. We will advocate for you because that's our gig. It's the whole reason we exist. Offices are right downtown here in DC. You can't go by because it's secure enough, but you know what I mean? Like that's what they're here to do. And he's like, yeah, we can't get that money back. And now he pretends he didn't want it. It's like it's either he's aggrieved because they won't give it to him, but I didn't want it in the first place, and we throw $20,000 on the floor. Again, trying to make heads or tails of whatever Clown Shoe's saying, I won't do.
He's wearing a hat and saying raise hail, but talking trash about the quarterback. Nothing he does makes any sense. But I just want to go back to the point here that as of this moment, he is on a list that keeps him from being...
Yeah, you are outside the circle.
Right. It keeps him from being an active player, being able to make money. Nothing can really happen as long as you're on this list. Being able to be released, what have you. Now, I guess what he's betting on is if I'm a squeaky enough wheel, if I can be enough of a malcontent, if I can make enough storylines on social media and just embarrass the 49ers enough, they're not going to demand that I show up to be reinstated. They won't want me in their facility to do that. They'll just cut me. They'll reinstate me, cut me in one fell swoop, which you can do, I would imagine. I don't know why they couldn't. I'm just telling you, if I'm the team, Jay Gruden said this on the show the other day. He said, if someone was doing this and you were the 49ers and they were saying all these things and calling you names and cursing you out and belittling you, would you help them? And I said, well, no, probably not. He says, yeah, they're not going to either.
Yeah,
and I think he's right about that.
100%. Yeah. The only person that looks bad here, it's a long list of one person that every time Clown Shoe does something, it's like you look more buffoonish, you look more ridiculous. It makes less sense. Now, there's a small subgroup of the population that buys everything he says, hook, line, and sinker. That's always the case. You could say, the earth is flat, the moon is purple, and whatever, and you'll have a following.
Well, that's what I want to know now, actually, is, and next time we take calls on this, which probably won't be today, thank goodness. But the next time we talk about this, that is actually what I want to hear from people on, is going to be, is there anything he can do where the backers will basically say, all right, never mind? I mean, he has publicly gone at your quarterback. That's my quarterback. He went at the quarterback and everyone was like, oh, he's just kidding.
Trolling.
He's just messing around. He's just trying to make everybody think he's serious. All of the evidence we have, it's not a lot, but the evidence we have is he might not have been joking that much. Like I saw somebody was talking about how, I guess on Instagram, and I don't know enough about this, but Daniels' mom's like public comments on a post or something have to be approved, and there were only like 2 or 3 that were approved, one of which was basically about like don't pay any mind to the unemployed or something like that. And it felt like maybe a bit of a rebuttal to Ayuk. And all the little subtleties, and I don't speak 2026 or Instagram or social media, and I feel 100 years old, but there's no reason for me to think that this is a troll or a joke. I'll just suspend that I think that that's ludicrous.
Mm-hmm.
Even if it is, I don't care. That's not the win that you think it is. It's still disqualifying. This is still a foolish person that I don't want anything to do with. In fact, I'm actually now more annoyed if it's a joke because the guy that I actually do like a lot and care about is
now
a
you're in his thing. Please don't be in
He's
his
now
thing.
getting involved.
Yeah.
So let's not do that. So I'm going to assume for my own sanity that this is just a silly goose being a silly goose. But this one today, man, this is not like what is he talking about? Or why is he in a closet with money? Or why is he, going down a water slide and shooting a basketball? And there's a picture of the Commanders on the back of the basketball hoop or whatever the next dumb video is going to be. This one is, hey, the thing that I have to do or else I don't get to play this year, just so you guys know I'm not going to do that. Now, I don't believe him for a second. I'll call his bluff on this. I think eventually he has to file for reinstatement if he wants to play. But he's saying, I'm not going to because I don't want to deal with them. Okay, weird strategy, man.
See if it works out, Cotton.
Dude who wants to play saying you won't do the thing you need to do to play. It's just so odd. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Let's talk about Team USA's embarrassing loss to Belgium. We'll do that next. How should we feel about the tournament they just put together? Sebastian Salazar, longtime soccer ESPN voice, will join us next.